And good afternoon, and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series London from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House right here on Park Lane just off of Hyde Park. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho, and we've got a couple of events in the books, and suddenly the pay starts to creep forward as the 25K buy-in level has been orphaned in favor of a 40K buy-in level. That's the coverage we will be bringing you today. But before I get to yesterday's action, wrapping up that second event, Maria, you and I haven't had a chance to lead off the desk. I feel like I haven't really gotten a sense of if you've been making the most of your time here in London.
I thought that the word got out that I got a little bout of food poisoning. So no, have I gotten to enjoy London? Not so much, but I feel like I'm 100% and I'm ready.
There was a bit of a bug going around, I think. Hopefully it doesn't manage to percolate its way into our fields. Obviously, we know COVID was a bit of a challenge. Anyhow, let us turn our attention then to what took place yesterday in the seven-handed 25K, where we crowned our second champion of Season 3. Once we lost David Yan in 9th place, we had our final table set, and this is how it played out. Chris Brewer, who has had an incredible year coming off of 2 World Series of Poker bracelet wins in the summer, found himself up against Tobias Schwecht, who was thrilled to get 650K in the middle with a couple of jacks, let alone to look up at a 9-high flop. 1.6 million in the middle. Suddenly, a little bit of fear, courtesy of a 7 of diamonds on the turn, and then those fears were realized as Chris Brewer gets there 2 ways and sends the German home in 8th, earning $93,000. Now, new faces to the Triton Tour were at this final table. Roman Hrabic not among them. He's paid us a visit once before. It was his turn to do battle. Flopped himself the nut flush, backdoor nut flush draw on a Queen Jack 5 board where he was outflopped by Volkman, who had top pair. Suddenly the wheel gutty presented itself on the turn, but in the end, Hrabic was left to wrap the table and take home $126,000, leaving behind 6 players. Among those 6, was that not Bodanov, who has looked very good in his first Triton appearance. King 6 of diamonds was not, however, looking so good, as Chris Brewer was his customer. Ace Queen for Brewer was always in front, and on the turn, we took a 6 off the board in terms of outs for Bodanov, who was hunting a king, and instead found the disappointing 3 of hearts, but did find a deep cash. $168,000 for Bodanov. 5 players remained, and it was the turn of the Serbian, Danilo Milosevic, jamming $800,000 in there with the ace-3 as a call in the face of Chris Brewer, who really was merciless when he held the chip lead. 10-8 offsuit, outflopping the ace-3. And on the hunt for a needle was Danilo. Instead, it was showers for him in 5th. $214,000, though, get you nicely lathered in that shower. Meanwhile, 4 players remaining. Brian Kim, oh so steadfast and steely, one of the toughest customers you can face off against, had a king 9 against an ace jack as Volkman flops himself a boat. And obviously, Kim was really never in any contention.
GG.
As GGs were issued, as was a handsome check for $267,000. Top 3 now. Brewer, a razor to $800,000, suited and connected on that very modest sub-4 big blind stack. Volkman announced all in and took his chances. Incredibly unfortunate to be sharing a 9 with Brewer, and unfortunate not to have picked up any equity on the 7-deuce-deuce board. He had just 3 pulls at a snowman, and Frosty was not revealed on the end. And instead, a bit of a Frosty exit for Volkman. Did well for himself, $324,000, courtesy of 3rd. And then it was the battle between 2 two-time Triton title holders. Chris Brewer looking to become the first to pull off a very rare feat. We'll get to that later. His King Jack was in front of Queen 10 of clubs, but then just look at that dynamite board texture for the German Fedor Holz as they played
There's war swaps.
for the trophy.
Mid-teal flop.
Top pair for Brewer. Looked much better once that clean turn card came off, but obviously perilous was the board, and the 8 of hearts would give Fedor the nuts on the end and deny Brewer his 3rd title. As you could see, a little bit of disappointment. Conversely, a whole lot of elation on the face of Fedor Holz. Brewer taking home $600,000 for the effort, but the 3-time title winner would be Fedor, taking home $609,000 as the gentleman did make a bit of a deal. And it was a really long heads-up match, Maria, in spite of the fact that they made the deal. Normally, we're accustomed to, hey, we play for a little bit, let's get it in there, there's another event going on. But this meant a lot to these two.
Absolutely. And you could tell by, again, how long that match ended up being. And they were really battling hard. And even though they were pretty shallow stacked at that point, they were fighting for every chip, for every pot. And in the end, Fedor ended up victorious.
Do you think it speaks to kind of just how coveted and prestigious a Triton title is? Because clearly there's a number of different tours available to professional players out there. You have the World Series, you have the World Poker Tour, but perhaps the most infrequent of the opportunities, let alone the most expensive of the ambitions, lies right here at Triton. And for these guys, maybe it makes it that much more special?
When you talk about playing against the cream of the crop and against the best players, those wins matter the most. And for Fedor, that win hadn't come in a Triton series for 6 years. So I'm sure that he was really happy after a lot of close calls to finally get that monkey off his back.
Well, Fedor spoke of trying to catch Jason Kuhn. Jason has 7 titles, and Fedor kind of cheekily said, well, how many events are left that I'm going to be playing? I don't know if he's going to be able to pick up 4, let alone 5 titles here. That would be something else. But in any case, he's certainly going to do his best, and he's going to make things tough on the rest of the field. Brewer, of course, was chasing his 3rd. It would have been incredible if he had managed to win it, Maria, because it would have meant he joins a very rare club. Pot Limit Omaha, No Limit, and short deck titles, but couldn't get the job done. And you could see a little bit of disappointment on Brewer's face, but almost a bit silly when you consider how much has he won this year alone?
Yeah, I think in the neighborhood of 10 million. So I feel like that trifecta is coming for Chris Brewer very soon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's going to continue chasing and giving people fits if he has all of the run good, which he's earned based on the amount of run bad that we've seen him have throughout the course of his career, let alone here at Triton. So then we turn the page. Event 2 in the books, and everyone's turning their attention to a bit of a fan favorite and a player favorite, I must say, which showcases the fact that guys are a little bit degenerate out there in spite of being professional poker players. Mystery bounty, good chunk of the prize pool, carved off and stuffed into envelopes, something that kind of got popularized, in the last couple of years, I want to say?
Yeah, poker players, we love a good sweat, right? So on top of the money that they win from the prize pool, that additional money that they could pull from the mystery bounty without even potentially, doing well in the tournament is great. There's 6-figure bounties on the line.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it's an exciting time.
All right, so 133 total entries brought the prize pool to a close as registration's all done for. 90 unique players, 38 of whom are coming back for day 2, the coverage we're going to be bringing you momentarily. The bounties, however, were not available on day 1, and that adds a little bit of a wrinkle, does it not, in terms of being able to play normal poker and not have very weird things going on when the rebuy period is available, people just trying to claim pelts?
Yeah, I think the name of the game really is not only to survive day 1 so you get to the bounty phase, but of course to accumulate a stack that's going to be big enough so that you have a chance to eliminate players, collect those bounties.
Yeah, and we'll get to those bounties. Only 20 players will be paid, with the 38 coming back. A good bit of runway between here and the money bubble. Min cash will be good for $34,600, a figure that will be eclipsed by even the smallest of the bounty envelopes which are available. First place is going to be $639,000. Walk us through those envelopes then, if you will, Maria. The smallest one is going to be $40,000, and then on up the line, what do we have?
Yeah, there's a $40,000, a $60,000, right?
Yeah, 80, I think. Okay.
80, 180. All the way up to $400K as the biggest prize.
Only one of those available, though.
There's only one.
And here's what I love. And actually, producer James texted me yesterday to say that he and Luca had been devilishly in the lab coming up with this lovely little idea for a sweat, which is what?
So apparently, so that they don't know right away that they've gotten the big bounty, they pull out the numbers, and as they sweat, it reveals all zeros, and they have to draw again.
Right. So you might think when you've seen your 5th zero on the ticket, given that the other bounties are 5 figures, they're 40 and 80, and then you would have seen an 8 if it was your 180K bounty, all of a sudden you can't assume that you've hit the 400K. You may hit goose eggs across, but of course that is a draw again so as to diffuse any deep disappointment.
I love it. You got to keep these guys on their toes, right?
Now, that draw is going to be happening, by the way, not today. We're going to take care of it tomorrow during the dinner break. And by we, I mean me. It's my favorite time of any given Triton series. I get to live out the game show host dreams. Stevie Chidwick, by the way, as we turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, atop the leaderboard here on home soil. The man from the UK, 1.7 million plus in front of him. Some runway between him and Christoph Vogel saying, and, you know, for Chidwick, he's just shown so much aptitude in all formats. And I do think, Maria, it's fair to say that when mystery bounty formats are in place, the poker changes during the bounty period, right?
Absolutely. And I think generally speaking, there are a lot of players who are familiar maybe by playing online. You know, maybe the mystery bounty came later, but PKOs and KOs were online tournaments formats long before. And so there's definitely a shifting of the calling ranges when there is a bounty in play. Of course, the difference is you not knowing how much the bounty is worth. Usually in traditional bounties, every bounty is worth the same. And so that definitely will create a little bit of an adjustment for some of these players.
Yeah. Now, Stevie's got enough motivation in the form of the available bounties, but consider the heartache that he experienced after being dethroned by Jason Kuhn at the very last stop of Season 2 on the Triton Tour, denied the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award. Here he is with a chance to pick up some healthy points, as we know he is a name that is going to be in the hunt for that award each and every season that Triton takes place. So then, let us get a look back in the app at the 2 feature tables, which we are going to be looking at. At the first one, you find the likes of Stevie Chidwick, that overall chip leader, but he's got a bit of a curveball behind him in Jean-Noel Torel, the very unconventional Frenchman, Maria.
Yeah, JNT is somebody that will always be unpredictable, and especially with the bounty format on the line, I think players are already going to be calling a little bit lighter, but I think especially for him, they're going to be on the lookout for maybe him shoving if he's on a short stack.
Yeah, some tough customers at that blue feature table as well in the form of the Finn, Patrick Antonius, who you see there in seat 3, and of course, Ole Chemion, technically in seat 6. I know it's the 5th one around. There are no seat 4s here on the Triton Tour. Now then, let us look at the red table where we find Vogel, I believe, with 1.4 million in the one hole, and some new faces to the Triton Tour as well. Of course, the familiar ones being Nacho Barbero and Henrik Hecklin. But how about Masashi right there? Looking at his profile, Oya did pay us a visit back in Vietnam, so actually this is his 2nd Triton Tour, and in the mystery bounty, it should be said, is where he notched his one and only cash, finishing 14th for 26,800. Played the millions and the 7 max, did not cash yet. So much quality poker, by the way. I don't know how much you were cobbling around this summer, Maria. Coming out of Japan, this summer in particular, it seemed like they took Vegas by storm.
There were so many Japanese players, and not only did they make their presence known with their results, but obviously a lot of them vloggers, personalities, and always a lot of fun to have at the table.
Yeah, it is interesting because, you know, you start to think that poker's already reached all corners of the globe and we've got critical mass, but there are still markets that have yet to be addressed. I know there was rumor that some casino properties would maybe be opening up in Japan. Some licenses had been applied for, and it's a delight, of course, to see the game reaching out and collecting new interest as, you know, we keep the lifeblood coursing through our veins. So then, as I turn my attention back away from Masashi's profile, we get a look at the payouts. As mentioned, top 20 will be paid, 34,600. And then you have these flat cashes. Maria, talk to me a little bit about that. You know, once upon a time we didn't see the flat cashes, but does it help to kind of avoid anybody looking for the ladders, keep the pace of play up? Is that the idea behind it?
Yeah, I think that the flatter the structure, obviously, it speeds that process up in terms of people wanting to stall a little bit more or, you know, play a little bit tighter for that pay jump. But especially when there are bounties on the line still, though,
Right.
it might still speed things up regardless.
And of course, we've got another little wrinkle in the terms of the fast action system, which was introduced in the 7 Max event, as we seek to do things that are going to always be good for the game. And good for you is the fact that we are just moments away from sending it down to the arena, where we've got our 2 featured tables taking their seats and getting ready to get the cards in the air. Buckle up. Coverage of event number 3, the 40k Mystery Bounty, comes your way now as you get your first glimpse at the blue, red, and outer tables. Mayers, Chidwick, Vogelsang, and Roberto Perez. Blinds at 10 and 25,000, ante of 25K. Overall short stack in the field at present is Alexander Pernot, the Canadian, just 4 bigs, Kiat Lee, 7 bigs, and Masashi, just 10 big blinds. So here we go. Suited and connected. Under the gun is the overall tournament chip leader, which of course makes him the leader here at our feature table.
Yeah.
JNT, King 10 actually dominating Chidwick, who raises to 500,000 under the gun. Is that right?
Yeah, it looks like Chidwick, with that 500K, is effectively putting everybody else at the table all in. You know, Antonius with about 550K, but everybody under that 500,000 chip mark.
Pernod, ace 4 suited, the lone customer. And obviously you recognize that the sizing that Chidwick came with, very aberrant to be opening for 20X, but covering everyone and doing so somewhat affordably. King 5 deuce, and Pernod says, no, no, no. You don't get to claim my 70,000 in EV, courtesy of an envelope. And now the ace makes it official on the turn as
105?
10-9 draws dead. More of a paper cut and a deep wound for Chidwick.
It's the best start you could have asked for. Thank you, my friends.
Stevie, clearly as the table captain, with everybody well covered, is going to start implementing the strategy where he splits his range between hands where he's going to effectively be putting everybody all in with, and then some raises that he will be folding to shoves from, you know, maybe a 10 plus big blind stack, but maybe willing to call off against shorter. And then of course, we'll fold some hands, maybe not too many.
Here we are. The other Canadian at the table, Jonathan Party. It's not going to take long for me to come with some sort of he likes to party, given the bucket hat.
Better than last time.
I think it's good timing. Barbie's all the rage. Come on, party. Let's go party. I
Wow.
don't know. I don't
Come
know.
on,
Okay.
Barbie, let's go party.
I know,
Is that
but
what we were looking for?
I mean,
of Aqua fame?
I was trying to give you an assist. I'm sorry that you
Better
didn't
suit, too.
like my suggestion. We'll move on.
I think that we should have left Barbie back in the kind of annals of distasteful toy
Are you
history.
sure that we can't make come on party, let's go party a thing? You don't hear the
I
difference?
suppose
the
we
subtle
could.
D, T?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. We're workshopping it. This is how you guys know this is a live stream.
It's a work in progress, indeed. Now, Pernod, who's already enjoyed a double, enjoys a peek at Ace King, sitting 260K deep, just north of 10 bigs.
every hand.
There's the jam. Chidwick
Trending in the right
three
direction.
betting, and we're starting to see the effects of the bounty, Maria.
Absolutely, and this is the point in time where Stevie, with already a very healthy stack, is looking to continue to accumulate, put other people's lives on the line.
Oh, and the ace-king is definitely on the line here. Just look at the massive number of outs for Chidwick. Any 7, 10, jack, or queen would do the trick. Ace-king still in front for now, but there is the 10, dreaded in nature, and leaving Pernod in need of an ace-king. Not available.
Good game.
So Pernod will not notch his second cash in his second ever Triton event. He did win $40,500 courtesy of a 25th place finish
My first
in the
mystery
GG
bounty.
Millions Live.
Ever.
As Chidwick.
Congrats.
Wait,
Are there
did he
even
just,
mystery bounties online? Oh,
did
yeah,
he
no,
say it was his first mystery bounty that he's acquired?
Yeah?
Who?
Yeah, I got it. Do I keep it on
Chidwick.
table or what do I do?
Not impossible. You don't think you would end up in the chip lead
94.
without having showered some people to this point?
I just want to know how many mystery bounty events total he's played lifetime so far.
That's huge. On what, GG or? Wow. Oh, you mean all your bounties combined would do that to the prize pool? It wasn't just like one giant bounty.
I think that's Patrick Antonius Maria, but when he's not eating, I can't be sure.
When he's not housing an entire carcass.
Flock of livestock. Man's a machine, that's for sure. And one could describe Stephen Chidwick in a very similar way as he continues to bludgeon. That 100K that he passed over to Pernod, by the way, just was on loan temporarily. He didn't take long to claw it back, did he?
Stevie came into the day knowing that he was going bounty hunting today, and so far it seemed to work out, and especially when you talk about the table draw, that's so important, and the way that the chips are distributed, he's in a really great spot.
Well, it looks like some rebalancing efforts have introduced Steve O'Dwyer to our feature table, and Juan Pardo to our secondary. Actually, pardon me, that is Ignacio Moron Chavero, who just took his seat. I can't be faulted, can I, for the mix-up there? Look at Seth Gottlieb bookended by really similar, even in terms of the shirt. I mean, what happened here?
I'm pretty sure I didn't take 30 seconds.
It's not 30. It's 20.
Oh, it's 20 seconds?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Do you think the
Como
Spaniards
era para los
coordinated?
bounties.
That's a possibility.
Camisita malaca, ¿ah? Ah, qué bueno,
It
qué
shows-
camisita.
You know, some team camaraderie, a little nationalism, perhaps.
Wow.
Gottlieb, a player that was very active yesterday,
You got your glasses? Fine.
day one play, mentioned that his friends told him to probably play a little bit tighter,
This comes in
to
my stack.
To
you know, just
avoid
pick
running
his
ace-jack into
spots.
aces.
Yeah,
I
but
put 410 on the
still
bag and
hasn't
have
seemed
510.
to get that memo.
Lord Vogel
It's a good thing to have.
Maybe you just brought
under the hood.
No, he was kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
3 bets to 130.
Oh,
Oh my gosh. I guess the advice was not heeded as the snapper comes in from Christoph, and oopsie. hesitation on Gottlieb either, and he was sitting fairly deep. Maria, 33 bigs to start this one.
Got a sweat.
Never easy.
Does pick up the gutter. Backdoor Broadway, an option as well. No longer. 9 needed. Not given. So Seth Gottlieb becomes the first casualty of today's coverage here on day 2 of the 40k Mystery Bounty, event number 3. Vogel saying the beneficiary. And of course he will be given a bounty, courtesy of that bust out. You know, once upon a time, when bounty formats were first explained to me, I thought that when someone showers you, you in turn would have to give your bounties to them. And then I realized that means that the winner would just end up with all the bounties. But I thought maybe there would be a cool wrinkle if maybe they get to reach out and take one of your bounties after you get busted out beyond your own. I don't know. I'm evil. You look at the chip counts here. Vogel 2.7 million, now a whopping over 100 big blinds. Not far behind him is Chavero, the newcomer. To the secondary feature table, those chip counts brought to you by GG Poker. Pardo Masashi, by the way, sub 10 big blinds. They're going to be real targets.
Absolutely, and when you get that short, you've lost your fold equity, not just in a traditional sense, but especially because there's a bounty that has a worth of, on average, 70,000. Players are just going to be calling you with anything. So Masashi finds a hand that he's willing to go with, and it would be incredibly rare to see him not get looked up. This is where closing the action is so nice, when you see such a short stack go all in front of you. You know, the later in position you are.
Are you at all surprised by Christoph with the massive chip stack flatting the all-in with the queen 6 as opposed to looking to ensure that he's got a table for 2? Or do you think that flat still pumps fear in the players behind him?
Yeah, I think that flat can still be a little bit hard for some players to continue with. You see Pardo's having trouble with this right now. But also, it is Pardo's life on the line should he come along as well.
So, fortunately for Christoph, nobody else joins the party to spoil
I had queen 5 off too.
his opportunity to collect Masashi's bounty. In front with queen high by a nose. The jack 9-4 board, though, in resiliency on display from the man hailing from the land of the rising sun. Now the open ender, and what Masashi doesn't want to do is hit 2 pair. And instead he makes the flush.
Masashi, flash. Flush.
Again, you just see the benefits of having such a big stack at this stage is you're able to call pretty wide against these all-ins.
Meanwhile, back at the feature, we find Admiral Chidwick at the helm of an armada of 2.2 million. Makes it 50,000 to go, and look at JNT. Ace Queen. Rip City and pocket 10s for Alex Boyka. Behind him is a bit curious.
Yeah, this is a really nice spot for Boyka. I think especially with how active you would imagine Chidwick is going to be with that big stack. And JNT, you know, not necessarily always shoving the right ranges, and Boyka having JNT covered, so eligible to win JNT's bounty is huge here.
Yeah, that makes a big difference in terms of his willingness to play the hand this way. Now Chidwick, I think, obviously is going to have to say goodbye. Look at Patrick, though. Pocket Five's asking for a count. He has both JNT and Boyka covered with the fives, and that overlay in terms of hitting a set on his mind.
You notice how nobody really seems to be that concerned about Stevie's opening range, though,
Yeah.
who has yet to act, who will still get an action when it gets back around to him.
He's not the focal point,
But
is he?
no, not when he is liable to open so wide right now. Antonia's really giving this some consideration. Again, you know, 2 bounties in the middle. How well does he believe his fives are performing? You know, if he's flipping against one player, hopefully Boyka, the one that has the bigger stack, but maybe, you know, is dominated by JNT. That's not a horrible spot to be in, right? But does end up passing it up. But O'Dwyer, I don't think
Good
any
morning,
thought
Ace
needed.
King. As the Irishman puts his 5-10 into the middle, delighted to be dominating JNT, covering both players. Of course, one ace found the muck in Chidwick's hand. You see some relief on Patrick's face as he realizes that somebody had the bigger pocket pair. So a very interesting pot developing here. The side will be between Boyka and O'Dwyer. JNT joins them for the main, as multiple bounties are up for grabs. Nervous smile on Boyka's face here, who's got the best of it going to the flop, and it stays that way. 2 diamonds, 2 sixes, and a 4. And no diamond anywhere to speak of. Turn remains tidy. And now all Boyka needs to do is avoid the rich part of the deck. Ace, king, or queen. And he's done it. 6 full of 10s on the river. He will shower JNT and collect that envelope and then put a mortal wound into Steve O'Dwyer's stack as a lovely, let's call it triple up for Alex Boyka.
We've talked a little bit about the downside of having a shorter stack and being all in because you lose a lot of fold equity. But we didn't really talk about the upside of when you do have a decent hand and you're going to get a lot of action. And as long as it holds, and in this spot for Boyka, you know, he's really going to collect a large amount of chips in a spot where
So
it might not, Party's talking about that right now, you know, you might not be able to get so much action normally with some of these hands, but
Yeah, these are fun.
Yeah, we're so
this format changes everything.
we're really on.
It really does. I mean, it's incredibly unique to Mystery Bounty, some of the action that we bear witness to.
I thought it was going in. Yeah. I thought for sure too.
We talk about ICM pressure a lot. Instead, there's bounty pressure.
Put it that way.
Or maybe lack of
I was
pressure.
going to say, is it pressure or I feel like
Close.
it's a positive
I don't
association?
know these things. Does anyone know?
Patrick suggesting nobody really knows what's right in these spots with the bounties.
You know
I'm sure
who I
somebody's
think
doing some
knows?
work.
I think Vogelsang knows.
Yeah?
Yes. I actually absolutely would bet on Vogelsang knowing
You know
the
Christoph.
calling ranges.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Patrick mulling over ace-4 off.
King jack off right there, right?
Cut off. He'll open.
The only thing is, I have. Yeah, but what's his name? He has like 100K. So it's like Chitty's calling 100% behind no matter what. So it's just, I don't know. Suited, probably send it. Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing.
Gotta love Jonathan Party over on his rail, kind of walking through some of the strat and then coming back and taking ownership of the fact that he's not quite familiar with exactly what's right and wrong here in this mystery bounty format. But to be fair, Patrick Antonius was vocal just moments ago about not being so familiar with them himself, as Chidwick defended his big blind, flops top pair and a gutty. Antonius just the backdoor nut flush draw. And now top pair as he leaps in front improbably.
Very coordinated board.
What if I came over and asked you and you were like, obviously send it, idiot.
135 in the middle. Let's see what Chidwick wants to do. There's going to be some ace-x checking back that flop in Patrick's camp. And then getting there. So he does check it.
Chidwick certainly with showdown, and should he be behind because of this ace on the turn, certainly wants to find a way to realize his equity with that straight potential cheaply. Antonius, though, making it 100K into 135,000.
So the bet of 100,000 got called by Chidwick. He remains unimproved. Clubs show up. 335 in the middle.
You wonder if Antonius is going to be able to find the value bet here. He does have the ace of clubs, so blocks the nut flush, obviously. But would absolutely hate to try to go for value here and get jammed on. So he does check behind.
Nice little pickup for Patrick. Showing a little respect to Stevie there. Not trying to seek thin value with a vulnerable hand that's not going to be able to react well to any savagery. The type that we know Chidwick is capable of. We've seen him put some people in blenders over the years.
And that's why it's good to have that reputation, right? Because then players don't really go for thin value against you.
Sure.
Sometimes you call turn knowing that you're able to perhaps get to showdown on the river without having to put any more chips, and that might influence you calling more on turns because of that. And so certainly it's nice to have a reputation that precedes you.
Obviously, 100% of the check back was not associated with simply being out, out there with ace-4 against Chidwick, but,
It's a factor.
It's a factor, sure. How big a factor in that spot? Maybe not so big, but a factor. Ole Chemion, who's really a bit of an OG in terms of German poker players, Maria, with whom I know you're familiar, ran in those circles for a little bit and got to know some of these guys and hopefully even got to mine their minds for some insights into the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of German players, some that have come and gone, but Chemion, just one of those that have stuck around and have still continued to play at the highest levels.
Nine, six deuce here as Boyka plays the limp pot in position, blind v blind with Chidwick. He's got the gut shot straight draw. 185 in the middle.
C-Bet's going to take that one down.
Uneventful, as we're still getting our feet wet here in event number 3, the 40k Mystery Bounty. Early in the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series, first stop on Season 3. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho, welcoming those of you who are streaming us, regardless of platform, be it the Triton Poker Plus app, which you would be well advised to download and utilize, as we do here at the desk, to keep a firm finger on the pulse of the proceedings, or on Twitch, or on YouTube, the latter of which, obviously, we certainly encourage you to click like and subscribe while viewing. Appreciate your doing so, as it enables us to continue to deliver the finest in live poker entertainment to you free of charge. And Patrick Antonius not going to be charging anything with pocket fours as he looks to sneak in there. Up front limp. Not the kind of line that we would come to expect under normal circumstances, Maria. Yet again, a function of the Mystery Bounty format, just trying to sneak in there and maybe shower somebody with a set.
Yeah, and here Steve O'Dwyer is going to go all in, and certainly, depending on the action behind him, Antonius is going to be loving getting it in.
Now help me understand why it is that right behind a limp under the gun from Patrick that Steve would choose to jam with a Queen-7, knowing that he's got that target on his back and that big stacks or bigger stacks behind him might come hunting.
The problem for O'Dwyer is that he doesn't have fold equity regardless, right? We talk about 105K, big blind is 25K, and he'll be under the gun next hand, and then he'll be in the big blind, and so he feels like this is the best hand he's going to get before his forced all-in effectively.
Well, we've
from
got
the big blind.
another all-in, and it is that of Juan Pardo, as Spaniard on Spaniard violence breaks out at our secondary featured table. The ace-king looking good pre-flop. 8-8-5 on the flop, and things still look good. Deuce on the turn. Oh, and a nasty 6 on the river as Chavero messed with the ace-king bull, but gave it the horns. Showers for Pardo. Pardonnez-moi, says Chavero. You never like to take your countrymen down if you can avoid it, and though they're always going to be playing hard against one another. So then, back over to the O'Dwyer affair, where Antonius ends up being the lone customer, defending his limp for the bargain price of another 80K, enough stack with which to do so, and O'Dwyer's fate hangs in the balance in a 270K pot. Looking to stave off the envelope hunt by Patrick on the Queen-Jack-6 board. O'Dwyer with top pair. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
More filth. As a dagger delivered. But the club draw for O'Dwyer still live. Now dead. And that is a real tease for Steve. Looked great on the flop. And then right there on the turn, the set for Patrick. And we've lost a few players already. Now down to 27 of the 38 that we started the day with. And Patrick doing a little inventory. He is currently 11th in chips overall, north of $1 million, 42 big blinds with an average stack of 985,000, good for 39 big blinds. Welcoming you back to the desk. Ali and Maria with you. Chavero, by the way, who claimed a pelt there, 2.8 million. He now the overall tournament chip leader, 114 big blinds in front of him. Of course, we saw Vogel saying aces against ace-jack, showering Seth Gottlieb. He sits in second. Chidwick has slipped to third overall, but very much in control at our featured table. Where are the blinds? 10 and 25,000. Stepping aside from the action momentarily, Maria, as we've got a table break situation. So we're going to be rebalancing things. And with the opportunity then, with a few minutes on our hands, I want to come back to kind of the mystery bounty concept, and where are the situations in which, because we've seen some things that really, if I hadn't told you we're playing a mystery bounty, you would be scratching your temple and going, what is going on? What's in the Kool-Aid out there? What are the spots in which you most frequently see those sorts of deviations, the common stuff when you're playing in a mystery bounty? Pre-flop, I assume, limping maybe more like we saw Patrick. What is it that changes specifically?
It all just starts with what your calling range is against certain stack sizes. You know, we all know that there's certain hands that you're going to fold against a 10 big blind shove, but here that range is going to open so much wider based on, again, what the average bounty is worth right now, because again, it's a mystery because you don't know, but you're effectively going to put that price tag additionally on, you know, if you were to bust this player, this is what you could potentially, what you're potentially playing for. And so you will see players, especially the ones with larger chip stacks, continue to open that calling range wider and wider. And as far as the limping that you see goes, you know, if you're able to limp and let's say there's a few shorter stacks behind you, that really gives you the option to collect one of the shorter stacks bounties, because again, the shorter stacks realizes that they've lost a lot of fold equity as a result of the bounty being so big and worth so much that they will go all in, and then when it gets back to you, you are able to close the action with your limp.
Let me ask you this, in terms of the phase of the tournament. Now that we're still a bit away from the money, 20 paid, 27 in there, we've obviously drawn a little bit nearer than we were to start today's action where we had 38 players. Is there more emphasis on bounty collection outside of the money where we know that we don't have a payout yet, but we can pick up a minimum of 40K for every player that we bust, right? I mean, that's a complete buy-in, whereas maybe once we get into the money, that becomes less of a consideration because we have payouts on our hands?
Yes, but when we discussed the payouts, you know, at the bottom especially, and how flat they are, actually at that point the bounty is still worth more than what you're making. But you don't want to risk a substantial portion of your chips to collect that bounty, especially when the ICM pressure gets higher and higher. So when we're talking about that huge payouts, the six-figure payouts, when you're making the final table, then of course you'll have to adjust. You're not going to be able to call as wide because at that point the bounty potential is going to be worth less than preserving your stack to potentially win the whole tournament.
So then is the math that's being done, I'm not going to say for the time being when we're outside of the money, but let's fast forward to what you're talking about where there's still ICM pressure and there are payouts available. Is it a calculus of what is the expected value of an envelope, which producer James has advised us, I believe, $70,000, and then what is the value of my stack in terms of preservation and ICM and moving forward, and then deciding, am I going to deviate from what I would normally be doing just in a non-bounty tournament in the pursuit of the EV of an envelope?
Exactly. And I have a feeling you talked about who out there has done these calculations. You know, all I can imagine is Christoph Vogel saying with a beautiful mind whiteboard behind him, because I'm telling you, most people have no idea what those calculations actually look like. But of course, they have a range, they have an understanding, but nobody's really able to hone in on that target because it's a moving target.
I'll tell you what, some people are honing in, and I would imagine that of the people in poker that are honing in, we've got the best and the brightest minds out there in these fields with regularity, and they are doing that work. And as we know, Maria, there are some camps out there in terms of study groups. you know, guys who are friends who are sharing some of that information with one another, maybe creating some competitive advantages. Who knows? And by the way, not everybody shares the same logic all the time about spots. There's still, especially when you're talking about something that maybe is a bit murkier and less empirical, like a bounty situation, you know, there's some room for interpretation, let's call it. And with the room that we have been given, that concludes our little visit to the desk. We're ready to send it back down to the action in event number 3, continuing coverage here with 27 left. And here is a look back at the feature table, where TTC and Eric Wasserson, 3rd and 2nd respectively, sliding in to round the feature out to 7 players in total. Currently 4 tables in play. Coincidentally, the 6-handed table with 27 remaining is going to be our secondary feature table. We'll pay them a visit eventually. And this is Eric Wasserson's first ever visit to a Triton festival. Maria, a guy who is very familiar to you and I from our time spent in Las Vegas. He is local there.
No, but it's only like because we're close to the money, so there's no stalling.
I get that, but I'm saying it's going to be a long time, 10 seconds.
10 seconds is long time.
There's 7 people.
Say 7 people.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
gonna be a long time. We're gonna be playing,
Fast.
we're gonna be playing 10 seconds pre-flop for a long time. There's a lot of
Yes, yes, but
I've never thought more than 10
yeah,
seconds
but I
anyway,
mean,
so it's
it's only if there's no action. So there's no really. I mean, what you gonna be taking time for what?
Jones and
Chidwick. Hijack open. King 10. Queen Jack offsuit for Jonathan Party. Sub 10 bigs, and you see a little bit of a reluctant muck, but perhaps less reluctant will be Antonius in the big. His pocket 7s defend. And they're holding on a jack-high rainbow texture.
Yeah, I do have to mention that for the shorter stacks, as we approach the money, for someone like Party, now you know that you don't really have a chance to collect a bounty because of your stack. So what you're trying to do is you're just trying to get into the money. And so you really have to balance, you know, based on the type of stack size you have at this juncture. If you know that bounties aren't really going to be in the cards for you, then you're really just playing traditional poker in the sense of holding out for as long as you can and hoping that that bounty factor causes more eliminations before you finally get to a stack where you no longer have any playability whatsoever.
35K barrel from Chidwick. Modest and called, and the turn delivers Stevie. Top pair. Second overcard to the 7s. Second check from Patrick.
Stevie can seek value from a lot of hands here, but certainly hoping that Patrick might have something of the Jack X variety. You know, hands worse than that won't be able to withstand a second bullet very often, but a Jack X might stick around, especially on a card that, of course, is going to be perceived as something that's going to hit Stevie's range, and a card that he's likely to represent because of that perception.
$140 into 205.
I did the dance. I got up. Wow. 5 seconds? Today? Yes. Oh, yesterday. I was going to say at 8. Oh, today.
Tonius being very sticky here.
Yeah. Stevie taking note as the board really crumbles in terms of 7s. Backdoor diamonds showing up, the queen filling in a whole lot.
So sick. So fun. Yeah. The pain is fun. Yeah. Yeah.
I check.
No.
I check.
He does, maybe. The superhuman people.
Not the best card for Stevie necessarily to go for value, but you know, he does have some type of
I don't. I never did.
straight blocker, but
I know
there's
I
not going to be many hands containing, you know,
I don't play that much.
the 10-9s that could possibly get to the
225?
river very often. And he knows that, so
Forever. Maybe not.
Maybe some of the backdoor diamond stuff that he's unblocking, though, would have been of concern,
Yeah.
but he expects that Patrick would just lead out with that stuff.
yeah, there's a chance that he thinks that Patrick would just bet the river and hope to get called in that spot because of how coordinated that river card makes the rest of the board. But still, again, just showing why Stevie is elite.
Yeah.
Patrick appears unconvinced.
Well, we've seen Patrick make a lot of hero calls in general, but I remember one, you know, in Triton series specifically, and he's no stranger to being put in these tough spots and coming up with the right decision. And does make the right decision this time.
Yeah.
Always thoughtful and deliberate about their proceedings are these two gentlemen, so generally speaking, don't expect a whole lot of snapping.
Stakes vary so much.
Also, like, other people's mistakes and hands were not mistakes. Like, so random.
You mentioned Wasserson, Ollie, before. I think he got into a little bit of a convo with Antonius, but do you have any idea what prompted him to come out to this stop in particular?
Well, I think the ease of travel between Vegas and London in particular is
Big bluff.
attractive. Obviously, stops in Cyprus and Vietnam don't
See on
offer
TV.
direct flights. Believe it or not, it might have boiled down to just that, if I had to guess, because Was has a nose for high stakes, likes to play cash, doesn't mind getting involved in a tournament if it's enough to move the needle. He'll be playing the 250K Invitational, invited Nick Schulman as his partner. That's normally my
Saw
partner.
that.
What's he doing?
Nick's cheating on you with Was.
I know. The thing is, the potential paycheck in a 250K
Might be
tournament
slightly more than what he could make in here.
slightly bigger than the small guarantees given to us here in the booth. Boyka, ace-8. Cutoff open to 55,000. Belarusian will take it down. As I mentioned earlier, this is Boyka's second visit to us at a Triton.
You know what we're also not going to see a lot of? Not that we do see a lot of this normally, is walks, especially when you're in the small blind and you have the big blind covered, or when you're in late position and the big blind is a shorter stack. You're not going to see those go unopened.
Boyka back at it with the king-queen off. Party. Activating from the cutoff with the ace-8.
Deciding he's not going to be able to hold on much longer and that this is going to be one of the best spots he'll find Fortunately for him, he is ahead slightly.
Of course, Boyka all too happy to get it in there with the king queen. Has party well covered, and we'll see if the party's going to be over. It's the ace-8 suited. Is in front, 540K. 3-2 favorite. Let's see 3. Not a bad 3. Ace high still in front, open-ended as well. Turn is clean, and you saw a nervous look on Party's face, by the way. Now, a few less nerves perhaps. Got to fade the king or queen, and he's done it.
Heart rate over 140 for sure.
I love it though, you know,
Thanks.
with so many poker players, you feel like they're a little dead inside, but it's nice to see people come out here, play in their first Triton series, get into this spot so close to the money, get a double, and really be willing to wear their emotions on their sleeve.
Wearing emotions on the sleeve, by the way, not exclusive to Triton newcomers. You have the likes of Chris Brewer, who is always willing to keep it real in that respect. And in turn, I respect that. Obviously, I know a lot of people would frown upon it and say that maybe it's a detriment to your game. You should be totally even keel out there at all times. But I think if that's not authentic and if that's not actually where you're most comfortable on the felt, then it can actually take away maybe. And, you know, famously, I remember Daniel Negreanu had gotten some coaching, and he had, you know, turned into a completely different animal for a while. Very stoic, very quiet, no speech play, arms down at his sides, and he wasn't happy, and he wasn't in his zone. And then decided, you know what, I'm going to go back to being me. And it hasn't stopped him one bit from being successful, has it?
Right, and it's exactly what you said, Ali. It's about just being authentic, and I feel like in the moment, as long as it's not disrespectful, you know,
haven't
in the
heard
moment, if
anything,
you win
but
a hand, it's
there are
okay to
players,
celebrate. It's okay
at
to
some
have
point, but, I mean,
that
I
emotion,
can't
to be
play
able to
everyday
let it out, to
tournament.
have that release, because I think for
Or
some
maybe
players
after
it
the
allows
tournaments,
them
we can
to
have a
play
game.
better poker even, and it allows them to
interested to play
refocus and be
after?
more present in the moment.
Like probably like, I don't know, 2K, 4K.
Currently present is a Boyka Chidwick confrontation on a 9-high board. Advantage Boyka with the better kicker.
2 hours have passed. Both some.
Trouble brewing
You played
for
a lot of tournaments or
Chidwick.
no?
Yeah, yeah, it was terrible. I did scoop one of those flips. Did you play those flips with him? Where like you get 7 cards?
No, I just played the main event. Just,
No, it's the
what?
flips in Bobby's room. Did you ever play one of those flips? You get 7 cards and like the best hand wins, and then you play Omaha. And then you
No, but I
55K.
saw how they were playing.
scooped one of those flips. That was the biggest spot I won. So
The C-bet.
it was so sick. I got dealt queens and 9s. It was good. It's 5, 7 cards.
Yeah.
And then I flapped quads with queens into Omaha. And then I kept the queens and hold'em and won 7 ways with queens.
Chidwick obviously will continue.
You had,
Will not improve, however.
what you had? What was your hand?
Queen, queen, 9, 9
Yeah.
was my card hand. I kept that for Omaha. Then I kept the queens for hold'em. You got
Or you get just get 5 cards, right?
you get 7 cards.
7
and
cards.
you throw away 3.
Or you throw away 3. I don't think I have played this. I don't know. I don't waste my energy on these kind of things. You know, I have a limited amount of energy.
It doesn't take a lot of brain power.
It depends what kind of
more
brain you
straight
have
man.
wired.
Something interesting here.
It doesn't.
Maria sensing perhaps the range advantage of a board texture such as this one. Chidwick goes from being a check caller after defending his big against the Boyka Open to leading out.
And you can see why Chidwick is choosing this line. I mean, he absolutely feels like there's so many hands in Boyka's range that are just going to check back the turn when Chidwick calls the flop. And so because of that, doesn't want to miss out on perceived value. We can see that he's behind at the moment, but certainly Chidwick feels
would
like
love
he
to
should have
stay
the
and
best
play
hand, and
mixed for, like,
especially
if
wow
we can
after
play
that
every day,
river.
but
No, I'm definitely.
Both players with trips, but out-kicked by Boyka's queen.
And
I
note that
definitely
Boyka
not.
flat calling is absolutely going to leave Chidwick feeling lovely about trip 9s here.
What you gonna do?
Could
Go
certainly
back?
see him going for a
Vegas?
big sizing.
Boiling hot Vegas?
No, I think I'll go somewhere in.
Something that would be designed to make it look
Holiday
polar, like
Europe is
busted
so nice and
spades,
some-
some sort of combo draw.
Yeah, definitely. You know, there could just be some 7x spades type combos, you know, 6x spade combos just out there in Chidwick's holdings.
Yeah, a little semi-bluff lead on the turn.
Even Jack 10, which is kind of nice because Chidwick has a 10 in his hand, feels like a very natural bluff. Two-handed.
Big overbet, and it's going to put Boyka all in. And he doesn't take long to make the call. And we'll be very excited to see that it's just a nude 9. The house not full. Though Boyka's cup will now runneth over, as he will haul in a very nice pot.
Really unfortunate cooler there for Chidwick, whose day was going so well up until that pot. Still going to have enough, though, to pursue some of the bounties at his table of the shorter stacks, but definitely not as comfortable as he once was.
So for Boyka, the big pickup now going to catapult him up into 3rd place overall. And it will leave him the big stack here at our feature tables. So a delightful start to the day for Boyka. Had really been largely flatlining till the upswing. Here we find Party with the blinds at 15 and 30,000. Making a little noise. Wasserson surveying with ace-10. I like to see that, by the way, out of Eric Maria. Not that myopic kind of looking down at your own cards and then the opener, but rather situational awareness, which is always so key. Comes with the flat.
Very important to take stock of all the stacks behind you left to act. See how many other players you have covered. See how many other players might have a sub 10 big blind stack. And here Wasserson calling, just really trying to go for the bounty of Party, having him covered, hoping to play post flop and get a favorable scenario for himself, which, you know, with the interaction of those cards, you know, if Party flops top 2, Wasserson could easily have a straight draw or a straight already. So certainly some possibilities here.
Oh, my God.
God.
Top and bottom pair for
Wow.
Wasserson. The nuts for Party. This is disastrous. And the board texture being as wet as it is, Maria, I wonder how Party's going to proceed, by the way. Obviously, a check might look very suspect. So he's going to barrel. And now I was going to say, with the board as wet as it is Was maybe more inclined to put the raise in here?
Yeah, you know that Wasserson just wants to get all the chips in the middle, right? You know he wants to make sure that bounty is in play. So it's just about if he thinks Party's hand is strong enough to go along with if Wasserson just decides to raise right here, right now.
All in.
Yeah, and this is just going to be standard fare for these holdings, but Wasserson not drawing dead.
Obviously, having Party well covered is a nice situation to find himself in, but for the time being up against the nuts, absolutely not. The good news for him, as you mentioned, Maria, that he isn't drawing dead. Ace or a 10 would do the trick. Spadeless, that fact remains for Was. 4 outs to fade for Party, and he's done it.
How was the heart rate?
Insane. I wish I was wearing a monitor.
If it was 140 on the last all-in, I'm going to say it
like
was
oxygen and
145 this time because much bigger
whatever
pot
makes breathing easier.
puts him in a really comfortable spot now.
Third redraw at 20.
At
21.
what heart rate do we seek a medic?
I actually
Oh,
read
no
that I
problem.
think anything over 160, prolonged, you know, without exercise, without some type of active form, heavy cardio is dangerous.
Conditions
Three bet.
when the heartbeat goes beyond 120
Just three
to
bet.
140
Cash
beats
games
per
are
minute
probably
or
win that
falls
bet.
below
No, it's just less
60
painful.
can be considered dangerous, and
don't
immediate
play
doctor's intervention is a
One big
must.
blind cash game.
I do the elliptical and my heart rate's 130, so I don't think that range sounds right to me. 120 to 140, come on. That's nothing.
You do the
That's fun
elliptical,
when you win, though.
and it goes to
That's
130.
definitely true.
Yeah. I go hard on the elliptical. Don't
I was
no, no,
just
no.
gonna say.
Don't judge
course.
this as if it's like my health that's the issue. No, it's about
I would imagine.
I'm
it's
on-
Oh, no, no, no. Listen, I just even hearing the word elliptical raised my heart rate. I mean, can only imagine what being on one would do to me.
I'm on 15 incline, max speeds. All right.
I would love to pretend that I know what those words meant, but I think one needs to frequent a gym in order to be familiar with such nomenclature.
I think if you have good genes, you don't need the gym. I feel
My
like
jeans
that's what
don't fit anymore thanks to not going to the gym. Chidwick, ace, jack. Makes it 70 to go. Tie, or rather Boyka, with the ace-5. Defended and binks the nickel on the jack-5-4 board, but it isn't enough as Chidwick has top pair and an absolute stranglehold on this one.
Honestly,
125.
felt like the turn was going to be an ace. Really felt like it. That's the sick part. I don't know what happened.
125K follow-through barrel here. Don't see a muck in Boyka's immediate future.
No, especially not against a button opening range. Going to be a lot wider and consist of a lot weaker hands than the ace-jack that Stevie has. Feels like Stevie and Boyka might just be destined to tangle with each other today.
Note the sizing, 120 into 185 is an extra
Exact board.
240.
Patrick and
Slide in.
Stevie.
Quick second check out of Boyka. Are we at all worried about the king if we're Chidwick?
I don't think particularly so. I feel like obviously any of the stronger kings would have found a 3-bet from the big blind, any of the premium holdings, like the ace king, the king queen, the kings, of
300?
course, all of those hands. You know, maybe some king jack offsuits will just call, but that's all he's really afraid of. You know, I don't think that that's the concern here, as you see Chidwick going for value. Going pretty heavy again, 300K. Boyka himself blocking some of those premium holdings, blocking the ace king, blocking the ace jack, blocking the hands that he feels like Chidwick would have to be able to barrel big on the flop and come with a second barrel on the turn. But especially against someone like Chidwick, this would be some real heroics, because you don't expect Chidwick to be somebody who, if he were on a bluff, would give up very easily on the river. So you still have that thought in the back of your mind of, what will it cost me on the river if I continue here on the turn?
Everything being weighed by Boyka. And he settles on a fold, Maria.
You're very good at that spot. King, Jack, 4, 5.
Well served to get out of there.
Same hand both times. Different. Crazy.
Loss given. Stevie a little ribbing there. Noticing that the board texture developed similarly to the pot that Chidwick played against Patrick, where Antonius had the 2 7s. The thing is, Was, Chidwick's good at all the spots. So don't worry about that one.
Uh, 60.
Pocket queens here for Eric.
No shame in folding.
Yeah, I think he will just fold this hand and not
just 'cause he
feel
said it.
any shame.
Slightly disappointing for Was, who wouldn't have minded.
Notice the reverse, though, on that. The no shame
you
in
were in.
folding, trying to
Oh, yeah.
get him to call.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
That'd work on somebody with a bigger ego, but Party looks like he's here to have a good time.
Well, if you want to have a good time or get your fix, there is one place that we advise you to do so. The dramatic music teasing our sponsor element here. Waiting. There it is. GG Poker, the world's biggest online poker room. Sign up today to get $100 in rewards or 100% up to $600 match deposit bonus. Never mind qualifying for Triton events. It all happens at GG Poker. Use promo code Triton_2023
No, it's 10
and
seconds.
get yourself a host of benefits. Offer available to new players only.
Shemian finding his spot. 8 big blinds. Chidwick wanting to get after that bounty, but again, just too many players behind him.
And
Being
one of
able-
those players wakes up with ace-queen. Apologies for the interruption. Vietnam's Triton Chu. Redub TTC.
Again, just the importance of being able to close the action or to be later in position.
Gonna flat the 235K, which is roughly 8 bigs. And now you see Boyka with all those newfound chips, wondering whether or not he can get after the Shemian bounty as well with this ace-8.
Very desirable spot, especially having Chu covered as well. Decides to pass up on it and party.
Jack 10 offsuit small blind, obviously part of the 7-figure chip stack club now, but not sure he's going to want to spend, let's call it, a fifth of his chips to get in there out of position, no less, with other fairly deep stacks looming. Patrick, queen 5 suited.
Oh yeah, that's right.
What's on Patrick's mind here?
He's wondering if it might be a lot to invest potentially to call and see a flop. You know, it's 8 big blinds pre to see a flop with a suited hand. Or maybe he's considering, if I tried to shove, does Chu have a good enough hand to call when he flats here? All options seemingly available in Patrick's mind as he really considers this situation. You do want to be careful, though, because some players,
So he just called, right? Yeah. Call.
yeah. You do
Just
want to be
make sure.
careful to not.
Better safe than sorry.
Go on, Maria.
You do want to be careful, though, because some players will have traps when they flat
235, right?
all-in shoves, knowing that a big bounty's on the line because of that, right? Because they know that maybe some
Yeah.
player behind them will try to get busy.
Looking
with the
to
ice.
induce.
Exactly.
So then, a dry side pot develops between Antonius and Chu on the Queen 9-7 board, where Patrick is in trouble. Top pair, but out-kicked. Shemian obviously in trouble as well. Ole doesn't have any other decisions to make as the all-in player.
All in.
Oh my goodness. Patrick jams the snap from Triton Chu, and you could see Patrick immediately sensing things were bad.
Yeah, noticing.
Backdoor diamonds covered.
Exactly. He is in rough shape.
8 of diamonds. Whoa.
And this is why those bounties are so dangerous, Ollie. Most of the times you wouldn't see somebody calling 7 more big blinds to see a flop with a suited queen here. But
Yeah.
Antonius did that to take a shot at the bounty, and it got him in a whole lot of trouble.
Third queen doesn't help him. He can hit the 5 or chop with a 9 or a 7 as Shemian realizes it's time to pack his belongings. And a blank on the river leaves Titan Chu collecting 2 bounties and a healthy infusion of chips, Maria. That's the most carnage we've seen thus far on the day.
Take care, man. Playing with you, brother.
We lost 2. Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
That's up, man.
Well, it looks like Patrick does have a bounty from what I could see there.
Wow, what a fucking hand. So sick.
Feels like Patrick is really going over that one in his head on the way out here, Maria, just kind of wondering whether or not he should have found the muck pre.
Yeah, I think it's especially risky when you consider that Chu had him covered. Maybe if Chu didn't, that might have been a better spot if he was the one with the covering stack. But it's always hard when you're trying to go after a bounty and instead someone else collects yours in the process.
Oh, it's by hands?
They do it, yeah, they track hands on all the tables.
Process which
And
yields
then if the
71
table
bigs and
breaks, they make sure all
2.1
the
million
tables are level
plus
before they fill in the
Oh,
space.
really?
in front of
that's next
Titan
level.
Chu.
So
As
then-
you see
so
his chip
tankings
count
are
brought to you by
relevant.
Jacob & Co.
Completely irrelevant, yeah.
So what's the point of even having the 10 seconds? Because tanking doesn't do anything anyway. So
I mean,
why,
it
not just,
still gets you close.
why not just keep it normal?
Yeah,
It doesn't
no.
do anything to
You
tank
don't,
in.
you don't need to.
Yeah. Now it doesn't make sense again.
Yeah. I guess they're 2 separate measures that are both
But-
implemented different.
But
times.
like the most important hands in the tournament, you have like the least time to think. Doesn't really make sense.
I suspect that they'll.
Hmm?
I suspect that they'll stop doing this.
Yeah.
This is the first time.
I mean,
they've
if
done
they're
it, they're trying it out.
If they're tracking every hand per table, then it's complete. You don't even need a shot clock at all. I mean, it's of course good for the game to have the shot clock, but as long as everyone understands that tanking is irrelevant, just only use it for Kristoff. Give him like a 1 minute.
Hi. Can I get a
Gonna say
Americano, please?
some discussion there between Was.
I guess there's
and
still a
Chubik.
very small advantage to be gained in being behind, just because you have more information with which to play those.
Well, I mean, when you get really close to the bubble, yeah.
yeah.
My big blind, right?
I guess he comes single big over there.
Single big,
If you have
Rebalancing efforts
big blind only.
bring Chris Brewer to join the feature. Currently 24 players left. Producer James advising that we are on a soft hand-for-hand situation with the blinds at 15 and 30,000. A quick peek at the overall stacks, not inclusive, or rather, forgive me, inclusive of Brewer, who just brings 13 big blinds to the party. 390,000. Fairly deep stack table relative to elsewhere in the room. Titan Chu, third in chips overall. Ignacio Chavero and Vogelsang, 1-2 overall. Oya Masashi. The short stack has been down there for most of the day. 40 big blinds. Chris Brewer actually the second shortest stack in the room right now. Meanwhile, onwards we march, and that newly minted 2 million plus in front of TTC brings a raise to 65,000, which is flatted by Boyka's dominated Queen 10 suited, and now Party with Ace Queen on the button, Maria.
It feels like if Party could have it his way, he wouldn't want to be in situations where he has to get involved too much, but here feels like it might be mandatory to put in the 3-bet to squeeze when you're on the button against a hijack open and the cutoff flat. Plenty of dead money to target. It might be good to use that image to your advantage, though, if people know that you're coming here and that perhaps the cash is going to mean a lot to you. They might not think you're going to be out of line in these situations. They're going to give you quite a bit of credit for your 3-bets, for having a strong range.
He's got a job. He's a commentator. Your professional role player.
You have total 1,100,000.
Little less, but over 1 million I had to start, yeah.
What's your business? Sports betting.
Never cost.
Right, you don't play tournaments already.
I'd never, ever play as a pro. I'd be completely dead. I torched it.
Don't chew. Releasing his ace-queen. Boyka making a move forward toward the pot, but we rapidly move it back over to our semi-feature table, where Lord Vogelsang has King-Jack suited here in the face of an Oya Masashi jam. Just 130K. Shortest stack in the room, and the reaction from Vogelsang is to 3-bet and seek privacy.
Whatever the tough spot was 130, so.
Aces.
Privacy acquired as we hear Masashi with the cheeky declaration of aces. 54%.
Live cards.
He is a favorite in this 335K pot. King 10-3, and that is no longer the case, says Vogel. Flops top pair, backdoor diamonds brew. And the 5 of hearts quashes those hopes. As the 10 of clubs quashes the remains of Oya Masashi's stack as he flings the bounty over to Christoph.
Never played one single hand in his entire life.
Didn't that happen in this Deuces
Now here we
episode?
are,
One, yeah, like some guy
back at the feature table. Well, you'll recall Titan Chu opened to 65,000, Boyka flatted. The 3-bet from the button of party came in, which put Ty's ace-queen into the muck.
Yeah, and they were just like,
But not the queen 10 suited of Boyka, which is now
Yeah, I don't remember who
improved in the form of a gut shot and a flush draw, but he had the best hand on the flop with the pair of tens. No longer the case as Party, who checked back on the flop,
at least she knew she was what you
fires 215,000 on this turn. Top pair, gut shot of his own. Way the best of it, Maria, but being put in the blender here by Boyka.
And you could see why this is such a tough spot for Party. I mean, Boyka could have tens in this spot some of the time. I mean, I would imagine with Jacks plus, he would have 3-bet himself.
I said I was going to win it like level 2 as well.
I just don't know what Party's going to do. Maybe he's regretting betting the turn because it puts him in this type of spot that he doesn't want to be in, to have to call off right now for his tournament life.
No one calls with.
Just not too much that they don't catch.
Blocks King Queen though, which is pretty important. When you think about the type of hands that are going to call the 3-bet pre-flop, of course, all of the suited Broadway combos make a ton of sense.
It was very rare.
Yeah, people
But-
just like have the,
You see him smiling because he knows what a gross spot this is.
Yeah, he doesn't block with that queen of clubs, you know, blocking king, queen, but doesn't block the queen, 10 of diamonds.
That's Ike says that's his favorite game. Portland.
Well, listen,
Doesn't-
he's
doesn't
in
block
front
the
of
queen.
with ace queen.
Right.
Party's in front of this sort of stuff.
Right. But
Either
I
Ike
don't
or
think he
Stevie.
wants to call off for his tournament life, though, is the problem. I think, sure, if this is a,
Brewer. I wish I knew how to play like Brewer.
Probably not.
if this was a $500 buy-in tournament, yeah, he'd flick it in there, but this buy-in is massive. The min cash is huge.
Wow.
Oh,
And all that pressure from Alex Boyka, who did have a chunk of equity,
Can you tell me?
manages
Diamond.
You have it?
Stack of diamonds. Good.
to send that
I'd be
winner
so sad if you didn't.
for the time being
So
into the
sad
mug.
if you did.
That's where you really want to rabbit hunt and just
Are
go,
you
oh
happy
yeah.
He did?
If he had it, I'm gonna be very happy. Yeah.
Be happy.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, if you're not going to be happy if he did, just don't even look. Come on, Chris. Do the right
We
thing.
just had this discussion.
thought it
Just kind of
was-
one
Give me
without
your
the other.
bounty.
Just give it to you. I mean, you gotta at least win.
I said we just had this discussion. You can't have one without the other.
Oh,
I'd be really sad if he.
No, you can. In this spot, you can. You can be really sad if you got bluffed and then just feel like nothing if you made the right fold. Because it's not even, it's still sad because you lost the pot.
65.
No, how much is the main cash? I can't see. 42?
34.
Call.
That's pretty sick.
Chidwick,
Definitely playing
65K open.
Okay, min cash though.
That is
TTC
tough.
with the red fives flats.
What about when you play a 120K? I mean, I'm not doing that, but I'm sure some people are.
It's really tough when the min cash is 34K.
I bet someone's in for 160.
Oh, for sure. Dude, there was this 50K in Madrid. It was like the bloodiest 50K ever. I think I was in for 6, Jason was in for like 6, and Dan was in for 6. It was like 100 horse in field, or 100 inch in field, and just
You guys had a third of that.
we had a fucking fifth of the entries between 3 players or some shit. It was just the 3 of us just in a rotation line at the registration desk.
Sounds like you guys were playing great.
I, for one, made no mistakes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Every single hand was just cool. What can you do?
Yeah, yeah,
10-8
exactly. You
board
just ran
here.
really bad.
Yeah.
Chidwick with the betting lead and the gut shot and backdoor hearts. Puts a quarter pot in there to see what's what. Even though 5-1 feels nice, pocket fives do feel like they lack a future, Maria. And as such,
Oh, I can't remember.
you see Chu
I had fucking queen
binning
eight.
them,
Dragon.
giving that one to Chidwick.
Was queen 8 good?
Some runouts.
Huh?
On some runouts.
Fuck. Oh, that's too much.
Stevie being honest, but, you know, still keeping it cagey, just not giving too much away.
They're up.
Your level?
Boyka. 80 for 8s.
5 seconds.
You should get 20 for here, right? So he has 10
Yeah.
more seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, Party a little bit surprised to be told 5 seconds is In opened pots, we get 20 seconds. The fast action
You have
system
three
is
full
such
sets
that
of
you have
white, right?
10 seconds
Yeah.
to act
Yeah.
in
Yeah.
unopened
Yeah.
pots.
One thing I liked about
Just
when
open
we
two.
were
And
in
you'll
Vietnam
notice that
was
there's a
the
couple of
the
red
Vietnamese coffee. It was
time
unreal.
banks
It
that have
was
been
so
delivered
good.
to everybody here on
Very
this
good Vietnamese coffee in
soft
Vietnam.
bubble with 23 players
shocking.
remaining, 20
That's
players paid.
It was so good though.
Those can only be utilized
Also, like normally, I feel like when I
pre-flop
travel, like
in
all the
those
coffee is less
unopened,
caffeinated.
unopened
This was
spots.
the exact opposite. It was just like
yeah.
I took a line of Coke. I was like, whoa! I need to play some poker.
You saying this coffee is really good, yeah?
I mean, it is good here, but I was saying the coffee in Vietnam.
Oh, Vietnam.
Yeah, the
like straight
Vietnamese coffee
espresso.
there. It was just incredible. With the condensed milk. Ollie the John was just hitting him like a drug addict.
Listen, Chris, I may have overindulged out in Hoi An in the Brown Bulls. And there may have been a brief addiction. But then we left Vietnam, and thankfully I can't find them anymore. Although they are available over on Spring Mountain in
The
Vegas,
coffee feels
Maria.
good. The coffee at the other hotel, not good.
At Intercontinent.
Yeah,
It's not good.
no.
Ollie, you've managed to escape a lot of the normal vices, the
It was actually,
alcohol,
today was really bad.
the recreational
Well, it
drugs.
is-
So
it
you
was
know
like-
what? You
was
can
like
have
mild in the
Vietnamese
pot
iced
next to, like,
coffee.
something
It's
else.
fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It really was.
I appreciate
I
that.
felt like there was no caffeine in it either. Like they just poured some
Producer
water
James, you heard Maria. She says that I
They
can
poured
have
water over the beans and just dropped
some
it.
coffee,
They gave me the cup
perhaps.
Like that big, and it was like, it's
Yeah.
filling. I was
You would
like,
be
"Ah,
inclined to
can I have
bring
6
us
more,
one
please?"
here to the desk?
It's a pretty nice hotel overall.
Oh, beautiful.
Brilliant eye roll from producer James, who's not to be bothered with such requests. Certainly not during a Formula One weekend. Ace King. 2 queens and a 9. As Chidwick dominates Titan Chu. Blind versus blind. Slow played pre.
I'd imagine Chu would be happy to come along for 40k with ace high. No reason to not feel like this hand is good and has a lot of showdown value.
Yeah, Chidwick would be probing
You're like, I'm like, what are these
with a number of hands. Now all of a sudden, the deuce works its way to this turn card. And let's see if it was a one and done kind of swing at this one for Chidwick.
Makes sense, yeah.
Obviously, it's not just Queen X and 9X that Chu is calling this flop with. So there could be some merit to barreling once more. Some frequency for Chidwick.
So is bet flop too?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a good card for you.
Yeah. Should be.
Decides to check it. Pot control from Chu, who checks back.
Yeah, turning queens and deuces really only puts him ahead of better ace highs, but really not much more value to be gained. So I could see why he chooses to just get to the river here. And now Chidwick taking a little bit of time, wondering if there's value for him to be had with the best nut no pair. We're going to check.
$135.
Wow. Look at this.
Yeah, finding really nice value. Maybe because some of the draws that missed, some of the straight possibilities that did not come in. The
Chidwick would have to
10-8s,
kind of bluff catch against potentially. But, you know, as played, I don't know how much big ace Chu is going to be assigning to Chidwick. And as such, you know, we need to ask ourselves on the river, Titan Chu does get paid off here. What are the hands that will pay us off. When we block the ace highs, it gets a bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, but sometimes king highs might look that bet up, but in that situation, definitely ended up getting the value he was seeking. Probably, as you mentioned, a bit surprised to see
seen you in out.
a hand as big as ace king there.
Sure.
Never seen you in out of time banks. I was trying to think.
Although I don't know whether or not Chidwick's hand ended up on its back. I think obviously as the caller, Chu just showed the deuce and has no idea that ace-king limped in front of him. As we get a peek at the chip counts, blinds. 20 and 40,000 with the 40K big blind Annie, 100K in orbit. Boyka up top, 2.3. Chu on his heels, and Chidwick trending in the wrong direction right now. 1.4 million in front of him, but 36 bigs more than enough for him to operate off of. Chris Brewer, the shorty, with 7 bigs. That was some pretty chunky value that Chu got on the end there too.
I was
135
surprised by the
200.
sizing for sure. That definitely was a lot more than I thought he would try to go for, but hey, it worked against one of the best.
Not wrong about that.
Yeah.
Merciful end to the extended remix.
It still speeds up.
Protracted chip count situation there.
That's a valid point.
Yeah, because like if one tape was playing fast, although even if you're gonna do the catch-up thing, you still have to wait like
For sure.
10 minutes to catch up instead of.
The catch-up is so good though.
It's great.
Yeah,
No,
it's like the best solution.
Oh, it's
I think.
amazing. Yeah.
Coming from the World Series, where it's just like you don't go hand for hand until the literal hand for hand like bubble, and they just have no concept of like soft hand for hand. Or anything like that.
Blind versus blind.
Yeah.
Queen 9 morphing into 9s on the King 9 tray board here. Limp pot pre. 2 quick checks. 2 gut shots. Courtesy of a jack on the turn.
I think I just might have made the worst fold in the history.
You got a lot of competition.
Hmm?
You have a lot of competition
For the worst
for that title. Yeah.
Really?
This guy's ruining my life. This guy's ruining my life. Here.
This one is,
Second round of checks on the turn is a 3 pairs on the river. Choose kicker
I mean,
negated.
it's pretty fun to be honest. It's nice.
Nice change of pace.
I don't feel bad at all.
Now it gets busy.
Shoe seeking value, but Boyka with the queen high. I don't love this hand to call with as much just because you block some of the
My parents don't watch.
natural bluffs, potentials, some hands that you might be chopping with the queen X that might have had the same draw as
We
you.
get one more hand.
Does fold.
They made sure it
Small
goes high
pot,
under the gun. It's
easy to get away from.
I've been selling pieces to the tournament directors. That's the
Probably
secret.
do that.
They made sure old J.
I say I don't know like what the shortest
Just in
stacks are,
case
but
someone's listening and gonna
whatever.
take this seriously.
certainly not the worst fold in the history of
Collusion,
tournament
that's
poker.
right.
I don't know, man.
Yo, trust
People,
Twitter, yeah. That would. Oh.
I mean, maybe I would have gone with it, but Alex just spooked me, to be honest. Could have shoved, but, one play little hand got violated over here.
Rest assured, Maria and I are still here with you, but anytime the table is chatty, we seek to defer to the conversations, the flies on the wall.
For what? For light?
for a loose open, yeah.
I thought I was too, and then I decided I wasn't good. It wasn't loose. It wouldn't have been loose.
85.
Actually. 85.
10-8 suited.
I set myself for a tight open, and then I sold.
Button open to 85,000 from TTC. Boyka doesn't rate to be the man interested, but then it'll come around to party in the big blind here with these pocket threes. Just 45K more to call.
How much are you going to play? How many events are you going to play?
Depends if I run out of money or not.
I mean, you'll play, I assume, the PLOs regardless, right? And
I mean, I'm not. I mean, I will. But I'm not very good.
oh, really? But you play PL.
I do.
Party coming along.
No, I don't. I play it in the main.
And his defense
I play like some home games.
puts the King 7-5-2 club board out there. The threes are technically in front, but note the equity, 55% in favor of the 2 overs and flush draw with 2 to come.
I don't know why they haven't done a PLO mystery bounty or a short deck mystery bounty.
Yeah.
Both those games seem like.
Short deck would be a little much.
You think it's enough already?
I mean, yeah, that would be that would be one. The short deck. Every hand would just be everyone would be
5
all in
all
every
in.
hand.
105K bet, and
All right, now we redraw. Let's go.
that'll do it.
Did you have a king? Let's play one more. No.
Tournament director Luca Vivaldi coming forward to advise that it's time for a redraw as we are down to just 21 players on the stone money bubble here. It will be a hard hand for hand as we get down to 3 tables of 7. That redraw means that we'll be disbanding this group of merry men. Brewers 7 bigs might find themselves in a new home. Same with Triton, choose 61 bigs as we bring it back to the break desk. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho, and we'll be going to a quick commercial break. But before we do, Maria, just kind of touch and go. It doesn't have the trappings of a stone money bubble vibe out there for the time being.
No, everyone seems to be having a good time, playing quickly, of course, as a function of the fast action clock. But
Is it mystery bounty business that's doing that?
Yeah, it has gone a little bit slower, though, than I thought. I thought that maybe the bust outs would happen a little quicker, just because, again, the lack of fold equity and the short stack shoves not really getting through. But yeah, it's taken a while to get to this point, but I think after we break the bubble, it will go pretty quickly.
Yeah,
from
that
there.
tends to be the case. So quickly, we as well will send you to a break. When we return, though, continuing coverage of event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty from right here in London. Stay close.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main event.
Larger than all of GTO traffic reaches all-time high. Jump. No way!
Did you know that GTO Wizard has a great little tool called Turn Reports? For example, here under the gun checks, and then calls hijacks bet. We'll take a look at the turn reports, check, and here we can see exactly how hijack should play across every turn card. We can even go so far as to see the expected value of their range, or specific hands in their range. This is a great way to improve and understand where your money comes from on later streets. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
And welcome back to the JW Marriott Grosvenor House, Marriott property right here on Park Lane. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho, continuing coverage of event number 3, the 40k Mystery Bounty, part of the 2023 Triton Super High Roller Series. 21 remain, Stone Money Bubble up top, a beautiful payout of $639,000 awaiting our eventual champion, and $34,600 if you can end up on the right side of this bubble, which of course is going to be tough to do, especially if you are on one of our short stacks. As we turn our attention to the Triton Poker Plus app, as is standard and customary, $290,000 in front of Chris Brewer, who was at the feature table just before the break, 7 bigs, Roberto Perez 9 bigs, and then look at these multiple stacks of 10 bigs for Nacho Barbero and Johannes Strava. The presence of these stacks, I would imagine, Maria, is going to be that which influences the remainder of the field to get real snug.
Yeah, at this point, having a big stack, they're going to be in control, and everybody else is really just going to be folding until the point where the bubble breaks, and then, of course, there's going to be a bit of a bonanza after that.
Yeah, but obviously those bounty envelopes, the expected value of $70,000 per envelope means that those shorties are going to have some targets on their back anytime that they choose to enter a pot. So let us get back down to a couple of new feature tables. Post redraw, and your first look at them comes now. Triton Chu and Alex Boyka, the boss stacks at the blue table. Look at Nacho Chaverro, the current overall chip leader with 86 bigs, 3.4 million in front of him, a big gap between himself and Divorce. And then you've got the lean cuisine on the outer table. 27 and 25 bigs, respectively, representing the two biggest stacks there. Henrik Hecklin, one of the owners of those stacks. I believe it was Was. Who was the other?
Yes, Mom, I'm playing with Stevie. I hope you're proud. Where is the world champion? Oh my God, he's
Nacho, big content guy these days.
Well, he joined Team ACR. I would imagine there's some deliverables associated with that.
You're making a story of him making a story?
Yeah. That's it. The story of the story.
Yeah.
Imagine TV with Stevie like doing social media and stuff. That would be. He should do it, bro.
Antoine Saoud, by the way, a name who may be familiar to those of you who keep an eye on the World Series of Poker, former main event final tabler, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Maria? Crickets. I'll do the work.
Google, shall
I'll
I?
do the work.
I don't have thick enough skin for social media.
What?
I don't have thick enough skin for social media.
Producer James advising that not
mean to me and I'd
on
be
just
sad
one
about
but two occasions Saoud has made the final table of the World Series main.
Wow.
Yeah, somehow under the radar for you.
For us?
You have a daughter now.
No, I knew. I
It
was,
was a
you know, I
question.
got a little insecure when you got quiet.
Indeed. Confirmed.
Meanwhile, perhaps a little insecure are these two tens on the ace-deuce-3 board as Alex Boyka has chosen to activate. Check popping.
If it will be just this. Just doing a story of 10 seconds.
I think it's just probably his demeanor at the table is just so... I don't know what it is. Just there's a lack of ego. It's a strong table presence that Saoud has, but maybe that's why I think we know that he's been around. We know that he has incredible results, but maybe just one of those players that is hard to remember that someone has
You're saying he's not memorable? How dare you?
I didn't say that. I didn't want to
Sacré
use that word.
Meanwhile, very interesting turn card for Boyka, who bloated this one, courtesy of the little check jam, asking a question of Saoud, who did make the call with the two tens, mind you, Maria, and now with an ace pairing on the turn. Interesting little spot for him. Boyka, with the wheel gutty and the acquired backdoor spade draw, choosing to pump the brakes, and that's going to look a little bit peculiar to Saoud, is it not?
I think so, and I feel like, especially with this ace pairing,
They've been wrong the whole day.
really great card for Saoud's hand,
Yeah.
and you
I don't
see
know who's
him
taking notes.
going
Ever
ahead,
since you took those chips out of
betting,
your pocket from the first event.
trying to capture some value.
Bro,
Two
what
flush
supposed
draws
to have?
out there. Straight draw possible.
It says I have 385. Bro, can you believe?
You added like 180 or something?
I always had this. I had this for like the last 575.
One starting stack?
185, 585. Bro,
yeah,
That seems to be the right price for Boyka to come along.
Bro, I
with
wrote down yesterday 410.
the combo draw.
510.
Credit to
I was so
Saoud
tired
for
last
properly
night, I missed
identifying
my
that it
stuff.
is an ace-X sort of kit in Boyka's hand here, and coming with a sizing that retains.
My bag, 'cause like I got there late. I got here
Two
late and
tens
I look
are
around.
good.
I started counting, I'm like,
900K in the middle.
this doesn't seem right.
Double paired board now, which means kicker issues that Boyka's line might have been associated with it in terms of an ace-x from time to time, Maria. Resolved?
Yeah, I doubled through at the beginning. I went to
Yeah,
like,
I don't
900K.
feel like...
I doubled through Christoph.
Yeah, I feel like So isn't able to go for value, but probably not too afraid of much. Just a good run out, I think, ultimately for the tens.
Saud flexing early at the feature. Currently a top 10 stack in front of him. This is his third ever Triton event, his first ever festival.
I feel like he's going to win. The combination of Hecklin and just Watson is going to be so sad about it.
Looks like we've got an all-in situation here between Hecklin and Wasserson. Henrik has the best of it.
Ooh, it's never easy against Hecklin.
That was about as easy as it. Yeah. That was flopping a bit. That was an easy-ish.
Looks like a full double up headed Wasserson's way.
Ace King there in front of Eric?
More than what it says. I have 585 and it says I have 385. It's kind of...
That was for pretty much all of Hecklin's stack, less 2 big blinds.
Yeah, no problem. No, it's just because like if the player...
It was ace-7 suited there for Hecklin. As it got all in pre, Was actually turned the nut flush draw. Queen Jack 6, 2 diamond flop, deuce of clubs on the turn.
I don't want that.
You don't want to get called lighter now.
I mean, when you put your chips in and stay all in, I'm going to look at these.
Queen paired on the river is all Was needed to do was fade the 7.
385. Trust the app blindly.
I mean, it's not the same lines as like on 15.
No, it's the same.
For you, yeah.
Between 10 and 15 is the same. If it was more than 15, then it would be different. But
for you, that you're so rich and you're like the Chidwick, of course. Nothing.
we can't learn every stack size by one big blind. We've got to chunk them together.
Pocket jacks now in the stewardship of Stephen Chidwick. $90K open. Not piquing anyone's interests. All the way around to Monsieur Saoud.
Did you know that? Okay, too soon. Fine.
Were you going to say that he made the main event final table twice, Maria?
Yeah, I was.
Too soon. 6-4 suited as he makes the pair of 4s on the flop, enough to keep him in a little bit of trouble, one would imagine. As he checks. Range advantage as the big blind defender.
Quite a few possible draws on this flop. Might Chidwick want to go a little bit bigger than normal? Yeah, gonna go 180 here. And that is definitely going to pique the interest of Saoud here with second pair and some running straight potential.
And specifically because it's as meaty as it is and it begins to create suspicion?
Yeah, it certainly feels like it can be a hand as strong as an overpair, obviously, but also sometimes some hands that can turn a lot of backdoor equity with some overcards could also go for the sizing and really put a lot of pressure on 4x, 3x type holdings.
10 on the turn. As the heart draw comes in, neither player with a heart.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, spoiling to the viewers.
Asshole, Barbaro.
Yeah, I'm an idiot.
Second check in front of Stevie, and is he going to have
What we're talking about? 150.
signs on leaning even harder? We get our answer. Quarter pot sizing, though.
150. I should have 2 people.
So now, in terms of the big sizing on the flop and then the downsizing on the turn, what do you make of that as we see the 4s unable to take the heat?
Yeah, I think now that the board gets more coordinated, if Chidwick wants to get value from 9x and from hands that he has beat, then he has to probably go a little bit smaller, because certainly the 4x and the 3x are all going to fold out.
2 idiots. We have something in common, like then we started running good. Think about it. It took our best version. Everything happens for a reason in life. I would have rather have my 10 million there, but it's okay.
I feel like Nacho's talking about the Luna collapse, something he may have gotten his nether regions caught in.
It's not funny, it's that easy, yeah. I mean, now I really value the money.
Degen into some shitcoin and get rich? Who wants that?
That's what I'm doing right now every day. I'm spending all day on my computer degening on
the
shit.
next shitcoin of 100xing? Okay.
They are.
You haven't given that.
I went hard on CAS, K-A-S, Caspa, you know?
No, I haven't been paying attention at all, basically.
Oh, it's sick. They sold like the Bitcoin trilemma. And it's like a proof of work. It's sick. It's gonna be on the top 10. No, it's actually, no VCs. It doesn't have VCs. It's like all organic, and like the guy that created it, it's on the white paper of Ethereum. You should take a look at it. I think it's the best thing on the market by a lot. I mean, the market cap is very high already, but.
Did you learn your lesson?
Nacho evangelizing the coin. Perhaps the lesson there is make sure you pump whatever you've got a position in.
I'm gonna tell you, but we're gonna get depressed.
Should I just reverse huge whatever that coin was on account of the fact that Nacho's in it? I wouldn't do that. I'm not that guy.
Alluding to the fact that him and Espen have that in common, because I think it was pretty well known after Espen won the main event that he said that he had invested a large portion of his net worth before his score in winning the main event happened. And when crypto tanked, he did lose out on most of that money that he had invested, only to find himself in a pretty good position not too long after.
It's always a nice rebound. You can snap win the main to make up for crypto losses.
You should pay attention.
In crypto?
Yeah.
I'm too much of a nit now. I'm just very nitty approach to everything.
What?
Because I'm not aiming for like the sky.
You just wanna keep it.
Yeah, it feels like keeping it is a good idea.
So basically,
I mean, how much money would one have to have before, you know, just allowing it to work for them? just a little bit at a time. Just maybe a CD, perhaps.
I didn't look. Oh my!
A CD. Maria, stop it.
I mean,
Everyone fell asleep.
Check me on Queen's Plus. Why? What's the difference? What's the difference?
Don't show it.
What am I gonna do, live? I mean, you didn't look it up. Save me one. You're dead. There's no way you're winning this. I mean, I made a light call anyways, because I don't know, but. What's the difference? I mean, like, I probably still would have shoved.
You probably
Oh, I guess. What you got? I got 8. I guess.
Was 6th in chips overall coming into this one. Brewers second shortest stack in the room here on the Stone Money Bubble. Eric ripped it in with pocket kings, I'm being told. They're not officially on their backs yet as they wait for hand action to complete elsewhere, so as not to adulterate things. And Brewers already copped to the fact that he has 8, so hang on a second. We've got developing spots elsewhere in the room on an ace-high board. Christoph Vogelsang, pre-flop min-raise opener, takes a peek at it with Devoris and Ivy. Callers as well. A round of checks on the flop, a round of checks on the turn, and now not one but 2 players have made trips, and unfortunately for Phil Ivy, he's outkicked by Devoris.
Yeah, rough spot for Ivy, and it looks like he is considering a lead. Look down at his chips, especially considering the turn action. Certainly looking to get value. Is going to find out very shortly that those trips are no good. But first, what will Vogelsang do with the 10s? There are some draws from the flop that missed. It is a little bit of a tough spot for Ivy to be bluffing into 2 players. Vogelsang doesn't block the Jack 10 of hearts, the Queen 10 of hearts, some of those hands that might find a bluff spot here, trying to represent that king on the end. You wonder how often Ivy would be betting, let's say, you know, an ace-x type hand into 2 players.
Christoph taking his time, not the last occasion on which I'll be saying something to that effect. Redeeming the time bank there. Lord Vogel puts 10s into the bin. Ivy was actually drawing dead on the turn, given that Vogel was involved with those 2 10s. No path to a victory, and the absolute worst card in the deck has come off for him as he's bet half pot here. Gotten through 1 spot, but
400.
Now Devoris heard from as he makes it 400,000. And that's a bit merciful, Maria, insofar as Ivy has the opportunity to flat and be spared the showers.
I think because Devoris feels like Ivy's range should be pretty weak here. If it's not just a straight up bluff, then maybe it's some weak ace-x's that can't really withstand a whole lot of pressure. It's hard to think that your opponent, you know, has the case king in their hand.
We can't be jamming here, can we?
No. I just think that as played with the action checked around on the turn, there's just very few bluffs here in Devoris' hand. Yeah. It's just not a line that I think players will take as a bluff. Ivy doesn't like it. Counting out what he would have behind if he calls here and is wrong.
Look at Dvoris giving nothing away.
Given the pre-flop action, Dvoris certainly will have a pretty strong range here. And so all of these big king X's, king queen and king jack suited, unsuited combos certainly can be in his range. Feels pretty enticing to Ivy in terms of not having to call much more to see. But again, just feels
How many have I
like
used? 4?
there just can't be too many bluffs here, if any, coming out of Dvoris. So at that point, doesn't really matter what good of a price you're getting.
$250 to call for a shot at 850, but stone money bubble implications, which are absolutely confounding the scenario here in this awkward spot for Phil Ivey.
Ivy certainly thinks it's worthy of using a few time banks.
Phil giving his all to every single spot. That in part why he holds 3 Triton titles and 12 cashes totaling almost $6.4 million and gets away from the 250K milking by Dvoris, who had him crushed. That means that Chris Brewer can finally swing the bat with his pocket eights against kings.
Pocket eights, 2 red eights. Eric Mosesson holds pocket kings, king of clubs, king of hearts.
See Jorstad over for a front row seat from the feature.
King of diamonds. Yes.
Hoping that the bubble bursts and that the kings hold, which they do thus far.
Ace, no king of diamonds.
Ace? Ace is a good turn. Any other king is over? Ace is good.
I'll take jack of diamonds.
Ace?
Ace.
Ace?
I'm pretty open to a diamond,
Ace?
to be honest.
That is a jack of spades.
No diamond draw picked up by Brewer.
Can you toss it to me? Can I squeeze it? It's a
Let him squeeze
anyways.
Let him squeeze. He probably doesn't even know how.
That's true, I don't. But I'll have fun anyways.
Ross will teach you. He's a mixed game player.
Oh, yeah.
Three-side spade. Holy fuck, good game.
An eightless river means a cashless journey in event number 3 for Chris Brewer, who will have the dubious distinction of being the bubble boy here in event number 3. And moods are lifted elsewhere in the room as the top 20 are all in the money.
Time to check in on John Party's heart rate.
Oh, if you do it that way, yeah.
You think it's lower or higher?
I think it's actually higher. He's excited.
Just from excitement, yeah.
ITM in a Triton event.
Come on, Party.
Nacho. Gonna check in on him for us.
Yeah, fellow
This guy won the 100K
ACR man.
Panther package on ACR. Sick.
Yeah, I won one of those satellites as well.
You won? Now?
When like a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, really? For this one?
Well, I didn't use any of the binds yet, but 110 package.
Or for how much?
110.
Yeah, no, but how much was the buying?
2.6.
Alex Boyka
Yeah, it was very good. Very good tournament.
Very good.
gets us started.
Do they also
in the
do
money
like
action.
qualifiers for that 2600?
No idea.
I think so. I think they do.
So you can qualify for less, for like 260?
Yeah.
Wow.
Raise and take it.
this okay or not?
Yeah? No? Okay.
Cheater.
Hey.
No, that he has his right. It's not allowed here, bro.
Okay.
Bro, this guy has more TV tables than you.
Doesn't take much.
He's always here.
Always here.
He's always here, right? Trying to pass on cheater, of course, some reason. Unreal. Nonsense, bro, like all the time. I mean, if I say something interesting, you will know about it. I will repeat it in case.
Dvoris, by the way, has become the chip leader with over 3.1 million in front of him after beating Ivy in that hand. Chavero has slipped to second overall. Triton Chu third. Down at the bottom is Henrik Hecklin, who slides into the money, Maria, with just one big.
You three-bet with ace-10?
Huh?
You saw yesterday.
That's always fun.
With the king
Doesn't
10
happen
suited
very
of,
often.
Sam?
How doesn't he shove ace-queen there?
Yeah, it's crazy.
I love the four-way shove by Sam there.
Yeah, it's good.
That was sick.
I didn't check it, but I think it's good.
I didn't check it either, obviously, but
Seems good.
I think in that situation against Yuri and you, it's pretty good. Against other players, I wouldn't do it. But
140.
Barbero holding court, doing our work for us for the most part. Very chatty at the tables, by the way, and you know, it's a natural extension of his personality. I've come to know Nacho quite well from playing in the mixed games in Las Vegas, but also kind of serves to keep people not too heavily focused or invested in the task at hand, is a natural byproduct of that. Going to be tough customers in terms of, you know, successfully achieving that goal, if we can even call it that. Looks like we've got another all-in and a call back at Wass's table. On this occasion, Roberto Perez appears to have found the showers. He took ace-king up against the aces of Johannes Straver.
I mean, should we make a bet whether we think that Hecklin can make the pay jump with one big blind? That would be sick. Back to this table where Boyka 3-bet with the ace-10 suited and actually gets Heath to fold the better hand.
So nice activation there from Boyka back at the feature.
Have you taken note, Ollie, of Heath's penguin card protector? Penguin figurine, it looks like.
I have now. And if I had to bet on where he got it, I'm going to hold Steve O'Dwyer accountable. Maybe that's Steve's side hustle. I mean, I know he's successful, but, you know, multiple revenue streams, generally one of the avenues toward wealth creation, let alone multiple Triton caches. You think he's got a little tchotchke business on the side? He's just peddling these good luck amulets and figurines?
Wasn't there a time when Steve O'Dwyer's sister was making poker players' likeness in some type of, I want to say, is it like some knitted type good, or what was it? I'm Googling this, very much like I Googled the Saout stuff.
I have no recollection of this. However, I do know for a fact that Henrik Hecklin is all in. Brian Kim is then jammed over the top of him, which provides some protection. Don't forget, the bounty hunt is very much on here. And so Stravar has gotten involved in this pot as well, as he calls the jam from Brian Kim with Queen Jack. Stravar has both of these guys covered. Kim with Jack 10, 7-8 for Henrik, and Hecklin, the man who hops in front on a 7-high board. The turn is clean. Oh, but the river. A binky for Johannes Stravar, who picks up not one but two bounties and showers two players at once.
Just knockout. So bad. Very unlucky for us.
Showers for Kim and Hecklin, mercifully on the right side of the bubble, of course.
Okay, you're right. No, we needed a 7 on the turn and then an 8 on the
Flat payouts for them in 19th and 18th of 34,600 apiece, the same amount collected by Roberto Perez moments ago. As all of the bloodshed taking place there at our tertiary outer table.
We'll stay here for the table talk, go out there for the action.
Yeah.
Because clearly, these players haven't really been getting it in at that frequency.
All in blind.
All in blind, yeah, ever.
That's the life.
We made a paint shop. Yay!
Oh, really?
I'm only down 40,000 in the tournament now. Yes.
Okay, nice.
Winning. I need to make what? Top 10.
When is the next redraw?
Top 8. Top 8, I make 2,500. No, I still lose because of the rate.
When's the redraw? The redraw is the final table?
14.
14.
Yeah, it'll be a redraw 14, right?
Oh, yeah.
Must be so.
Yeah.
Earlier, we overheard Espen Jorstad, former World Series of Poker main event champion, picking up, what, over 8 million, was it? The year that he won? Saying, I'm very nitty now.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how to tell you this, but if you park 8 million in my bank account, nittiness is not going to be the response. I'm going to blast.
But have you experienced, Ollie, losing a really large chunk of your net worth before, where when you
get
Maria,
the money daily.
Oh, okay. Well, then you live in a different world than most people.
No, go on. I'm being facetious. So you think it's the byproduct of those deep losses that he incurred in crypto prior to winning the money, and now going, I've been given the second chance.
Right. Like, how many lives can one person have, right? I think you got to appreciate when you get another chance, a little reset to make better decisions with your money.
Well, listen, getting involved in crypto is precisely how many people that you and I know blasted into orbit in terms of net worth. So the decision was good. It just depended on the timing and the specific coin.
Yeah, but we don't know how much of their net worth they put into it at
That's
the time.
true. You know, portfolio management.
I don't know if all of those people were all in. You know, if we're talking about maybe the JMOs and the Ryan Fees of the world, who really did well from crypto early on. I don't know. I think they might have been responsible. Like, maybe, 50% might have even been okay.
Here's the thing I don't understand about all those guys that got in early. A 2-bagger, a 4-bagger.
Oh, is it back?
These are incredible multiples to be earning on an investment.
Until 14?
Who on earth hodls into a 1000x or even a 100x position?
But I think that's also a function of what they bought into it at. If first of all, some of these poker players were mining it on their computer, right? So there was no financial investment really other than the electricity and the computing power involved.
So a total free roll.
That's pretty nice.
I would hold if it was a free roll.
Yeah, there you go.
You're right. You're actually right.
I also have to say that thank you to Max Silver, who I'll continue that in a second.
Who what? Maria?
For confirming that Steve O'Dwyer's sister indeed made figurines. Clay
Oh.
ones. Clay ones.
Okay.
I was wrong about the type.
What'd you say, knitted?
Yeah,
So we
but
take a look at the chip counts here.
Or we could just all just chill, couple pay jumps.
Lord Vogel, once he goes to the hood, we know that he's playing a pot. And under the gun, he will raise open to 80,000. Currently 5th in chips overall. Slightly inconvenient to have the bigger stack of Devoris to his left. That stack is flatted, and now the hand that haunts Jonathan Party, Ace Queen, pops up yet again in a raise and flat situation.
this
No
time,
hesitation.
yeah, decision made much easier by the fact that they're in the money and wanting a little redemption, perhaps.
Not
Probably
a
going to
lot.
find out pretty soon that he folded the best hand earlier.
Well, interestingly, Vogel asking for the count and then Party chiming in not a lot. You ever make anything of somebody who's trying to downplay the significance of their jam? I'm splitting hairs maybe here, but for me, I'm like, why? You want me to call? You know?
Yeah, it feels usually it's going to be first level in the sense of they're going to have a strong hand in that situation. You see Vogel fold because Divorce is yet to act behind him. Still a sizable bounty potentially on the line here.
So relatively modest investment, Devoris deems, for a shot at 70K in EV, courtesy of a Jonathan Party bounty, should the pocket threes hold against this Ace Queen. 190K pot as Party's dream intact for the time being, but at risk.
He does. 0.
46% equity, and that number slips.
It's not a great start.
The deuce, also such an unfortunate card to be tethered to the 2 jacks, given that the threes can't
Ace
be counterfeited.
Ace
No.
ball dealer.
3rd jack on the turn. 6 outs or the ace, and the board does end up filling up, but the pocket threes will play.
Good game, bro.
So, end of the road for Jonathan Party, Maria.
Calls for celebration.
$38,600 going to be headed home with him.
See you.
GG's issued. 17th place finish. 16th also will be 38.6. And then we'll see a pay jump. So then, a quick peek at the remaining chip counts at Devoris's table, where he is up and over 3.5 million deep. Stacks abound. Phil Ivey, the shortest of that 5-pack, 925K. Scheduled break is upon us, which means we'll be bringing it back to the desk here. Ali and Maria, glad to have you with us for the run. And as we head to that break, Maria, kind of prophecy came true. You thought that we might grease the wheels. We thought that we might see some people envelope hunting and feeling a little bit more comfortable if you're a shorty getting the chips forward. And unfortunately, for those short stacks, it didn't seem like anybody was able to spin.
Yeah, it looked like also on the outer table that we covered, there was a bad beat against, causing 2 eliminations. So when those things naturally end up happening and stacks get consolidated, we are going to see a lot of those quick bust outs happen.
Yeah, the Queen Jack, of course, of Johannes Straver, the hand that ended up earning him not 1 but 2 bounties and 140K in EV. So we will part ways with you for the time being. Very briefly, we'll be back continuing coverage of event number 3. The 40K Mystery Bounty comes your way after this.
GG Poker. So many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
biggest
event.
poker site.
Larger than all other GTO passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Do know that GTO Wizard has flop reports that show the correct strategy across all possible flops. In this cutoff versus big blind spot, cutoff is supposed to c-bet more than 80% of the time, and we can even group these together and filter these reports. They're a great way to improve your strategy. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Ace Queen. Rip City and pocket tens for Alex Boyka. Behind him is a bit curious.
Yeah, this is a really nice spot for Boyka. I think especially with how active you would imagine Chidwick is going to be with that big stack. And JNT, you know, not necessarily always shoving the right ranges, and Boyka having JNT covered, so eligible to win JNT's bounty is huge here.
Yeah, that makes a big difference in terms of his willingness to play the hand this way. Now Chidwick, I think, obviously is going to have to say goodbye. Look at Patrick, though. Pocket Five's asking for a count. He has both JNT and Boyka covered with the fives, and that overlay in terms of hitting a set on his mind.
You notice how nobody really seems to be that concerned about Stevie's opening range, though,
Yeah.
who has yet to act, who will still get an action when it gets back around to him.
He's not the focal point,
But
is he?
no, not when he is liable to open so wide right now. Antonia's really giving this some consideration. Again, you know, 2 bounties in the middle. How well does he believe his 5s are performing? You know, if he's flipping against one player, hopefully Boyka, the one that has the bigger stack, but maybe, you know, is dominated by J&T. That's not a horrible spot to be in, right? But does end up passing it up. But O'Dwyer, I don't think
Good
any
morning,
thought
Ace
needed.
King. As the Irishman puts his 5-10 into the middle, delighted to be dominating J&T, covering both players. Of course, one ace found the muck in Chidwick's hand. You see some relief on Patrick's face as he realizes that somebody had the bigger pocket pair. So a very interesting pot developing here. The side will be between Boyka and O'Dwyer. J&T joins them for the main, as multiple bounties are up for grabs. Nervous smile on Boyka's face here, who's got the best of it going to the flop, and it stays that way. 2 diamonds, 2 6s, and a 4. And no diamond anywhere to speak of. Turn remains tidy. And now all Boyka needs to do is avoid the rich part of the deck. Ace, king, or queen. And he's done it. 6s full of 10s on the river. He will shower J&T and collect that envelope and then put a mortal wound into Steve O'Dwyer's stack as a lovely, let's call it triple up. Najad alongside Maria Ho, welcoming those of you who are streaming us regardless of platform, be it the Triton Poker Plus app, which you would be well advised to download and utilize as we do here at the desk to keep a firm finger on the pulse of the proceedings, or on Twitch, or on YouTube, the latter of which obviously we certainly encourage you to click like and subscribe while viewing. Appreciate your doing so as it enables us to continue to deliver the finest in live poker entertainment to you free of charge. And Patrick Antonia is not going to be charging anything with pocket 4s as he looks to sneak in there. Upfront limp. Not the kind of line that we would come to expect under normal circumstances, Maria. Yet again, a function of the mystery bounty format, just trying to sneak in there and maybe shower somebody with a set.
Yeah, and here Steve O'Dwyer is going to go all in, and certainly, depending on the action behind him, Antonius is going to be loving getting it in.
Now help me understand why it is that right behind a limp under the gun from Patrick that Steve would choose to jam with a queen 7, knowing that he's got that target on his back and that big stacks or bigger stacks behind him might come hunting.
The problem for O'Dwyer is that he doesn't have fold equity regardless, right? We talk about 105K, big blind is 25K, and he'll be under the gun next hand, and then he'll be in the big blind, and so he feels like this is the best hand he's going to get before his forced all-in effectively.
Well, we've got another all-in, and it is that of Juan Pardo, as Spaniard on Spaniard violence breaks out at our secondary featured table. The ace-king looking good pre-flop. 8-8-5 on the flop, and things still look good. Deuce on the turn. Oh, and a nasty 6 on the river. As Chavero messed with the ace-king bull, but gave it the horns. Showers for Pardo. Pardonnez-moi, says Chavero. You never like to take your countrymen down if you can avoid it, and though they're always going to be playing hard against one another. So then, back over to the O'Dwyer affair, where Antonius ends up being the lone customer, defending his limp for the bargain price of another 80K, enough stack with which to do so, and O'Dwyer's fate hangs in the balance in a 270K pot. Looking to stave off the envelope hunt by Patrick on the Queen-Jack 6 board. O'Dwyer with top pair. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
More filth. As a dagger delivered. But the club draw for O'Dwyer, still live, now dead. And that is a real tease for Steve. Looked great on the flop. And then right there on the turn, the set for Patrick. And we've lost a few players already. Now down to 27.
And in the big blind is a shorter stack. You're not going to see those go unopened.
Boyka back at it with the king-queen off. Party. Activating from the cutoff with the ace-8.
Deciding he's not going to be able to hold on much longer and that this is going to be one of the best spots.
And welcome back to Park Lane in London, the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho, welcoming you back to the break desk here in event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty. Event number 4 also taking place elsewhere in the room. On that break, ran into a few players who are in for multiple bullets. As you know, when they're milling about and you're not on a scheduled break, it's always an awkward conversation. You know that they got showered for at least a bullet. Not sure whether or not they're going to be buying back in. Okay, then. With a few minutes left before we resume action, Maria, I ask you what it is that we should be keeping an eye on here with 3 tables remaining in this 7-handed event, 16 left. Dan DeVoris up top.
Well, earlier we were speaking about what happens with the bounty implications before the money. And now that we are into the money and as we continue to get deeper into the money and those increasing payouts, we start having to think about how do you identify spots where perhaps the bounty and what your chips that are in play and what your stack could be worth for the money that's up top in the payout structure, when are those going to match up to a point where maybe you should stop bounty seeking and really seek to try to win this tournament in the end?
Yeah, thus far, as you touched on, the fact that the payouts have been below the EV of an envelope. In fact, the min envelope is 40,000 and no payout had eclipsed that for the first 4 that we've experienced. 16 players left. We're still not in that realm with $38,600 on tap. It seems like the bounty hunt is very much still on and on everyone's mind. But as you mentioned, a tipping point will come at some point in time. TBD whether or not everybody's zeroing in on the same threshold or not. The pay jump, once we get up to 15th, will be about $4,000 exactly, in fact, from $38,600 to $42,600. DeVoris, of course, we mentioned up top as the leader. Current short stack overall is Antoine Saout with just 11 big blinds. And there is a look at the distribution of the 3 remaining tables as we get action underway on the back end of this break, which means the blinds and antes have gone up as well. 25 and 50,000, 50K big blind ante, 125 in orbit. And when you're playing short, that adds up rather quickly. Boyka, DeVoris, and Wasserson, the bosses at their respective tables. And you see Espen Jorstad with 12 big blinds, the other short stack that we might anticipate will work its way forward sooner than later. Boyka, Queen 9 offsuit in the cutoff, doing big stack things. Currently 6th overall. Defendable 9-7 suited. One gapper for TTC.
Chu, who I have to say I wasn't really familiar with until today. I've really been impressed with what I've seen, just been able to pick his spots well and played a lot of hands well, you know, found some thin value earlier we saw against Chidwick. And things like that will really help propel you to a bigger stack.
Both players with the open-ender advantage. Chu, insofar as he has binked middle pair with his side card, despite being dominated pre. And he's going to come out swinging, it looks like. 90,000 into 275, Maria.
Chu feels like he has a lot of hand in this spot. And again, putting Boyka on the part of his range that has a lot of overcards in this spot and not likely to bet himself if checked to. We see that Boyka actually does have some connection to the board, as you mentioned, in the form of the same straight draw that Chu has.
So the 90K is called, and very fortunate turn here as Boyka makes the same 9 high straight that Chu has.
175.
That is 175,000.
Now in comes the raise to the bet to 175 from Chu, and perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself, anticipating a raise from Boyka. Especially with no flush draw on board, nothing to worry about, or maybe that's the reason behind not raising it up, Maria?
Yeah, I think if you want to keep some potential bluffs in here, or, you know, of course, the lower end of the straight, you know, if Chu's sitting on a 4x type holding, there's not a whole lot of reason for Boyka to raise. And of course, 10-9 still out there as a possibility.
So the flat call, and nothing complicated about a jack on the end. 800 in the middle. $575, the bet from TTC. And this has got to be meaty enough, I would imagine, for Boyka not to be looking to raise just in case the 9-10 lurks. You might not think that 9-10 would take this line, but obviously the last thing you want to do up against a guy who has the bigger stack is shower yourself with a jam, right?
Yeah, and we've seen people make that mistake before. And sometimes, you know, in that spot, just better to call. And again, not a whole lot of value in raising when your opponent is willing to fire 3 barrels with a 4-liner out there. I feel like at minimum, their value hands will just contain a straight.
So they carve it up and fight forward.
Raise 100,000.
Chidwick, ace-7 on the button. Gets through Chu's small. Barbero, however, going to defend with the jack mystery. Down go the shades. And up pops the flop. Queen 9-8. Gut shot at a minimum for Barbero. Just the ace high he started with for Chidwick.
Chidwick probably doesn't love this flop. You know, if Barbero just completely whiffs and has all of the low-end cards, then ace high is still going to be ahead of that, but you certainly don't want to be betting what is showdown value, and especially when you make top pair on the turn.
Yeah, lovely ace of hearts, the product of a check back from Chidwick, and still not sure what Barbero's got. Could have picked up a heart draw here.
Yeah, Barbero with just that jack of hearts certainly has a hand that has a lot of possibilities. Could potentially even have a straight already.
Second check from Nacho.
It does somewhat feel like a check with range for Barbero because it feels like an ace is going to be a card that Chidwick will want to represent or could potentially have.
$275K. Full pot.
Well, Barbero's mannerisms doesn't look like somebody who wants to play a big pot with their hand, so not surprised to see the fold.
Or maybe
you got lucky on the flop.
Or maybe that fucking.
I got lucky on the turn.
I think it was a flip pre-flop, and then yeah, I got lucky on the flop. Nice bluff, Stevie. Nice bluff.
I like that Chidwick is kind of willing to trade the barbs with Barbero, you know, mildly, but nevertheless not letting Nacho do Nacho things out there without some pushback.
Yeah, and usually Chidwick can be pretty quiet at the table. It doesn't really engage. But who can resist just giving it a little back to Barbero?
Absolutely. Chidwick dominated here. His ace-9 open gets jammed upon.
85? I think I had 935 and then posted the ante.
Whole lot of hand for Heath. But again, we talk about the potential of that bounty. And so even if ace-9 normally would not be a hand that one would consider calling off for about 20 bigs, with that added equity, with that added money in play, should Chidwick collect the bounty, he does make the call.
So Chidwick flops an ace, but he is outkicked, as the prospects were always grim for his holding. Willing to risk a good chunk of his stack for a shot at the Ben Heath bounty. Wait a minute. Hard on the turn. Now, suddenly, any 9, any heart. Anything but on Ben Heath's mind, as the king keeps it clean. And an incestuous Brit-on-Brit exchange here. Ben Heath, the beneficiary.
What do you order?
Chopped salad with chicken.
I feel like ordering too. Yeah, but I'm not that hungry, but I kind of want to eat in this spam hours. Already starving.
Haven't seen much of Espen today, but he was the beneficiary of a huge pot doubling through Sam Grafton last night with a cooler with aces versus kings. That really helped him pad his stack for the day today. We haven't seen him get involved too much so far.
Now Heath, freshly minted 1.8 million, which puts him above the current average stack of 1.7. Doesn't want to get in there as Triton trying his hand with an ace-9 from the cutoff. Boyka defending. Fairly level stacks.
Yeah, I had it the other day. It's good. Can you send somebody? I want to order food.
King high board favoring Boyka significantly, as you see TTC unimproved, checking back. Unlike Chidwick before him, not able to bank that ace on the turn for the lead. And let's see, Boyka looks like a second check in short order. Chu working his way towards showdown, inexpensively he thinks, but now things get all dude ranchy out there. 3 cowboys for Boyka.
I feel like as played, Boyka realizes that Chu has some type of weak showdown. Perhaps, you know, ace high is very likely. Maybe sometimes some 7Xs can be in there and some small pairs. Boyka really hoping to get value from those types of hands. And value hand-wise, you know, really representing here just trips or some good queen X's. Obviously, 7X's and 4X's might not go this sizing or might not even bet at all, might just opt to check the river, but Chu doesn't oblige.
So Boyka picking up some Chu bucks there. This is Chu's second festival. Apologies, Maria. And it's going a lot better than his first, where he failed to cash in 6 attempts. Already finished 16th and 15th, respectively, in our events number 1 and 2, the 25K GG Millions Live and the 25K 7 Max. And here he is in the money again, looking to break that top 15 barrier. Outer table. Queen 10 against Ace Jack here. Johannes Straver and Eric Wasserson. Was open to 100K. Straver flatted. Elton Sane came along out of the big blind. Ace King 8 board. 2 checks in front of Straver, who fired 125,000. Was jammed. Straver got it in there. Voss gonna get a big chunk taken out of him, it would appear.
Voss certainly didn't fly across the pond to fold. Been getting involved in a lot of hands today. Some that he was on the right side of.
Meanwhile, back at the feature, action folded around to the cutoff of Ben Heath. 2 6s.
Oh, Hanoi, yeah. Where the tournament was.
The tournament? In Hanoi, so many tournaments, but small one.
Oh, no? But that's not where we went?
Da Nang.
Oh,
Hoi An, Da Nang. Yeah.
It's different cities?
You know how sometimes when you're really busy eating, that's when you get the good hands.
2 hours?
Yes.
When you were ready to fold all the
And
marginal
the
spots to
first
continue
time,
eating your
Dami
food,
cook,
but
Yeah.
this
he go by
one,
train.
not marginal at all.
Take 1 day.
Red Jacks pleasantly interrupting lunchtime. The 515K jam is promptly called by Ben Heath.
How many hours? Is far from here or is fine?
To fly here, it takes 12 hours fly directly.
Directly?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Bounty
insane.
hunting
Only in Cyber
with the
we
worst
have
of
to
it.
change it in Istanbul.
Wow, that's great.
Ooh, the 854 rainbow board now. Heath with the gutter.
Very easy. I mean, your life is pretty easy because you're the world champion, but yeah, you still are a world champion, bro.
Clean. Can Espen's Jacks hold? Yes, they can. So he'll haul in 1.1 million plus. As Heath will be pretty disappointed with that outcome, but they're gambling out here still for the time being where the payouts are. Less than a minimum envelope and significantly less than the expected value of those envelopes.
You know
Appetite intact for Espen. That is an almighty sized bowl of food. Is that a double order of something?
Probably chicken. I think he's trying to give Antonius a run for his money on the protein bulk.
Well, as we know, Patrick leans lamb, lucky lamb, double lamb, in fact.
You've been running very good.
In Cyprus, decimated the mutton populations on the island single-handedly.
Oh no, against the others. I see you in a lot of final tables. Yeah, you get second in the 25K in Monaco. Main, what? Little vines, yeah. Second best 25K in the year, but little. No, I said a lot of vines. Yeah, always. Ah, a lot of vines, yeah.
Seconds. Raise 100, 10,000. Fold, fold.
Ace Jack open for Nacho. Not looking particularly bounty oriented, this behavior. Queen Jack suited, small blind, Chidwick, down to under 700,000. He'd rather be the hunter than the hunted with a hand like that. Barbaro having him covered. He lays it down. TTC dominated ace, but discount in the big. Plunks in the extra 60, and to the flop we go. 295 in the middle. King, queen, 3. Broadway gutter. The developments for Barbaro.
Yeah, and sometimes you'll see players fold a weak ace out of the big blind against an under-the-gun opening range just because they feel like it might not be strong enough to continue.
Meanwhile, back at the outer table, looks like Elton Sang on his feet as he and Antoine Saout both got their money forward with ace-9. It was a Saout open to 300, a jam over the top from the button of Elton. And they can relax and carve it up.
Thank you.
Back at the feature. Barbero. Fired 155K post flop and took that one down. And if you're looking to take something down, you can do so from the comfort of your own home by buying a piece. What am I talking about? Well, of course, PokerStake, the official staking partner of Triton, which is the ultimate platform for staking and pro players around the globe. No fees on any purchases. Doesn't get much better than that. The go-to platform for anybody looking to support their favorite player's journey and celebrate the rewards of big victories. Check out PokerStake.com now and stake your champ. Pocket tens. And a little steak sauce off of Espen stack. 100,000 min raise.
$350.
Chew. First time we've seen him get a little out of line.
Oh, yeah. This is quite surprising.
Really trying to attack your stat with that stack size, with about 23 big blinds to start the hand, feeling like they're not going to be able to continue very profitably against this 3-bet with marginal hands, and really handcuffs your stat to having a good enough hand to 4-bet shove with or fold, which your stat has in this spot. I think, traditionally speaking, tens are going to be good enough to go with it in this spot. Your stat, of course, aware that his bounty will be on the line because Chu has the covering stack. But luckily for him, Chu does not have a calling hand.
4-bet from Espen, promptly smacking the wrist of Tai-Tin Chu, who gave us a little bit of a different look there. I like it, though. It feels like kind of a, you know, dip your toe in the water, see what's what out there, you know. Maybe there's some out-of-line things going on. He's tinkering, and so far he's done okay. Two for two here in London. As mentioned, failed to cash. First time he joined us back in Vietnam. To go as TTC, undeterred by getting 4-bet, goes to work. This time things work out a little bit nicer for him. Getting through the blinds as 16 players remain here in event number 3, the $40,000 mystery bounty. Tomorrow during the dinner break is when those bounties will be drawn. Tonight, of course, is when we will crown a champion. That champion going to be earning $639,000. Current payout for 16th place, 38,600. 4K ladder up to 42.6 if you make it to 15th. Ali Najad and Maria Ho joining you from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House here on Park Lane in London. If you're streaming us live on YouTube, certainly appreciate a quick like and a subscribe. Make sure you don't miss any of what we have on offer here. The Triton Super High Roller Series, as we continue to build out deeper and deeper content and an archive and library of some of poker's best and brightest doing their thing at the highest of stakes, and it costs you nothing whatsoever. Third straight open for TTC with the Queen Jack suited this time.
Recouping some of those chips he lost in that failed 3-bet.
Boyka, small blind. Making it 170, upsizing obviously in the blind v blind spot. Well, baby suited connector is appealing, as is the prospects of having position moving forward for your stop. And that comes together to deliver the call. Open-ender, but on a monotone board texture. For your stud, ace high. Still in front. A tick less equity, though.
Boyka checks it over to your stat. I think a lot of times you would just see the pre-flop aggressor follow this up with a continuation bet, especially on King XX, despite it being monotone in nature.
Oh boy.
Oh boy's announced. I don't know
Declared
if that's a good thing.
Elton Sang has jammed over the top of an Antoine Saoud button open out of the small blind. Action still on Was. Unclear whether or not he's still deliberating. Yes, there are cards in front of him, and you heard him say 140,000, and that's obviously him recognizing that he has the opportunity to shower not one but two players here. And that's got everything to do with why it is that Was has made this call. Let's see. Who's got what?
Just give me an 8, baby.
Saoud with King 9. Elton with pocket 8s. Was with Queen 5. Obviously the dustiness of his hand was where his discomfort came from, but having two clean cards is always where he wanted to be. Trip Kings for Saoud.
Queen, what does Queen do for you?
There's an event number 5, the 50K competition hand draw.
Sang playing a side pot against Was. So his two 8s will collect the side, but the lion's share is going to be the main, which will be hauled in by Antoine Saoud.
Oh, the main pot being dragged in by the two-time WSOP main event final table list.
What a lovely tidbit, Maria.
You're welcome.
Can always count on you to really keep us apprised of such feats on the resumes of anyone and everyone out there in poker.
It's amazing the information my brain can store.
Truly.
I think you give him 60.
Sorry. I tried. Sorry.
Back now at Camp Chidwick, where he's got all his chips forward out of the big blind. Barbero, the Jack-10 opener, giving him a spin, and this is not great. Top pair for Chidwick. Sitting pretty, looking for the double. Heart draw now will remove outs from the equation for Barbero, and backdoor flush is the outcome for Chidwick. We'll haul in 1.35. Roller coasters being ridden all over the room at present as the jockey is underway.
Never easy. Never easy.
Queen 10 suited for Nacho, down to 515K under the gun. He's going to rip it in. This is over 10 bigs. And I think he expects that hands well shy of pocket aces might be willing to give him a spin with the target on his back, but this is awful timing, and the follow-up act for Barbero rates to be a poor one after passing a chunk over to Chidwick. Are you in alignment with this Queen 10 suited rip under the gun, Maria?
I just looked, and we are on the verge of a pay jump. You know, 15th does pay slightly more, and so I think maybe I would have just appreciated, you know, perhaps the raise possibility, or, you know, maybe even just shipping it for like 400K, even though you would be all in next hand. Maybe checking out what's happening on the other table.
So then, Jorstad holding Barbero's fate in his hands as Nacho smiling and flopping a flush draw on the King Deuce Deuce board. There is one diamond he doesn't want to see as an unsightly 7 of spades delivered to the turn on the river. Right color, wrong suit. And the Gaucho, Nacho Barbero, eliminated in 16th. 4K pay jump secured by the rest of the field. As 38,600 will go home with the Argentine. Now we've got a situation at the outer table yet again where the bulk of the carnage has been going down. Elton saying jammed with what was left from that side pot where he held the 2 8s. Did so with an ace-5. Johannes Straver then raised with ace-jack. Dan Shack jammed, having both players covered. And forgive me, Shack did not have Straver covered. Straver has the competition covered, and his ace-jack held on. Board was 3, 4, 6, 8, queen. Nobody paired. Ace jack high. Showering. 2 players. Not the first double knockout we've seen. Dashed hopes in the room as 42,600 for 15th and 14th will be collected
74 wins 106 and
by both Elton Sang and Dan Shack. Now, bouncing about the room. Here we are.
390.
Re-raised to 390.
Christoph Vogelsang raised it to 140,000 here. Dan DeVoris with an ace queen is 3-bet to 390,000. Over the top, pipping Vogel's ace jack. Now Chavero. Deep stacked and obviously tempted, but not against the likes of DeVoris's 3.4 back. As the action comes back over to Lord Vogel.
Vogel just wondering if DeVoris has some light 3-bets here. Yeah, and Vogel saying just feels like ace jack too good.
It's like less than 1.2, right?
To not go with from that stack.
Can't be blamed. As the jam 4-bet from Vogelsang, perhaps in part associated with some of the bullying, the leveraging, the big stack, the mystery bounty, all of that meta. And an awful spot to find himself in, just 23% equity and less than that after a 7-high 2-spade flop comes off. Turn not helpful. As Vogel patiently calls for a jack instead, the queen hits DeVoris, and GGs are issued by the 2 talented pros.
Breaking.
Vogelsang
Yeah.
adding to his 720,000 in career Triton earnings. This will be his 6th cash. That's going to be a 13th place finish for 46,600 officially, which will be the remaining payout as the field rapidly whittled down to 12. Dan DeVoris rapidly ascending to the top of the overall leaderboard with over 5 million in front of him. That'll be good for 84 big blinds. We will be breaking a table here at the 30, 60, 60 level. Those ship counts brought to you by betacr.eu. So welcome back to the desk. Ali Najad, Maria Ho, and dropping like flies out there, Maria.
Hey, I can't believe it. We're already down to 12. Well, actually, I can believe it. Again, just a lot of the short stacks now being consolidated. And, you know, now players, as they eye that final table, are going to have to start playing real poker, I guess you should say. Just
Are they, though?
I don't know. I mean, we look at the payouts, and it's really up until 8th place or better that the payouts start becoming more significant than what the average bounty is worth.
Yeah, only time will tell if we're going to see any adjustments, because for the time being, it still feels like envelope hunts are more on the minds of the remaining 12 players here. So let's get the redraw underway and send you to a break. When we come back, 2-table action here in event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty. Stay close.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy. It's a dude.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all other GG Poker's traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump.
On this Queen 10-5 Deuce 5 board, you're in the big blind, and you've checked down to the river. Well, notice that Ace 5 checks more often than any other combination of trips. Why is that? If you check, you'll notice that you block the majority of buttons checked behind Ace high hands. This means they're more likely to bet. In fact, we could see exactly how much more likely they are to bet by selecting this blockers tab. Here we can see that because we block their check back range, they should be much more likely to bet, and therefore we can get more action with our Ace 5. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
And welcome back to the desk after a brief break where the table redraw in event number 3 is underway, just about complete, I believe. Ali Nejad alongside Maria Ho continuing coverage as we work our way toward a champion tonight, but of course envelopes won't be opened until tomorrow during the dinner break. So then, a quick peek at the Triton Poker Plus app is where we are going to find our 2 featured tables. Allow me to zoom in on the blue table, Maria, first and foremost, where we find the likes of Titan Chu, who has impressed you, sitting on 25 big blinds, but that is far from the impressive stack. That one belongs to Johannes Straver, who just claimed 2 pelts prior to the break, a tidy 140K in envelope EV there, and sitting pretty in terms of the driver's seat with just 12 left.
Yeah, it really puts Wasserson in a tough spot with Straver behind him, and also Wasserson now on 13 big blinds after getting involved in a lot of different situations where I think he seemed a little bit unsure with the bounty whether he should have been calling or not, and sometimes that does end up getting you in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, that Queen 5 for him. Earlier on in today's coverage, there was a spot where Patrick Antonius, I think, limped in, called off. Maybe it was a big blind defend. Can't really remember, but he was left seeming a little bit unsure about the situation. Obviously, this format not where the bulk of his focus and attention has lie. Now, let us switch over to the other of the 2 feature tables that we have remaining, and that's where we find the likes of Stephen Chidwick. A bit of a roller coaster ride for him as he's exchanged some stacks with Ben Heath, but the big stack at this table belongs to Dan Devoris, who really has been on the right side of just about every exchange we've watched him in so far today.
Yeah, Dvoris always incredibly tough, incredibly composed. But let's talk about Ivy, who's still around and also made that incredible fold to Dvoris earlier.
Right.
With trips. I mean, granted, it wasn't for Ivy's tournament life, but still, it was a decent chunk of his stack that he managed to save, making the right fold.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look real quick then at the payouts. I'm going to take us away from these two featured tables. Click the money sign, and that's where we find them. 639,000 up top. Runner-up, a very healthy 435K roughly. But for the time being, right there, 12th, 46,600 the payout. Then up to 53.2 we go. Flat from there to 10th, and then we work toward the final table where 7th or better is where we break the six-figure bubble. So then, let us break back to the action where two tables do remain here in event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty. Straver and Dvoris, two biggest stacks, running second and first. Overall, Chavero has held the chip lead at one point in time, 3.5 million in front of him, and then a bit of a drop-off to Espen Jorstad, who is 2.4 million. He is fourth overall. Those are the only players in front of the 2.2 million average stack threshold. Everybody else with less. Current overall short stack belongs to Eric Wasserson. 13 bigs, though. Deep enough off of which to not be forced into the all-in pre kind of situations.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Still has a little time to wait for a decent hand, but again, anytime you're somewhat short in this and you go all in, you're not really expecting for it to get folded around.
Right.
You know you're going to have to see a run out.
Bounty bullseye effect as TTC raises and takes it. And already we've got more bloodshed on the horizon potentially as Dvoris, the overall chip leader, finds himself pointing this king-queen toward the locker room with ace tray on a 10-high rainbow board. 2.3 million plus in the middle. Heath needs help. The turn doesn't deliver. 6 outs once. Dvoris looks unbothered. And the deuce of diamonds keeps him that way. As Ben Heath, one hand in on the back end of the redraw. Forced out of there. Penguin power proving not enough on that occasion. Look at that stack. That's lovely.
I hope they don't make him color it up soon. I love a good big stack.
Excuse me?
Relax, Ollie. Chill out.
Well, I was until you said that. By the way, in terms of chip configuration here, I would love for Dvoris to come with the Burj Khalifa kind of straight up in front of his face. I always love in a cash game when someone does that, and then they have to peek out to the right and the left whenever they're trying to look at their cards and play a pot. That's menacing.
Maybe he'll have some time for some interesting chip construction after he's done eating. We shall see.
Now a look at Malaysia's Kiat Liu Chun. First time he joined us was at the last festival in Vietnam. Cashed in his first ever event. That was the 25K GG Super Millions. Failing to cash thus far in the first two events here in London, as we see Phil Ivey, Queen 8 suited, making it 120 to go. Ace Queen, a dominant hand in the cutoff for the dominant stack. 3x to 360, the declaration from Dvoris.
Ivy hoping to sneak one through, but not on Dvoris's watch today.
It wasn't personal.
Ivy's got to be happy by now. I mean, not that I think Ivy necessarily is one to have his friends watching the stream to tell him he made a good fold. I don't know. Just Ivy doesn't strike me as that kind of guy. But if he did, he would know that he made a good fold.
Like 6 months to a year.
Ivy really seems to have one of the best mindsets
With the trying part?
over the arc of his career that I've kind of been around. thus far, you're nodding your head in agreement, it seems, Maria.
I spoke to Ivy,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
on
what
several
we're kinda,
occasions
like,
over the last
having
year,
issues
and
with.
he has such an amazing routine that he's in. You know, really
Yeah,
caring about
we're-
his
yeah,
health
we're doing
and
that right now.
realizing that
You
know
guys had to do
being
that too?
active, yoga. He says
Right.
eating a nice clean diet. All of those things have just really contributed to him being in the best state, mentally and physically, probably ever.
It's
Wait, you
definitely
got
a
there in
pursuit
there,
that's
yeah.
shared by so many of the
You got
super
there in
high
there?
roller players.
Did you like freeze any embryos
And
or anything?
to great
for,
effect,
like,
it would
future?
seem.
Oh, you got natural. Sick.
2 diamonds, 2 4s, and a 7 here. Advantage
Nice.
Chavero, limped. Blind beat blind. Confrontation with Chun.
Yeah, because you weren't in. What was the last one that you skipped?
Bet and take it.
Yeah. And I was like, where? Yeah. And I was like, where's Phil? But I don't know, I heard I could. I was like, yeah, that's a good reason to not show up to a poker stop. Thank you. Thank you.
DeVoris catching up with Phil.
First time you've been away
Side
from him?
conversations. Proud new dad. Is Ivy. Not a stack to be particularly proud of for the time being, though. Just 12 big blinds. 705,000. Looking for a little bit of breathing room, perhaps, to get some more post-flop playability, rather. Pardon me. Is Phil.
With them.
Keep it here. Obviously, DeVoris going to be making things fairly
Wasn't so bad for
difficult
us. Obviously, everyone's different.
on Phil. There's the big stack to the left of him. Eight-3 offsuit. Happy to take one.
MBN. Most shorties don't get a walk when there's a bounty on the line,
You're
but
not wrong about
You
that.
Phil
decided
Ivey.
you were for sure?
I mean, it's booked and everything, so unless
Mine's booked.
someone convinces me otherwise.
Mine's booked, but I think I might shower it.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't even like it there, you know? So it's like, just like an extra layer of like.
You don't like it?
Well, no, I mean like the poker's great, but like, I don't know.
You would probably do EPT Cyprus though, right? Like I'm skipping that one too, so.
So if I skip that one, I will do EPT in Cyprus, but then Sharon's like planning like a trip to Italy currently that like overlaps exactly with Cyprus. Because, well, I thought I'd be going to Barcelona. And yeah, that's why I'm like, fuck, I don't want to miss both.
Yeah.
But also it's like, the reasons to miss Barcelona aren't like, oh, I just like don't feel like going or whatever. It could just be like, you get kind of fucked. So I don't know if that's even like a rational way to
Seems
approach
really
it.
unlikely that something worse than not being able to come back to Spain happens.
120?
Like if you do everything through Luxon, you're gonna get paid out. They can't like seize it, right?
Well, no, but the issue is it's not like they'll get like a letter in the mail that's like, you cannot enter Spain. It'll just be like, you enter Spain thinking everything's fine down the road, and then you're gonna get detained.
I'll just always go a few days late for every other stop. See if anyone gets detained.
5 seconds.
Paying for what?
120.
For what?
Admittedly interesting conversation here as we sit back and soak it all in. I've been to detention many times in my life, Maria, but it was during school. And perhaps less punitive than the type that these gentlemen are discussing, as Chavero, red 10s, made it 120 to go, a flat from the nickels from Dvoris, and then another pocket pair for Chidwick. Out of the big, he'll defend. The set miners looking to dethrone the 2 10s, and this is a flop that doesn't rate to create anything explosive. 420,000 in the middle. 2 checks in front of Chavero quickly.
Bets, 85,000.
85K C bet from Ignacio.
Dvoris
There was an
looking to
announcement
take
that,
one
like,
off.
They're gonna withhold caches like they do in the States for like certain countries.
Just keeping an eye on Chavero, who's also got a big stack out there and doesn't necessarily need to have an ace or a queen in his hand.
Or something. I don't
Which
know.
he
It's
doesn't.
somewhat unclear. It's, at one point they had cancelled all the high rollers because they thought that no one was going to be able to play. And then they brought them back and said, like, Stars is saying that they'll pay you out guaranteed. But some people are still sketched out by it.
That's in the US, right?
Hmm?
US is
No, for the US too. I think so. Well, they said that they were gonna
Turn went check, check.
treat poker the same as like some other class of like athletes or whatever, and they get withheld or like they get taxed in unless they have a tax treaty with Spain. They get like.
But you get it back.
River does as well.
You withhold it, but you get it back.
Unclear.
Chavero will take it.
Yeah, that's why.
Thing is, they've done like pretty fucked up stuff, like tax-related stuff before.
Only specifically with Germany, right? But yes.
Yeah, but right, but it's the same agency that that takes care of it.
You have any tax drama anywhere on your resume, Maria, in
No.
terms of playing poker tournaments abroad, or is it because you do most of your bidding on home soil?
No, I just have never run into that. I've definitely cashed in tournaments abroad, but never had trouble. And as far as, you know, in the U.S., I pay my taxes.
No.
I want to put that out there. I'm a tax-paying citizen.
I'm a tax-paying citizen. I make every effort to spend as much money as possible so as to reduce my tax liability.
It's one way to do it.
5 seconds.
Pocket kings here for Dvoris, and
300, raise 300.
feels like pretty much one way to do it from the button. 3 bets.
Now we can understand why Chidwick seemed interested in what was developing in front of him. Sub 20 big blind stack with 8s, and Dvoris has been really active, has had the goods a lot, but obviously with such a big stack, you still will find some light 3 bets. If Chidwick decides to go with this, okay, he doesn't, but you know, he would obviously love to see it get through, but decides to pass up on the spot, and good timing to do so.
Now back over to the opener. Kyat-Lu Chun. Going to call. Does have that pesky ace that kings tend to attract to flops. 810,000 in the middle, and there is that ace. Exactly what we don't want to see for Dvoris, is now things considerably murkier than they were pre.
When you think about the types of hands that Chun would continue with against a 3-bet, you know, certainly some of the ace-x varieties, you know, some suited ace-x's, some ace-queens, etc. Those type of hands will be in there. Also some suited Broadways.
Pretty brisk check call there from Chun of the 180. Board pairing ace on the turn. So trips for Chun, but the kind of card, Maria, that could keep these kings very interested.
Ooh.
Oh.
Wow, and with this line, yeah, that's gotta be a bit confounding for Dvoris, not expecting that at all.
No, nobody was.
And what I was gonna say is that it was just an unfortunate turn card in the sense that Dvoris might have thought that Chun did have an ace, especially with that quick call on the flop, but obviously made a little unlikely with the turn bringing another ace. And because of that, what is Dvoris to do here? Don't really expect a player with trips to just immediately jam into you for more than pot. You would expect that they would want to check to the pre-flop aggressor, get them to perhaps put more chips in the pot with worse, and with all of their bluffs in this spot that would want to try to rep this type of board. You know, would Chun do this with a 9x? You know, could he have called pre-flop with, say, 10-9 suited or 9-8 suited, and then just decide he's trying to deny equity to some overcards? It's all very confusing.
Yeah, I mean, it just
Dvoris.
breaks with protocol so deeply here. Reconstructing it, 120K open up front from Chun. Button of Dvoris, boss stack, 330. The flat from Chun. Check call of 180. And then the rip on the turn when the ace came in. And given the pace with which he check called and then jammed Maria, it's felt a little bit to me like he had just decided that's the line that he was going to take regardless and not necessarily in association with the ace. I'm not alleging that that's reality, but in terms of perception, there was that vibe. Did you feel that way as well?
Absolutely. And let's not forget that this line that Chun's taking is only good if Dvoris actually has a real hand. And so Dvoris is almost wondering, well, how does he know that I actually have a real hand that I could potentially make this call with? Because what about allowing Dvoris to continue to barrel off with all of the bluffs that he could potentially have in this spot, with all of the light 3-bet hands that he could have taken this line with? And so Dvoris not always has a real decision in this spot, but in this particular situation does, and is willing to use all of his time banks, essentially.
And why would you take this line if you've got a real hand, when you've got me on the hook? All of that coming together to leave Dvoris making the call. Chun will be delighted to see two kings with his trip aces. The deeper into the tank Dvoris went, obviously the more comfortable trip aces became. Not worried about maybe being up against a bigger kicker, and the river is kingless. So Kiat Liu Chun dealing a blow to Dan Dvoris' stack.
1.4.
And he's going to double to over 4 million. How about that?
the 50k. Completion of the hand drawn. All players on a 15-minute break. Completion of the hand drawn. 15-minute break in event number 5.
I'm still dumbfounded. And obviously Dvoris a little bit as well, and that's not in any way, shape, or form a slight or a criticism of Dan. It was just so weird. That's a line that you just almost would never see.
No, definitely not. And I feel like you can't blame Dvoris for not only being confused, but having to make that call in that spot because of how strong his hand is, and because somebody who takes that line rarely has you beat.
Exactly. It's just so, yeah. And couple that with the fact that, you know, Dvoris has been playing Tritons for a very long time. He's got a depth of knowledge about a wide variety of opponents. Unfortunately for him, Kiat-Lu Chun, not one of them, as he showed up just a festival ago, played a half a dozen events, a couple so far here today. Unclear how many reps Dvoris has with him out there throughout that time. And so you're really left kind of in the dark. As Dvoris on the heels of getting rattled a bit. Cut off open with the suited connector, and now Chidwick on the button. 3 bets to $1 million, and Kiat-Lu Chun heating up in a very real way. Looks down at ace-king now. Chidwick has put the bulk of his stack in there, leaving himself just 90,000 back, and I would imagine at least that extra 90 is going to be requested. So the jam from Chun makes things easy for Dvoris this time, and Chidwick will be very disappointed. In a bad way.
Chidwick came into the day as the chip leader. Had a couple coolers early on.
Here he is, 10-6-4 board. Not helping him, but the turn, a magical queen of spades now. Leaves him looking to fade additional paint, which he's done. Top 2 pair for Chidwick on the river. And a little bit of winner's tax for Chun, who was well situated to catapult forward even further. Instead, a bit of a hiccup.
1.1. 1.910. 2 more. 2 more. Right.
Yeah, you see the little head shake. The improbability of that outcome not lost on Chun.
Dvoris just seeing his chips get spread around the table.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's a bit disappointing when you recognize just how dangerous and big a threat Stephen Chidwick is to your hopes to take down the title in event number 3, to see him double as opposed to get showered. It's nothing personal. It's just business. No pay jump for 11th to 10th. Both of those payouts flat at 53,200.
Dvoris and Chidwick really good friends, but I'm sure Dvoris doesn't want Chidwick to be sitting on his left.
Queen Jack as Dvoris opens again. Still has well over 4 million, Maria, worthy of note. And that is still the biggest stack in the room.
But don't you hate it when it almost feels like things are going too smoothly for you?
Sure.
And then you're just kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it does.
King 7-5, Ivy. Top pair here, backdoor hearts and straightiness for Dvoris.
And against most of the big blind defending range here, this board should favor Dvoris. Ivy just happens to have the holding that's performing pretty well right now with this texture.
Much of it.
Check jam is a gross feeling.
Yeah, this is made much more difficult again because of the bounty. If Ivy has, say, some type of straight draw or flush draw, then Dvoris is still ahead potentially with Queen Jack. Or if Ivy has a 7x or a 5x and Dvoris has 2 overs with 2 to come, perhaps is that enough equity to risk putting the chips in order to win the bounty? All of this being calculated in Dvoris's head. He does end up making the fold, and he was in worse shape than maybe he thought, but maybe he actually did think he was in worse shape, which is why he made the fold.
So Ivy, who has looked impressive thus far, really making the most of the opportunities that he has been given, and lurking and looming here as he threatens to make a final table. Still a few bust outs between now and then.
Raise 120,000.
Sorry.
4 clubs exposed.
Chavero, Queen 8, cut off open. No takers. Ignacio, third biggest stack in the room at present. 215,000 in career Triton earnings, alone cash, second ever Triton Festival for him. As we flip it back over to the feature.
First one's not great. Oh, the second one might be good. No.
No, it's worse.
No. No side. I mean, I call if it's an ace. 2-1 underdog. Fuck. Just give me one ace.
I feel a little ashamed to admit, Ollie, that I learned how to peel and how to squeeze cards, not from mixed games, but from...
Baccarat?
Yes.
How did I know?
One ace, please.
Had a few recent...
I mean, it's hard.
Recent
encounters.
You know, I'm not trying to blow up anybody's spot.
Making some friends in,
But
in the wrong places.
by chance, was this Baccarat foray with a friend bearing the initials AC?
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, I know my girl.
Yeah, pretty
We had a
Both
good
my
time.
girls, for that matter.
Yeah, we had a good time, though.
So, the Aria did not have a good time?
No.
Okay, well, not across multiple sessions,
side again.
maybe.
So you're approaching it as the casino would like you to do, as an entertainment form. Yeah.
I gotta learn the whole, like, walk away thing.
Oh, yeah? Did you get the leaflet when the fun stops?
I have that number on
Especially if
speed
you
dial.
follow Jack Jack
No, you don't.
No, I don't. I'm really not a pit
Probably
person,
right.
actually.
I think you have to.
I think it's fun to pretend like I am, but I'm not.
Probably.
What do you have? 600? 500?
I'm
sick. I've actually spent several hours just hanging out with people degenning and getting my fix by proxy.
That is actually sick.
500.
But I'm not surprised because you can also just hang out at a bar with a bunch of
Got a
drunk
chance
people
here.
and not be tempted to have a sip of alcohol.
Yeah,
so
that's me.
Story checks out,
Fold.
actually.
Let's look at it this way, different.
When you're a lunatic sober, that's feasible. Meanwhile,
All in.
no lunacy associated with a jam from the button, sitting on ace-10 suited for Eric Wasserson, his final $500,000. Pushed forward, Saud can afford to give him a
First card was
spin
a
with
queen.
Queen-Jack suited, especially with the bounties.
It's like 500-ish. This is 90. 490? 5. I got a good end.
All in and fold.
Oh no. I was hoping Queen 10.
Oh no.
I was one hand off. I
Maybe
knew it was
premature.
coming. I don't know if I'm gonna win though.
Just shy of a 3-2 favorite is Was heading to the flop. A flop.
Good flop.
It has the exact kind of paint he's okay with.
Deuce.
King 6 tray rainbow, ace 10.
Oh,
Sits pretty.
sweaty.
And now
Sheesh.
the 10 turns into a
I don't
blocker
know, I
for
lost with that
Broadway,
hand to
but the
him.
backdoor
I'm rolling
spades
on
are
the
an
flop,
issue.
So I think I'm due to win.
Gotta hold on in this 1.1 million
I had
chip
more
pot
outs actually on the turn.
to avoid the locker room.
Oh, baby. Let's go.
And oh baby, let's go. Declared by Eric Wasserson.
I've heard him utter that a few times.
Oh yeah. He's very funny and witty, by the way, if you're playing poker with him. I mean, the dry needles, and he's got all that old school kind of gambler arsenal.
Wow. Sick. Sick. So sick.
Accounting complete. And Wasserson with the 1.1 million noses in front of Ivy, who is now the official short stack in the room.
It's for the commentators.
Yeah. Whew.
5 seconds.
Fuck, I still don't cover anyone.
Can't just be happy with a double, huh, Was? Needs to be able to have players covered as well.
5 seconds.
120.
Raise for 120,000. Fold. Fold.
Freshly doubled. Was delivers north of 10% of his stack into the middle in the form of a min-raise open. Chu gonna defend the offsuit one gapper. 330K in the middle, and Chu's sixes are in front.
We'll see how much pressure Wasserson wants to put on this type of holding, especially as the pre-flop raiser.
Betting a call of 60K for the time being, as Chu will not mind seeing a 3 roll off on the turn.
Chu should have more 3Xs here than Was, and Was really, if he were to fire again, just going to be targeting 6Xs, because even a lot of the draws, you know, the straight possibilities and the flush draws, he's going to be ahead of with King High.
Pot control, check back, showdown value. If he can get there. Remember, this is the man that we saw cobble thin value off of Stevie Chidwick earlier.
Check. Go down. Six.
Not hunting it here. As it goes check, check, and Was concedes.
Nice hand.
For Triton Chu, the day has been a largely flatline one. Did have a decent pickup
40,000, 80,000, 80,000, big one down.
in a three-way pot against Ole Shimeon and Patrick Antonius. Double knockout. Kind of plateaued for a bit.
5 seconds.
Came off of the high water mark, which was 2.6 million. Now he sits with 1.5.
5 seconds. Plays to 160,000.
Straver shoots it up as we play 40, 80, 80. No takers.
Thank you.
Straver, 355,000 plus in career Triton earnings across 3 caches. Vietnam was his first stop. 17th in a 50K 8 max, 15th in the 100K main, and then notched a cash in the 25K 7 max one event ago here in London already, which is the home of the Les Ambassadors Club. You might recognize it as the location where James Bond first appears in the film Dr. No in 1962. Also featured in the Beatles film A Hard Day's Night from back in 1964. Fine dining at its best in a recently refurbished 6 Hamilton Place. Regardless your cravings, whether it's for delectable cuisine or elegant gaming, Les A is the perfect space for members and their guests.
I had the privilege of paying you a visit in there, and it was beautiful.
Yeah, really just majestic.
What an incredible place to play.
$170K. From Saud. Jack 10 suited big blind. Espen might have ideas here. Has Saud well covered. You may have caught a glimpse there of the Super Mario figurine, the one that Espen has been rocking for some time now, although I don't remember, did he have it with him during his main event run?
I feel like he did. I want to say he did, but I cannot be sure.
Jam here from the Norwegian as Saud Gets the canned sardine treatment there with King 9. You ever tried canned fish? Maria, that's, you know, something that the Scandinavians brought us.
I feel like I have used
What do you
canned
mean
sardines
used?
exactly for some Caesar dressing, Caesar salad type sitch.
Well, that
And
would
it's
be
not bad.
anchovies, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but no, it was sardines though. But like anchovies, like you would use anchovies in Caesar
So you subbed
dressing,
in
but yes.
canned sardines because you couldn't find anchovies?
Yes, and it wasn't bad. I mean, doesn't canned fish all have a similar flavor?
Yes. It does.
Right.
The kind that really is not
Shouldn't
fit
be
for human
used.
consumption, if I'm being honest.
It really didn't taste all that bad.
Here's the thing. Maybe had I been raised on such fanfare myself, I wouldn't be as polarized by it, but really didn't factor into the Persian household's menu. It just, I can't do it. Meanwhile, Straver looking to do it. Ace 5 suited. The
Yeah,
3-4 of diamonds in the mug means the steel wheel's not happening.
The flavor profiles don't exactly match up
Nah.
with what you grew up with. I
Nah.
understand.
Ace 9 suited for Espen. Came over the top of pot of go. Might he have similar thoughts in the small blind? Obviously, you're up against a stack that has you covered and is raising from under the gun. But that's exactly what that stack you might expect would be doing with a decent frequency, sitting on hands that can just fold to a 3-bet.
Especially if Straver wants to try to get it heads up with Wasserson in the big blind, who has a shorter stack, and Jorstad recognizing all of these factors and decides to put in the 3-bet.
Yeah, and throws on the Bond villain spectacles. They're actually solid black, Maria. You can't see through them. And look at the pressure reapplied by Straver with the solver bait. Ace 5 suited. Making very quick work of that Ace 9. So punishment delivered.
But a very good hand to call the raise. Was it 40-80?
Yes.
We do have some confirmation in the YouTube chat that Espen did have his Super Mario during his main event win.
More importantly, do we have any confirmation from that YouTube chat that Canned Fish should be the platform on which whatever the incumbent political party, or actually the challengers, run on, like the abolition of that in whatever. I mean, obviously you're
You think they
never
could
going to
win,
win if
but-
you run on that platform in Scandinavia.
Right, depends.
You're drawing dead.
Right.
But really, I would love to see legal intervention just to spare pallets worldwide
170.
from such things. And how about this for the palate? Sweet and savory. 170K attached to 2 aces.
Call.
Straver. Big stack defense with the 8-3 suited. And he's flopped not one, but 2 pair against these aces. Disaster for Triton Chu for the time being.
This is going to be rough for Chu because you don't expect your opponent on this type of flop to have a lot of 2-pair combos because they're not going to be defending the 8-3 offsuit combos or the 3-5 offsuit very often. Yes, the suited ones are going to be in there, the suited 8-5, 8-3, 3-5s. But there's going to be a lot of straight draws, a lot of pair with some backdoors. And so if Shraver decides to fast play this, which he doesn't, but clearly we can see Chu's hand just so strong that even without the fast play, there's going to be more chips getting in on future streets.
No cause for concern for the time being for these two aces, and the turn doesn't rate to be of any concern either as Shraver continues to extend rope to Chu, who's got 2-to-1 SPR.
Does feel like Chu is going to size up here just to get all the chips in comfortably by the river.
$475.
And it feels like against this bet size, Shraver should just shut it down here with the check shove, putting Chu all in. Certainly some bad river cards that could potentially cost him action. Obviously doesn't know for sure that Chu has this strong of a hand, but clearly with the turn continue, there's got to be hands that have decent equity in there. There's got to be, you know, perhaps some type of 2-overs with a draw, combo draws, all of those hands. Yeah, and there it goes.
we remove air from the equation at that sizing, and given that we're able to do that, we can safely jam and ask for the rest, expecting that with a decent frequency, we will get this call as Chu is shown the disastrous news. But he's drawing live. Jack or a 5 to counterfeit 8s and 3s. An ace for the set in a 3.5 million chip pot, where the chip leader is looking to break away from the peloton with one to come. 82% equity. And the river is clean. Absolutely devastating for Triton Chu Maria as he ends up our 11th place finisher, $53,200. Going to be headed to the pay desk to collect that. 3 for 3 thus far here in London as he has turned things around. 155,000 plus in career Triton earnings. 3rd career cash. And then there were 10 here in our 40k mystery bounty. We play 5 and 5. There you see Shraver, 6.5 million, 81 bigs. And on the other end, we find Eric Wasserson, sub 10 bigs. Those counts brought to you by GG Poker. No shame in it, Maria. Triton Chu, one of so many hearts that are broken in tournaments, whether it's early, whether it's late, in or out of the money. Those aces, very much a double-edged sword.
Some hands just play themselves, and in that spot, you can't get away.
When's the last time you laid down aces? Have you ever laid them down pre? Never, right?
Never. I think maybe once in a Sadie situation where the person just open shoved and there were one person away from the seat and someone who had the whole table covered.
Oh, right.
Then
Then it absolutely makes sense. There's no reason to take that risk, right? It's where like everybody makes the money, and then all the people are awarded
Right,
seats
we were
from
one
there, like
spot
flat,
away
right?
from everybody having
Yeah.
a seat, and there were a bunch of short stacks, and I had a middling stack.
Right.
But other than that, no, can't say I like folding aces post flop very often. You know, it's got to be a really dirty board.
Your stat. Pocket jacks, facing the Boyka open. Similar stack depths. Boyka has them covered.
Can certainly go two ways here with this stack of about 25 bigs. You can go the 3-bet non-all-in sizing and call off, or you can shove. Just whatever you think might be more attractive to the bounty hunters out there. Yeah, it looks like he's choosing 3-bet non-all-in sizing.
No.
King 4. Bit of a stall there for Saud, as the 430K is too rich for the ace-8 to continue. And now we get another look at a delightfully moisturized Espen Jorstad. I mean, in terms of skincare, the regimen must be expensive. Are we talking La Mer?
I mean, at least that, maybe. I mean, what are some other, there's some other good brands, though, up and coming that really cost a pretty penny. I feel like Espen
Is this
might
the part
be on
you
the
pretend to not know said brands,
I feel
Maria?
like Espen might be on the cutting edge of that. You know, we were wondering, you know, what Espen is spending his main event money on these days, if not investing it into crypto anymore. And I think we have our answer.
The only thing cutting any edges around here is his jawline. Remember when Patrick was the only Adonis in poker, and now Jorstad coming forward as the main event champion, giving him a run for his money?
Maybe that's why Jorstad is really upping his protein intake as well.
Combine at 8, right? We combine at 8, 1, 2?
8, yes.
Trying to catch up to Patrick. The hell are we talking about? I've done this, haven't I? It's always my
You have
fault.
brought us here.
Well, a bunch of folds have brought us to a Saud small blind king 9 jam. And Boyka again into the muck. I quite like this hoodie that Saud's wearing, by the way. I don't know what that sort of strange hybrid bat
vampire?
demon. Yeah. It
Vampire
looks a bit
bat?
like an airborne chupacabra, if I'm honest. Of course, the mythical creature of Latin American lore. Feasting on farm animals. In that sense, Patrick could be considered a chupacabra because of how much lamb he ate in Cyprus. Not to harp on the point, but those of you that may have missed it, it really was an ungodly amount of lamb he went through. Just go back and watch the streams. Anytime Patrick's there, I'll give you $1 if he's not eating. Meanwhile, Wasserson jams 720K, button ace 9 for Saud.
750.
It's a good chunk of his 1.1 though, Maria.
It is, but still, we talk about how much these bounties are worth potentially. And again, in terms of payouts, you know, still not at that point where that would supersede what is on the line on average in terms of what's in those envelopes. Saout could just find the ISO here. Decides to pass.
Was in such a nice spot, too. Dominating Jack 9. Jorstad. Can't hunt an envelope off of that stack depth with that kid. So Wasserson treading water here as the shortest stack in the room. So, by the way, second shortest stack in the room, right here at the same table. It's always a nice setup for the likes of Straven.
We talk a lot about table draws, especially when it gets down to the play to the final table, and how meaningful that is just in terms of how tough the rest of the competitors at your table will be. But especially in a bounty format, your table draw is really important when talking about the chip distribution at the table that you find yourself at. You know, if you are the extreme big stack and there's several short stacks around you, that's pretty dreamy.
King deuce suited, hijack open. Defense from Wasserson. Queen 6. 2 clean cards, but out of position against a man who hunts bounties and unimproved on a 9 high rainbow texture. Same fate for Straver. Lack of a heart an issue, but not lack of heart.
$150.
$150K C-bet sizing. Job done.
You have a queen in your hand? That was live. I had my favorite hand. Well, no, I had better than my favorite hand.
25.
At queen 6.
Eric's favorite hand is Queen 5? Why, pray tell, would we pick this hand? You have a favorite hand, Maria?
Yes, it's aces, Ollie.
Wow, that is the most boring answer you could have come with. It actually instantly makes me regret asking.
Does it make
question.
you like me less as a person, as a friend? How do you feel about
I don't know if the diminishment is in the like department or the respect department, or perhaps even both. I mean, the disappointment can be heard rippling throughout the chat right now, I would imagine.
I'm sure I'm getting a lot of thumbs down. That's fine.
The dislike button being mashed on that answer as King Queen in the like department, but not the re-raise department for Jorstad. Flatting the button in the face of the Boyka 160 from the cutoff. Look at Straver. The little red guy with the satin cape, perhaps. 6-3 offsuit. Let's just jam see what's what. Can't do it. Stacks are a little deeper than we want to be getting out of line against. And Jorstad will be incentivized to flat a decent amount of his range with Straver behind him.
This is dirty.
King 7-3, top pair for both players. Advantage Espen.
player with a diamond.
And Boyka, perhaps, you know, not able to put your stat on this strong of a hand. I mean, yes, some king queens will mix in calls versus 3-bets, but certainly not any ace kings. So able to take that out of your stats range. So really only one hand specifically in terms of king X is beating Boyka's king jack in Boyka's mind. No reason to seek value as long as the board runs clean, starting with 125K here.
$125 becomes $375, courtesy of the follow through and now the pop. And on a board texture such as this, if we're Boyka Maria, we were flatted by the button, and now we're getting raised. Do we start to slow down with this black king jack? We've got our answer.
There will be some traps, right, from your stat. You know, of course, aces naturally comes to mind as the type of hand that will flatten, maybe just go ahead and raise this flop with. You know, maybe some sets here, some 7s and some 3s. But like I said, ace king out of the question. So maybe some draws in there as well.
Very dry turn card. Boyka checks it, and Jorstad can certainly feel comfortable enough to barrel at this once more with 1.2 plus in the middle. Roughly 1 SPR effective as Boyka plays 1.3.
Drier turn card than dried fish, canned fish.
The canned fish, I believe,
is a little bit, has a little liquid,
is
right?
Disgustingly moist.
There's that liquid that you have to pour out. You know, you take the top off, and then you hold the top against.
Oh, stop.
You know what I'm saying? You know that little motion, the move that you make? Just in case you ever do find yourself opening a can of tuna or something.
Unless I find myself in an Oslo prison, I really don't anticipate that sort of fanfare voluntarily going down my gullet. As involuntarily, 535,000 is being forced toward Boyka, who just gets away, and that is not the path to an escape that I anticipated. On that turn, no less,
yeah,
Maria.
That was an incredible fold, and you know, some people might be watching and thinking, well, wow, if he's willing to fold that on that texture, you know, might he be over folding in that spot?
Right, open to exploitation.
But, you know, also just maybe understanding that Espen, when raising the flop, just doesn't have a whole lot of bluffs or semi-bluffs. Really,
that was wild. The pocket 7s, pocket 3s on his mind, maybe. But, I mean, even then, board texture such as that, I know there's a couple of diamonds. Do we not slow play?
Chances next hand.
So then what do we give our man credit for? Ace kings would generally activate pre-flop. Not a lot of flatting from the button with a hand like that. So it has to be the king queen specifically?
Yeah, it's I gotta say that is next level. I think just not very standard, but in that situation happened to be the right play.
Circle that one there as Boyka continues to work his way forward, because I suspect most would have lost far more chips in that spot than he did. Now then, pocket 9s for Johannes Straver. Limping in. trying to induce Antoine Saoud.
I think
and an
it's
ace deuce is a candidate.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna work with this hand with some fold
Yeah.
equity.
There's the jam and the snap call. Obviously a gross feeling as the ace deuce has shown the 2 nines. A little professional nod from Saoud. 2.1 million being played for here. Ioannis playing that big blind like a fiddle. Grim prospects as it stands for the Frenchman. And an aceless board keeps the prospects of that nature. Turn. And all of a sudden, instead of just hunting the ace, queens will work as well. 7 outs one time. No. 3 of hearts leaves Antoine Saoud as our 10th place finisher here. $53,200 for his efforts. First ever career Triton cash in his 3rd ever event at his first festival.
Johannes needs like a little satchel, like a little bag, like a little pouch for all his bounties.
Yeah.
Right, gents, we're playing hand for hand now. There's now remaining. We're going to combine to a final table of 8.
And you just overheard Luca Vivaldi advising that with 9 remaining, they'll play 4 and 5 and combine once we get to 8 here in this 7-handed format. And how do you feel in terms of being forced to play 4-handed as opposed to being at the 5-handed table in a situation like this, Maria, as the blinds are coming around that much faster? And obviously, the more short-handed we are, the more variance we're going to experience, right?
Yeah, it's never completely fair when we combine down to an 8-handed type table and there's, you know, going to be one table that's uneven. Sometimes you'll be on the better side of that. Some players might elect to stall, slow things down, but, you know, now they're implementing sometimes hand for hand in this spot.
Well, I want to take a moment to give thanks to those of you that are streaming us live. In aggregate, we have 12,000 concurrent viewers worldwide of this Event 340K Mystery Bounty, and obviously we are so thankful to have all of you joining us. One quick peek at the chat reveals what a multinational audience we have, many of whom might not even be able to understand what we're saying right now based on the languages that are being hurled at that chat, but nevertheless, nice to be able to deliver this content to you out there, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, or the Triton Poker Plus app. Good to have you with us. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. 771 of you have liked thus far. Over 172,000 of you have subscribed. Don't want to miss any of what we got going on here in the Triton Super High Roller Series. 4 events a year, typically on our calendar, but plenty of other stuff that we're cooking up in between stops as we try to deliver the finest in poker content.
People all over the world settling into their Sunday with a little Triton coverage.
Oh, I thought it was on me.
Some people might be winding down their Sunday.
Yeah, it depends on where they're at.
For example, anybody in Mongolia might be taking a break from Golden Eagle hunting for a little bit of Triton.
160. Yeah.
Confused look on producer James's face as one of my obscure references put forward. It's a real thing, James.
I just need 3 doubles.
They actually train golden eagles to help them hunt in Mongolia. Look it up.
Oh, okay. That's better than I thought that they were hunting golden eagles.
No. The golden
That's
eagle
a
is
protected species.
in the States.
Should be everywhere.
It's coveted
big
in Mongolia as a hunting companion. In fact,
oh, they get dealt into the big blind here, no matter what.
mark my words, You ever see me in a super high roller series? I'm rolling an emotional support eagle to the table on my shoulder. Raise my blind, bro. Okay? The eagle don't like that.
I can just imagine you raking your chips in with that big bird handler's glove that they have.
Oh, yeah. The suede oven mitt. Yeah.
60.
Wasserson.
Exactly.
No eagle, but hunting nevertheless. In a good spot against Boyka, but that's the man who folded King-Jack on a king-high board with a dry turn after being flatted pre. So we know he can find the fold. Not this time, jamming.
No.
The bounty hunt deemed too tempting. He will get a refund, but will be in bad shape.
So curious what you guys have.
Can I go to the bathroom? Because we're going to be on break, right? Or, oh, the hand for hand, they don't pause the clock?
This guy.
He has to go to the restroom before the hands are shown.
Okay, so such a nice sweat. Go to the bathroom and then come back. This is
Am I still playing?
hide my eyes to see if there's chips there. Oh, actually, they would just be racking everyone up if I busted.
I would meet you over there and be like, sorry, bro.
I want to do it.
Let's go.
I mean, technically, it's his action is over.
Feels
The
like I have
hand
a
is going to
chance.
be
Oh,
live,
he
right?
could do it if he wanted.
Yeah.
And to be fair, some people do
Not dead.
need to go to the restroom when they're a little nervous. You know, have a quick wee.
Okay.
Meanwhile, 1.5 million out there. Jack 9-4, advantage ace 10. Roughly 4-1 with 2 to come.
Queen. Oh,
The
that's
10 pairs wasp, but that's not
Sounds
what he
good,
likes
the
to
queen.
see. Suddenly,
No queen. No queen.
Boyka, open-ended.
Okay. Okay.
And aces up
660.
against just aces as Was counts it down. Now he has to go to the bathroom. I mean, is he
Now all
not
of a
gonna do
sudden
it?
he doesn't need to go anymore after a full double?
Boyka down to just 7 bigs.
I'm big.
The bounties gets opened after the tournament is finished?
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
I think that's probably a good way to do it.
What are you planning to wear as the host of this bounty reveal?
Well,
It's kind of a big deal.
I would love to contact the Cirque du Soleil costume department, Maria, but just, you know, probably a cardigan and a T-shirt, you know. I didn't have
Don't
anything
they have some type of wardrobe
exotic.
budget here for this occasion?
You just got here.
It was
the
a question.
wardrobe
It was
budgets.
a question.
I mean,
Like a ringmaster.
ooh. Dumb and Dumber ruffle tux. I like it.
I did put that in our group chat. There was a premonition that you would show up in that one day.
We're drawing live, as is Wasserson on a King 8-6 board.
80.
Got shot straight draw. Looks up at Strava, who says 80. Min raise opener. Big stack. Little tickle. Price might feel right. Wasserson just got these chips, though.
Yeah, but I feel like his chips are always in play.
I'm sure he appreciates that. You make anything of this, like, action on me, counting down my chips, in terms of range?
290.
No, I think it's just when you are off a fresh double, you just want to double
Fuck,
check
I'm
what
at
you
50
have.
time
I
banks
don't think it
anymore.
necessarily says anything about
So
how
sick.
strong your holding is. But I like that check raise line from Was.
Wagging his finger at Strava, who is easily able to relinquish with the Jack 7, and with some tokens in front of him, we see Eric feeling a little swaggy and maybe feeling pretty good about being told by Luca Vivaldi that the scheduled break is upon us. So a visit to the Lou, as they refer to it, the WC out here across the pond in his future. Quick peek at the chip counts. Brought to you by betacr.eu at our four-handed feature table. Strava is off the high water mark, very much on the low water mark. On the other side of things is Alex Boyka, far and away the overall short stack. Back at the desk here, Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho. And Maria, we are one away from the final table. Is that a real bubble?
Oh, it's definitely a real bubble. I mean, just in terms of people being able to add that to their resume of making another Triton final table. But also, again, when we talk about the payouts and the money up top and how that becomes more meaningful and the bounties a little less so, I think this is that tipping point.
All right. Well, and this is the point where we are going to send you to a break as well alongside the players. We too will take one. Just a few minutes' time. We'll return on the final table bubble here in event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty. Stay close.
Why? So many players. This is a crazy to-do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker
Now
site.
larger than all other GG Poker's passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Did you know that GTO Wizard has poker puzzles called the Daily Dose of GTO? There are 365 daily puzzles designed to help enhance your understanding of optimal poker strategy. You can filter by format or theme to help you improve at specific areas. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new betacr.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets betacr.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of betacr.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Chidwick dominated here. His ace-9 open gets jammed upon.
D5. I think I had 935 and then posted the ante.
Whole lot of hand for Heath. But again, we talk about the potential of that bounty. And so even if ace-9 normally would not be a hand that one would consider calling off for about 20 bigs, with that added equity, with that added money in play, should Chidwick collect the bounty, he does make the call.
So Chidwick flops an ace, but he is outkicked, as the prospects were always grim for his holding. Willing to risk a good chunk of his stack for a shot at the Ben Heath bounty. Wait a minute. Hard on the turn. Now, suddenly, any 9, any heart. Anything but on Ben Heath's mind, as the king keeps it clean. And an incestuous Brit-on-Brit exchange here. Meanwhile, back at the feature, action folded around to the cutoff of Ben Heath. 2 6s.
Oh, Hanoi, yeah. Where the tournament was.
The tournament? In Hanoi, so many tournaments, but small one.
No? But that's not where we went?
Da Nang.
Oh,
Hoi An, Da Nang. Yeah.
It's different cities?
You know how sometimes when you're really busy eating, that's when you get the good hands.
2 hours?
Yes.
When you were ready to fold all the marginal spots to continue eating your food. But
Yeah.
this one, not marginal at all.
Take 1 day.
Red Jacks pleasantly interrupting lunchtime. The 515K jam is promptly called by Ben Heath.
How many hours? Is far from here or is fine?
To fly here, it takes 12 hours fly directly.
Directly?
Yes.
Oh, that's
Bounty
insane.
hunting
Only in Cyber
with the worst of it.
Transit in Istanbul.
Wow, that's great.
Ooh, the 854 rainbow board now. Heath with the gutter.
Very easy. I mean, your life is pretty easy because you're the world champion, but yeah, you still are a world champion, bro.
Clean. Can Espen's Jacks hold? Yes, they can. So he'll haul in 1.1 million plus. As Heath will be pretty disappointed with that outcome, but they're gambling out here still for the time being, where the payouts are. Less. Oh boy.
Oh boy's announced. I don't know
Declared
if that's a good thing.
Elton Sang
5 seconds.
has jammed over the top of an Antoine Saout button open out of the small blind. Action still on Was? Unclear whether or not he's still deliberating. Yes, there are cards in front of him, and
5 seconds.
you heard him say 140,000, and that's obviously him recognizing that he has the opportunity to shower not 1 but 2 players here. And that's got everything to do with why it is that Was has made this call. Let's see. Who's got what?
Just give me an 8, baby.
Saout with King 9. Elton with pocket 8s. Was with Queen 5. Obviously the dustiness of his hand was where his discomfort came from, but Having 2 clean cards is always where he wanted to be. Trip kings for Saud.
Queen, what does Queen do for you?
You're bad. There's an event number 5, the 50k competition hand draw.
Saying playing a side pot against Was. So his 2 8s will collect the side, but the lion's share is going to be the main, which will be hauled in by Antoine Saud.
Oh, the main pot being dragged in by the 2-time WSOP main event final table list.
What a lovely tidbit, Maria.
You're welcome.
I can always count on you to really keep us apprised of such feats on the resumes of anyone and everyone out there in poker.
It's amazing the information my brain can store.
Mm-hmm. Truly.
I think you give him 60.
Sorry. I tried. Sorry.
Back now at Camp Chidwick, where he's got all his chips forward out of the big blind. Barbero, the Jack-10 opener, giving him a spin, and this is not great. Top pair for Chidwick. Sitting pretty, looking for the double. Heart draw now will remove outs from the equation for Barbero, and backdoor flush is the outcome for Chidwick. We'll haul in 1.35. Roller coasters being ridden all over the room at present. As Queen 10 suited for Nacho, down to 515K under the gun. He's going to rip it in. This is over 10 bigs. And I think he expects that hands well shy of pocket aces might be willing to give him a spin with the target on his back, but this is awful timing, and the follow-up act for Barbero rates to be a poor one after passing a chunk over to Chidwick. Are you in alignment with this Queen 10 suited rip under the gun, Maria?
I just looked, and we are on the verge of a pay jump. You know, 15th does pay a little slightly more, and so I think maybe I would have just appreciated, you know, perhaps the raise possibility, or, you know, maybe even just shipping it for like 400K, even though you would be all in next hand. Maybe checking out what's happening on the other table.
So then, Jorstad holding Barbero's feet. Welcome back to the Triton Super High Roller Series, the first stop on Season 3, 2023 edition here, JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London. Ali Najad alongside Maria Ho, and the final table bubble is upon us here in our 40K Mystery Bounty event. You mentioned just before the break, Maria, that there is something to be said for the idea of making a final table, adding something like that to your resume. For the time being, the pay jump's not entirely significant once we punch our ticket to that final table. It is roughly $20,000, I suppose, in a 40K. That is somewhat meaningful, but the bulk of the payout jumps are going to be happening once you make your way to that final table. And of course, there are still bounty envelopes to be collected as we await the finish here. Let's get a look at the chip counts as we're headed down. It is the Dutchman, Johannes Straver, 7.5 million in front of him, 75 bigs. Just look at that gap between him and second, Maria.
Yeah, there's a huge disparity between him and DeVoris. I mean, DeVoris had a chance to have a huge stack, but earlier we saw him get tangled up with Chun. But now, you know, all of the other stacks pretty playable until we get down to the shortest stack of Boyka.
Yeah.
5 big blinds.
The guy who, by the way, really lit the chat on fire a bit after folding King Jack against King Queen, that exchange with Jorstad.
Yeah, that saved him a lot of chips, potentially his tournament life, but now still down to a very, very short stack.
Yeah, not the only stack that is short, although, I don't know, 18 and 19 big blinds respectively for Wasserson and Chun. Do we really categorize that depth as short? Short in terms of being part of the bottom 3, but playable, right?
Absolutely playable. And again, we talked about, some of the downsides of being in a bounty format and being short, but the upside is sometimes you get a lot of action. So if you pick up a big hand, you might catch that double up.
Yeah, action that you wouldn't otherwise get perhaps and might be able to spin accordingly. So then, let us send it down as continuing coverage is moments away. Straver at the four-handed table. Our feature, secondary feature. Dvoris finds himself there. Quite fortunate given the disparity between their two stacks in terms of Dvoris not being at the same table as Straver, and that will allow him to operate far differently than he would have been able to if he were seated with Johannes. Wasserson limps the small. Strava checking back. Either player improves on the ace-queen deuce board. And Was just barreling at it with the king high. Maria, these are little cash game moves or what?
Sometimes I might want to just check hands that have showdown, and I would bet kind of the weaker part of my range in that spot, but maybe just deny some equity to just the 2 random cards from the big blind and take down a pot that's pretty meaningful to a shorter stack like Wasserson.
Well, he was far shorter than this once upon a time, but has found a double and cobbled his way up. Jorstad, ace-king here. Just shy of the average, which is 30 bigs, 3 million at present, at the 5,100 level. Min raise open. Espen 4th in chips overall. Second biggest stack at the table. The one that I think Johannes would prefer not to get into any altercations with, but leveraging things, Maria. 3-betting here. Why is that?
Well, first of all, pretty decent candidate. You've got a king in your hand, which is a nice blocker to a lot of the premium pairs, the nice ace-king, king-queens, all of those types of hands that you're blocking here. And then, when we're talking about the fact that there are not only short stacks, but the extreme short stack here at this table on the verge of the final table bubble, Jorstad's going to need to have a real hand to be able to continue here, which we see that he does, and I think Straver's going to hear from him real soon. But not a bad candidate to 3-bet with, and a lot of times if it gets through, you're continuing to apply that pressure and accumulating more chips and continuing to further that gap between you and everybody else.
Johannes looking on intently, and the jam will draw the curtain swiftly. King 9 finds the muff. Espen, nice little pickup.
Offsuit, actually. Just simply.
Back over to our secondary feature table as they are waiting for the green light from Luca. Hand for hand. Standard and customary.
You have like 2.7?
think 3.
What?
Just over 3.
Oh, just over.
I think no one's.
Fold. Fold.
Boris. 8 deuce suited. Limps in against Stevie, who's got a couple of 5s here. Chidwick currently 4th overall in chips, just behind DeVoris.
DeVoris not connecting with this flop meaningfully. Does have some back doors.
Bet 100,000.
Poor texture that feels nice enough for him to just pose a question with the min bet.
Yeah, that's not going to get through with Stevie holding 5s here, but you know, definitely some turn cards that could potentially bring DeVoris the equity that he's seeking and able to fire another barrel and put the 5s in a tough spot. 4 spades would be an interesting turn card. Ah.
Queen of clubs, disappointingly for Maria's purposes, but perhaps not so much for Chidwick. Doesn't rate to be involved with the kind of hand that would be looking to bet the flop, Maria?
Yeah, well, this is a limp pot and ranges are pretty wide, but you know, I would say that Chidwick is going to be a little more capped here than DeVoris is. Chidwick with showdown value is going to be beating all the 3Xs. You know, and probably doesn't think that he can shake a 6X or a King X with a bet on the turn, so does knuckle.
So DeVoris slowing down. Chidwick content to take a free peek at this river. No showdown value for the 8 high, I would imagine, unless maybe there's some small straight draw combos that are 7 high and below for Chidwick.
Bet 500,000.
Yeah, so no showdown value usually makes for a pretty natural bluff spot here on the river, and very polarizing sizing that DeVoris chooses to go for. Full pot. And I do think that it makes Stevie wonder, you know, does a hand like ace jack or 2 pair type combos really get in there here and check the turn? But either way, 5s maybe just too low in Stevie's range there to be able to call profitably for that sizing.
So nice. The pickup there for DeVoris, and well beyond nice is the kit available to those of you who venture down here in London or online to take a peek at that which Jacob and Co. from Genève are putting together. Just feast your eyes on the incredible craftsmanship. They are responsible for the special collaborative timepieces that are won by our Triton No Limit and Short Deck main event winners. And of course, the stunning Astronomia Casino piece with that functioning roulette wheel inside. I actually would love it if they put together a piece with a functioning slot machine inside. Or maybe a functioning Baccarat table.
Oh.
Ace King for Kiat Lu Chun. Raising to 200,000. Phil Ivey with a couple of jacks jams it, and Ignacio Chavetto has woken up with 2 queens behind him.
As if it weren't already a cooler with just the first 2 hands that we saw come up, and now Chavetto having Ivy dominated here.
Very much so.
1,925,000.
We're going to play a big one, and there's going to be money on the side. Granted, 2 jams over the top of our open with Ace King is a bit of a concern, but note that the blocker effects are real. No aces, no kings behind us, but queens and jacks. The next available pairs. Chun is actually covered by Chavetto, Maria. And
2.6.
did we ever just step away from the 200?
I think Chun might have him covered because
Oh, right, he's already in, so it's 100K that he covers him by. Forgive me, but was there a world in which he could have found a fold here?
I don't think so. Not with 2 bounties on the line, and very often you will find yourself in a spot where you have 2 overcards, and worst case, 1.
6 million chip main pot. 1.3 plus on the side. Far and away the most violent confrontation we've seen thus far here in day 2 of event number 3.
Could result in a double elimination on our way to the final.
Well, Ignacio Chavetto certainly has ideas about that with the best hand.
2 more, huh? We have 2 more. 2 extra.
Really?
So confirmed, Chavetto is covered.
If I lose. Yeah. Okay.
What a cooler for
Yeah.
Ivy.
Stone cold.
Good luck. Good luck to you too.
Frosty. And not the good kind that you get at Wendy's. So on their backs they go. Jacks, queens, ace, king.
Chun didn't use this 1 time, did he? Thought I heard something.
Ace requested and delivered, and if he did use the 1 time, he did so to great effect. As now the queens and jacks are just tugging at a set. And there is a set on the turn for Phil Ivey, incredibly.
Wow.
Salvaging his hopes here in the event. And Chavetto will be showered. Ivey hauls in the main pot of almost 6 million. Chun with a small consolation prize of 1.3 million. And Chavetto, who had the best hand going into that one, stunned.
I think I get this.
Chun with a little bit of rebate on the side pot. When did we see a jack ball roll off on the turn last? That was pretty recently.
Weird.
WSOP main event. Final table, or on the way to the final table, perhaps.
Maybe a bit too much for you. If you haven't.
Note, by the way,
right?
that Chavetto's bounty is passed along to Chun, who started with more chips in the hand, and that is the reasoning behind it?
Never take any, like 1 milligram is better than 2.
Ivy wins the pot, but he did not have Chavetto covered, so he's
like
not
still
able
not
to
a
win
lot,
the
but-
bounty.
We're a bit breathless here at the desk, and very much in Camp Chavetto, as he is on the outside looking in. The man who finishes in 9th place, collecting $63,800 and leaving behind 8 players to reassemble at the final table. $82,500 locked up, and what on earth was that?
I think that that was just an inevitable spot, and every player did what they were supposed to do. But the run out was what was the most shocking of all. But for all those people clamoring in chat that they want to see more Ivy, well, you got him.
Yeah, and it's been a little while since we've seen Ivy kind of out there, fully committed, full Triton stop, making a final table. Obviously, just a proud new Papa. Took a little break. Back now, and of course, eyes always feasting on Phil Ivey when he's at a final table.
Yeah, for Ivy, you know, obviously pressure is never a thing for him. He just wants to perform at the highest level he is possible, and I'm sure he showed up here because he knew that he was in the right space to do that.
He is going to be the second biggest stack at this final table. Don't go anywhere. When we return, the conclusion of event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty, where Phil Ivey threatens. Stay close.
GG Poker. Wow, so many players. This is a crazy. It's a
GG Poker.
broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all other GTO passing traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump! No way!
Did you know that GTO Wizard has a great little tool called Turn Reports? For example, here under the gun checks and then calls hijacks bet. We'll take a look at the turn reports, check, and here we can see exactly how hijack should play across every turn card. We can even go so far as to see the expected value of their range or specific hands in their range. This is a great way to improve and understand where your money comes from on later streets. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Welcome back to the break desk here where the final table has been set. A violent collision of ace, king, queens, and jacks is what got us here, Maria. And it's time in just a few moments for Luca Vivaldi to bring everybody out. But before he does, 639,000 up top, as mentioned before the break, 82,500. Do you have a pick?
I got to say Ivy. I mean, after that turn card with that jack rolling off, plus, again, we talked about what a great mental state Ivy is in right now. I think he's primed for the W.
Strava, the chip leader, though, as we send it down for the intros.
Event number 3 of the Triton Super RLS Series here in London. The 40k Mystery Bounty drew 133 entries. We are down to a final table of 8, and it's my pleasure to introduce you to them. You see number 1 with 1.4 million from Malaysia. Please welcome Chun Kiat Liu.
Hailing from Malaysia, as mentioned, one cash came in his first ever event played back at the last festival in Vietnam. 0 for 2 so far here in London.
See number 2 from the UK with 2.8 million. Please welcome Stephen Chidwick.
Chidwick, one of the most decorated players on the Triton Tour. In terms of cashes, he's got 24. Just one title. Looking for his second here and to add to 16.2 million in
Our
career
chip
earnings.
leader from the Netherlands is seat number 3 with 6.9 million. Please put your hand together for Jaspen Straver.
Jaspen, what Johannes goes by, we'll call him Straver. 355,000 plus in career Triton earnings. Just one prior stop in
Seat
Vietnam.
number 5 from the US with 1.7 million. Please welcome Eric Wasserson.
Was making his first ever appearance at a Triton. 0 for 2 in the first 2 events, notching his first ever cash here
Seat
today.
number 6 from the US with 5.9 million. Please put your hand together for Phil Ivy.
A man that truly doesn't need an introduction. 6.3 million plus in career Triton earnings. 12 cashes and part of the illustrious 3-title club.
Seat number 7 from Canada with 3.8 million. Please welcome Dan Vores.
A threat at any final table he makes. 18 cashes and 1 title coming together to give him $7.3 million in career Triton earnings.
Seat number 8, 275,000 from Belarus. Please welcome Alex Boyka.
Boyka with a very impressive fold. King-Jack against King-Queen, part of the equation that lands him at this final table. Just 1 Triton cash came at his
Last
first
but not
ever
least,
event.
from Norway, 3.6 million. Please welcome Espen Jostad.
Rounding things out, the former World Series of Poker main event champion. 153,000 in career Triton earnings, coming courtesy of 2 cashes in Cyprus in 2022.
Button has been drawn to seat number 9. We're coming back with 21 minutes remaining on level 21, 50,000, 100,000, 100,000. Best of luck, everyone. I remind you that the next break in 1 hour and 31 minutes will be our dinner break. Shuffle up and deal, please.
So roughly 90 minutes of play between now and the dinner break as we thank Luca Vivaldi for taking care of the festivities and ceremonies as always. Looking good in the process. $82,500, the only 5-figure payout at this 8-handed final table of a 7-max event. 2.6 million plus in the prize pool. Of course, a good chunk of the entries going toward those mystery bounty envelopes, which will be drawn during the dinner break tomorrow. Current pay jumps in terms of ICM implications is about $30,000 up to $111,500 from here for a 7th place finish. Strava, as mentioned, overall chip leader, about $1 million between he and Phil Ivy, the man that binked the jack for a set to stay alive and punch his ticket here. Short stack belongs to Boyka, just 3 bigs.
Raise to 200,000. Fold.
Espen. Drew the button. Opens. King 4. Current fourth biggest stack. In front of the average of 3.3 million. Chidwick defending with Queen 8. Not the board he had in mind. Second pair, but no club for Jorstad, who has a check to him.
Bet 100,000.
Going for the min bet, and that's going to be enough.
Uneventful exchange there.
I've got a question for you, Ollie. You know, I'm new around here. This is my first time doing commentary with you fine folk here at Triton. What is the best final table entrance you've ever seen? Because a lot of those were a little lackluster. I mean, no judgment, just curious. Has anyone, you know, done some type of dance move, some type of pose at the end? You know the break dancers with the pose after they do like a windmill or something?
I don't remember any of that.
I need a little
But I
of
seem
that in
to
my life.
recall Henrik Hecklin recently in Cyprus coming in to a main event final table and then hoisting his main event Jacob and Co. watch kind of up as a throwdown, sort of been here before, boys.
Yeah, the
Recognize.
ultimate flex.
Yeah, it was a flexy one. It wasn't, I would say, a sexy one. But, you know, he brought some flavor to the party.
I mean, the music is so hype, the setup is so cool. I just really want someone to make the most of that moment.
I want somebody to just wear, like, Espen's glasses and then walk super slowly. You know, little gangster lean, as we see Ivy raise and take it with King Queen.
Not like it's a contest, but I have to say that the best walk I would give to Divorce, that was very swaggy.
Was that your alpha walk-in? If you had to rate them?
Yeah, I enjoyed it from my vantage point. I hope that one of these days I will make a final table of a Triton event, and I'll show all y'all how it's done.
Listen, 2 black aces for Boyka. On the short stack, not much more you can ask for. Although that's the kind of hand that Tai Tin Chu didn't fare too well with.
Feeding time for bounty vultures, though, because Boyka on the extreme short stack.
275,000.
Yeah, this looks like an abandoned carcass on the Serengeti. One that would be available to such vultures, but in reality,
5 seconds.
this meat is a little rancid. Keep your beak out of there, especially with ace-3. Little does Chidwick know it, though.
Not going to cost him too much to see 5 in this spot, plus that pretty little envelope, which contents remain to be seen until tomorrow.
Blinds are cleared, and top of range for Boyka. Getting a laugh out of the boys. Certainly would have been prepared to jam with far less. Slightly less amused is Chidwick. $800K. 10-10-8. Not the flop that rates to be a problem for the aces. Ace-3 could very well draw dead on the turn. and does exactly that. So Inconsequential River is delivered, as is an 800K pot to Alex Boyka. A nice start to his final table. Nobody rooting for him, of course. Just
Not
business.
a one. Well, this is a different scenario where the other players at the table want to keep the bounty in play, and now they still have a second chance at it, because if they weren't the ones to be able to bust him, he's still on the short
That's
stack
actually
now.
true. And of course, Straver doesn't mind having an ultra shorty out there, just in terms of the non-bounty implications, which is typical ICM. So maybe keeping him around, as long as a thumb stays on him at that 10 blind threshold, would be suiting the Dutchman's purposes just fine. As you get a look at updated chip counts brought to you by PokerStake. Ivy, 5 blinds off the pace. A little pairing cluster of Jorstad and Dvoris in the middle. Chidwick alone at 22 bigs. Was and Chun 6-7. Another pair off, and then Boyka doubling, but still alone on the shorty.
Consider limping?
I like that. That's naughty.
Dvoris asking Boyka whether or not he considered limping. Just being cheeky.
Yeah, maybe just trying to maximize the action he gets. Maybe, you know, a couple callers, then somebody tries to ISO, and then all of a sudden he can quadruple up against one hand to the run out.
5 seconds.
400.
Wasted 400,000. Fold. Fold, fold.
Boyka raising half of his stack.
Fold.
Pretty much commitment
Fold.
to the rest that is behind, unless some fireworks pop off behind it. I think you're gonna need to get another drink. That one's done. Nothing left.
That was desperate suction on the other end of that straw. Fruitless suction, in fact. Chip suction for Boyka. Back-to-back spots. Not this time, though. Sit this one out.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Wasserson, button, king 10. Look who he's got to his direct left, though. Second biggest stack in Ivy. Not going to dissuade him from jamming, though.
Fold.
He's going to get through as Dvoris has the diaper. Deuce 3 off. Well, the chatter is non-existent now here at this FT.
Apparently not among this group. I feel like there's definitely a couple of players left final 2 or 3 tables that, had they made this final table, could have been a little more livelier, but you know, usually you're not going to get a lot out of Ivy. Chidwick, quiet most of the time. A little surprising that Wasserson's not more talkative. You know, he's somebody that I feel like we could count on for sure in a cash game setting, but maybe now that we're at this final table in a tournament, he's just going to try to settle in. Chun all in with the 9s.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
How much is it?
Back to Boyka in the big blind. Interesting spot for him.
Yeah, the ace-10 offsuit.
1,400,000 in total.
I mean, it's a decent amount of hand, and he knows he's going to need to do some spinning, but decides that Chun, the only guy that covers him, had a real hand there. But the fact that Chun looks up and sees the only stack that he has covered in the big blind, does that maybe not incentivize him to open a pot more than in any other situation?
Yeah, but maybe open the pot with a raise and not with a shove, because, you know, it's a high likelihood that he's going to get a fold out of that short stack, and he'll have an easy spot to pick up some blinds and antes. But to risk your own tournament life in a spot where somebody is shorter than you from an ICM standpoint sometimes can be ill-advised if you don't have a pretty strong holding.
Raised to 225,000. Fold. Fold.
Chidwick's ace-8 suited,
Fold.
raising to 225K.
Fold. Fold.
Queen 10 for Jorstad in the big. And of course, ever important is having your opponent covered in a bounty format.
5 seconds. Fold.
And with the envelope overlay and the discount from being in the big blind, never mind the strength of Queen 10. Jorstad defends, flops the gut shot against top pair.
Pretty interesting flop. Chidwick, range advantage, top pair. Jorstad sitting there with the gut shot.
Bet 350,000.
Chidwick choosing just slightly north of half pot on the C bet.
Fold.
Doesn't really allow Jorstad room with that sizing to continue with just the gut shot with no backdoor flush possibilities.
Delightful final table we have on our hands, by the way. You're looking at Ivy, one of the most storied players around, who has kind of transcended multiple eras in poker. I remember him rocking the full tilt basketball jersey back in the early 2000s. And the likes of Sam Farha and Moneymaker were battling. Saw Moneymaker, by the way, here. Made his way to London.
Yeah.
Haven't seen him dabbling on the Triton side of things. Perhaps out there doing his bidding in the
I did already.
parallel World Series event that's taking place.
Did they register or no?
I don't think so. We just asked me to if you could spread it.
Former main event winner, Espen Jorstad. One of the winningest players of all time, Chidwick. Lesser knowns in Chun and Boyka. Wasserson, a cash game kind of guy. Not to overlook Dvoris, of course, who lays down the King-Jack here in the face of the min-raise open from Straven. Jorstad, pocket fives. Small blind, as both he and Chun have real kit.
Fold.
ICM pressure quite high. with Boyka on 8 big blinds. Jorstad doesn't want to be calling out of the small blind too wide, willing to give up some hands that don't play too well post. And Chun now moving all in. Wow. And
Poorly timed.
I don't want to say that this is a mistake. I do understand that Strava, as the chip leader, is going to be opening quite wide. But again, from an ICM perspective, you look over at Boyka's stack and you think, you know, maybe there's a way to just wait him out instead.
Finds himself dominated on an ace-queen-7 board where top 2, the development for the chip leader. He's got his sights firmly set on 3.2 million plus. Has the second shortest stack in the room. Busts before Alex Boyka, which will allow Boyka and the rest of the field to ladder up. Just a little bit of bad timing for Kiat Liu Chun, who certainly has impressed, cashing in the GG Super Millions 25K, 14th in Vietnam, and here he is with an 8th place finish in London, 1 for 3 on the festival, earning himself $82,500. Nobody more delighted to see it than Boyka, of course, as now $111,500 is on tap, 8.3 million plus in front of Johannes Traver, who has been the force to be reckoned with here, and certain one of the favorites to be laying claim to the $639,000 first place prize, but so much talent stands between him and the mountaintop. Those counts brought to you by GG Poker. Paused on Dvoris.
600.
For a second, I thought we were going to be filming one of those everybody freeze memes. But then silence broken by the Dvoris Open. Rather the 3-bet, was it?
Yeah, it was a
Strava
3-bet
with the
to
Open, forgive me.
600.
And see, that's the kind of idea that Chun obviously had out of the big blind. Strava opening a hand that he can't call to the 3-bet, even doing so under the gun. But of course, just ran into it.
It's also nicer when you can do it without risking your tournament life, though, right? Dvoris, you know, with the type of stack where you can 3-bet fold off of that stack and still be all right. But for Chun, had to risk his tournament life to do it. And as a result, Boyka gets to move up 1 spot with the pay jump.
Was a 6 suited up front. Very relevant mystery side card here in terms of how Chidwick approaches. As we see Eric fixed on Stevie. Where do you put him in terms of that second card?
It's got to be king, queen type hands. King, jack suited sometimes, you know, ace, king, of course, kings. It's all going to be good hands, that's for sure. I don't really think, especially with Strauber behind there and Was acting from under the gun there, that he's ever going to be light.
So the 3-bet. Getting it done.
Good ball.
Thank you. You make the sickest fold of all time? You make the sickest fold of all time?
No.
No? Not twice in the same day.
That was. That would have just been the worst call of all time. Not the sickest fold.
Eric doesn't really paint in gray, does he? It's just kind of a black and white. It's either the worst call of all time, the best call of all time. Nothing in the middle. There's Ivy. Not quite the middle, but a small pair. 275K and running into a big pair as Chidwick. This time, 2 kings, and that's for sure on the button.
Chidwick with 22 big blinds to start this hand, finding the 3-bet non-all-in sizing. What will Ivy do? You know, it does feel like, especially when Ivy has Chidwick covered, that he could just call in this spot and see a flop and hope to catch a nice flop for his hand.
Tends to agree as he makes the investment, but the 6 does not make an appearance on the jack-high rainbow board, where kings are comfy.
Ivy knows that Chidwick likely just to have strength here, 3-betting pre-flop, especially with Boyka being short out there. But this isn't a great flop for 6s. And I think without flopping a set or some straight possibilities, Ivy's just going to be done with this hand after Chidwick c-bets.
All in?
You see with that texture, Chidwick just not taking any chances, doesn't really want to allow equity.
But far be it from me to question the procedures, Maria. When we bet that much, we're basically removing the prospects of being... I'm just saying, like, the risk of ruin when we're up against pocket jacks, pocket 10s, pocket 3s.
I think he believes that Ivy would have just put him in pre-flop for
So
his stack
that's
side
why.
with jacks and 10s. You know, we see Ivy calling with 6s, so maybe he would have called with 3s, but really that's the only set that I think Chidwick's afraid of, and I think really what it is about is just denying equity when the pot is already quite sizable and Boyka is so short. You really just want to be able to take that down.
Can we not accomplish
low
the same
variance.
feat with fewer chips deployed?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I just think when we talk about SPR in that spot, you know, I can't go back and exactly calculate what that was now that we don't have that on screen, but I don't think that there was a particular sizing that Stevie could have chosen. It still would have been pretty committed to go big. And so all in versus, you know, going full pot there, I think was pretty similar in terms of the options. that he could take if what he wanted to achieve is just to deny equity there. Again, not afraid of many sets.
Can I just get 2 bottles of still water, please? 2, yeah.
Jack 10 offsuit. As Chidwick cools off a little bit, and Straver chooses to flat an ace-queen on the button. King 10 off for Phil.
Great idea.
This is pretty interesting procedure out of the ace-queen. A lot of the times, especially as the chip leader, you would expect to see a 3-bet, but perhaps hoping that someone behind might have some designs to squeeze.
A 6-6 board as Straver under-repped. Has way the best of it.
Chidwick, because he didn't hear from Straver pre, feeling like this is his board, hoping to just be able to c-bet and take it down. Not going to give Straver credit for such a big hand when he just flats on the button, perhaps puts him more in the range of some of the Broadway holdings.
$200K bet and called in front of the King 10, which finds the muck properly. Can't blame Chidwick for trying to represent as played. Straver's hand doesn't have to contain the ace, but now that Johannes has made the call, we start to have some concerns, Maria, about what it is that we're up against, I would imagine. Such dry texture.
Yeah, if you think that the c-bet's going to fold out a lot of the times, you know, the queen jacks, the king queens, and the like, then perhaps now you might have to feel like Straver does have some traps there when he flats on the button and has a strong holding and one that's not going to fold to a second barrel.
So the turn gets checked. As Straver improves to aces and queens. Don't think he sensed that he needed this card, and maybe doesn't even like it as the backdoor hearts show up. Chidwick. 400 into 1.4 here.
Pretty small sizing here, which, you know, definitely is one where I think if Straver had a pair, like a smaller pair, might just fold out for that price even. Feels like Chidwick is pursuing some thin value, but obviously not going to fold out a hand as strong as ace-queen, and in fact, Straver's going for the raise here.
Yeah. Praying that maybe Chidwick had an ace that would get curious. Played conservatively in the event that it was up against a 6x kind of holding. But of course, we know that is not the case. So Johannes up and over 9 million. Ivy in second, just shy of 5. DeForest in third with 4 million. Boyka. Still the shorty, pictured here under the gun. 800,000.
Oh, I thought you said something.
No, I didn't know. I thought it was 75. Small line.
Pass.
Folded all the way around to the small blind of Ivy. King 5 in a great way against Jack 5. Limp in and check. Top pair for Phil. We'll look to induce some friskiness out of Devoris in position.
With that 5, has some backdoor straight possibilities for both, but Devoris with the check back.
No improvement for Dan on the turn. Now Phil doing his own work. Job done. Well, nothing too violent thus far, as we have lost one player here at the final table of event number 3, 40K Mystery Bounty. Day 2 action from here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House on Park Lane in London. Ali Najad and Maria Ho, pleased to have the over 10,000 of you that are streaming this coverage on YouTube. Hit like, hit subscribe, or we'll kill you. Nah, maybe we won't do that.
And I also just don't know about the will part. I mean, leave me out of it.
Wow.
I'm not an accomplice.
You're not my ride or die in here?
I'm not an accomplice to a crime. No, certainly not.
Would it be a crime, considering the free nature of this content, to threaten those that wouldn't take the 1 second in small motion of the mouse or trackpad to hover over and then press like and subscribe in exchange for such things?
I mean, why not just say that you'll open a can of sardines in their house if they refuse to like or subscribe? I mean, does it have to be that violent? Do you really have to go that extreme?
What about a can of whoop-ass?
I mean,
does that appeal?
That's kind of appealing.
You want that on the menu, apparently?
Sure. I've offered that up to a couple people in my young rebel heyday. I've used that saying, actually. You know, it used to be cool to say that.
Yeah.
Got one.
To say that seriously, not jokingly.
Now it's just good for a laugh. No one actually feels threatened by it. But certainly do appreciate your support.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And the opportunity to deliver first-hand live coverage of these gladiators in the ring, doing what they do best. Devoris, button. Looks like we're going up.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be folding the button when you have a 4 big blind stack in the small blind, just hoping that you can have a chance at that bounty. But Boyka not having a hand to go with. Jorstad, however, has a hand to defend with when it's suited, but also, again, the shorter Boyka gets, the more conservative you will see the other players play in terms of starting hand selection, just not wanting to get involved unnecessarily.
Things a bit tightly wound out there, it would seem, Maria, and it stands in stark contrast to the bulk of today's coverage. I mean, I can't remember a phase of the tournament, and maybe it's self-evident because we're here at the final table and the ICM pressure mounts and the payouts, the ladders rather, are greater, but bounty is still very relevant. We talked about the expected value of each envelope. It is $70,000.
Yeah. But
Not insignificant.
55 minutes.
But finally,
when I have the break. Would this be possible?
eclipsed by the on-tap payout of 111,500, and maybe this is an immediate impact of that reality.
I think there is a little bit of that, and there should be, because at the end of the day, a lot of these players are professionals, and so this is the point where you do have to take things a little bit seriously, not saying that they weren't and not saying that they wouldn't be able to do so if they were a little more talkative, a little more chatty, but still, it's also a function of just the players we have at this final, right? If we had a different lineup, perhaps it would be a little bit more gregarious out there, but Boyka with ace-4 suited on the button, time to go. Not going to find a much better hand than this to go with when you get that short, already lacking any fold equity between stack size and the bounty on his head. But it's going to love having Ivy covered here on the hearts. The Ivy with 2 live cards and the queen and the 8.
So a collision. Ace-4 of hearts in such a good way. Ivy looking to bring us down to 6 players. That is not the flop that rates to help him, nor the turn. Can Boyka hang on? Oh! We have our answer as a filthy 8 of spades.
Just 22. Like you're 22, you give him
Briefly,
yours,
I thought
and then you keep the
Boyka
other one.
was glaring at the dealer, but really he just wanted some instruction as to what to do with his bounty. Of course, it's going to go to Ivy, as that was a very, very nasty way to be evicted from the premises for the Belarusian Alex Boyka. 115,000 in career Triton earnings coming into this one, and courtesy of that 7th place finish, he will roughly double his career earnings, courtesy of his 2nd cash ever at a Triton stop. So get a look at the remaining chip counts and payouts. Boyka failed to cash the first 2 events, cashing this 3rd one and leaving behind 6 with a locked up 149,000 and a 41K jump from 6th to 5th.
You know, Ali, rumor had it that at a WSOP event, Ivy played this bounty tournament, collected a couple of bounties, not worth much, maybe $500, but didn't cash, and found out from the floor man that he needed to wait until a certain time to come back and collect the bounties. And I think he just gave it to the floor man. He's like, I don't want this. What am I going to do with this? And just gave him the bounty chips.
No, come on.
No, I really believe that this story is true. But I was going to say, I do think that this mystery bounty, especially with the 400K bounty on top, might be a little bit different for Ivy. But I'm just saying, I tend to believe that story.
I mean, then what happens to that money in the prize pool That's what I'm wondering. As a heads-up pot brewing here between Dvoris, the opener from the cutoff, who c-bets 200 after picking up Stava for the ride. Defense with 9-6 suited. Fruitless on an ace-8, 4-2 club board. I mean, does the floor man just get to keep it like a toke? Walk up, rip, rip, thanks so much?
Well, I think so. I think what you do is you go to the payout desk and you say, these are bounties that Phil Ivey collected, but he doesn't want them. Now, maybe the floor man just, put that into the group toke, the collective tip to be shared among the staff. That might have been the thing to do. But, I mean, Ivy didn't want to wait around for what? $1,500 maybe. That you're telling me that doesn't sound plausible because...
Is it really just $1,500 though? What was the biggest envelope available?
No, it wasn't a mystery bounty. It was just a standard bounty.
Yeah, I could see Ivy being like, guys, are you kidding me?
What do you want me to do with this?
Time is money. And 2 10s are looking to make a little money here. Under the gun open to 275,000. Suited king for Dvoris.
775.
Ooh.
Price 775,000.
That caught Ivy's attention, understandably. The 3-bet to 775, disrespecting the under the gun open of Phil.
But also maybe respecting that, of course, Ivy understands that with a big stack, he can certainly be opening a little bit wider. And Dvoris picking a nice candidate to 3-bet with, suited, too much of a gap where if you perhaps get 4-bet, then you're not going to feel too bad about just having to fold in this spot. Whereas some of the other better King X suited hands, you want to be able to get to a flop with. Here, Ivy just going to call the 3-bet.
And the Queen 7-3 board is certainly not the one that Dvoris wants to be looking up at. Wouldn't have minded just taking it down pre, of course, and instead he plays a 1.85 million chip pot. Benefit of position and the betting lead as Ivy checks with flow.
Right color, wrong suit, but with the betting lead and representing
400.
a big hand, I imagine that for this sizing, Ivy's going to take one off. But again, doesn't love not only the overcard that's out there to his 10s, but the pre-flop aggression from Dvoris has to be some concern for Ivy here. Gonna call and decide.
Oh, now the decision is going to be made considerably easier, one might imagine, for Ivy. He's got Dvoris covered. Makes the set of 10s, always drawing live if the flush is present.
I will say that there's definitely other turn cards that would have allowed Dvoris to barrel off a lot easier, but this one's not great because when Ivy calls the 3-bet pre-flop, Ivy's going to have a lot of suited combos, I think, in his hand. I think against Dvoris's stack, about 36 big blinds to start. I really feel like Ivy's not continuing with a lot of the smaller pairs. You see Dvoris with the check back here.
Mindful, I think, of the flop call from Ivy, connected, of course, to the pre-flop call. Is an insignificant deuce of clubs. Rounds out the board with 2.6 in the middle, and Ivy checking once more, and this is a delightful little path to perhaps making more from King 4 suited. As temptation, perhaps, for Dvoris. Looking over at his stack. Going to use a time bank here, Maria, and obviously the deuce changing absolutely nothing about the board. Can Dvoris credibly try to represent anything as played? The check back on the turn, and then now all of a sudden maybe coming with a bet on the river?
Yeah, this is a tough one because this is very sneaky from Ivy, certainly. And it does feel like Dvoris might pick a sizing where he is trying to represent some value bets that aren't necessarily nutted, right? Not necessarily flushes, but maybe some hands that can get things like nines to fold out, potentially. You know, I think he thinks jacks would have been in there probably. So
note the half pot sizing from Dvoris. This is a chunky bit of the 3.1 back, and is it a size that might dissuade Ivy, who suspects the set of tens are good the vast majority of the time here, from raising it up?
I don't know, because this really looks like just a value bet with perhaps, you know, a good queen X or something that didn't want to go 3 streets. You see Ivy recognizing that it doesn't really look nutted, that it does look like value though.
Yeah. And in terms of anything that's betting for value there, short of the set of queens, which seems unlikely to have checked back the turn with the threat of the third heart. Ivy able to check jam and narrow the gap between he and Johannes Straver to just 75,000. As Dvoris falls to 5th of 6. So Daniel not going to be able to shake off losing that one with 8 deuce off suit, puts it into the bin. Wasserson jamming into Ivy with king 3, and Phil snaps with the ace 8, can well afford to hunt Wass's bounty, and has a good amount of hand in a spot such as that. Are we all right with the jam from Wass with king 3 off, Maria?
Yeah, Wasserson is the shortest stack, so has the least to lose ICM-wise.
And now has Ivy drawing the 3 outs on a king jack 7 board, where 2.7 million rate to be headed his way. And now assuredly will. 3 Cowboys. Meaningless river. So some winner's tax being applied to that big pickup from Ivy moments ago by the tax man, Wasserson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We play 50, 125, 125 here at the final table of event number 3, the 40k Mystery Bounty. 2 casualties of war thus far, Kiat Liu Chun and Alex Boyka. Guaranteed payout of 149,000 with a jump of 41. And 639,000 along with the Triton title awaits up at the top. Jorstad, under the gun, queen jack offsuit.
250.
Raise 250,000. Fold. Fold.
Black jacks for the chip leader.
And as a result of that BVB double up for Was, now Divorce is the shortest stack in play. Would have liked this suited combo to be a little more connected. That would have made for an easier defend. This one giving it a think, looking around at the other stacks. Gonna fold.
Uneventful, that one. It's the Dutchman. Flying the flag that we're more accustomed to seeing Kevin Paquet, Luc Riles, and Tom Vogelsang fly here on the Triton Tour. No sightings of those three thus far, to my knowledge. Mucked around to Divorce is small.
Hoping to see a free flop with Jack 7. Not a good enough hand to shove, and certainly not a good enough hand to call a shove with. What does Jorstad want to do with the Jack 8? Divorce could have some traps here when he limps from the small blind, so I think with these middling type cards, Jorstad's pretty happy to see a flop in position.
And he's going to be pretty happy to have Jack 7 outkicked, at least for the time being, on a Queen-Queen-Jack board that connects with both holdings. $375 in the middle. Divorce, the short stack coming into this one. 14 big blinds deep.
And if Divorce indeed was trapping from the small blind, then that Jack 8 doesn't look that great against some of those traps. But of course, still gonna call and see how Divorce chooses to proceed on the turn. Divorce not loving the 8 that rolls off because 10-9 gets there. And of course, wary of some Queen X, the weak Queen X type hands that are just going to check back pre-flop instead of put them all in.
Espen normally would love hitting 2-pair, but not when you've already got 2-pair, courtesy of the 2 queens on the flop and an 8 that actually leaves Divorce chopping. Backdoor diamonds arrive on the back end of the turn checks. Is it reasonable to hunt value here when we need to ask ourselves kind of what calls us?
Yeah, there can be some weak King X's that Jorstad will check back instead of put Divorce all in with. You know, with Ace X, I would imagine that Jorstad would have put them all in pre. But some of that weaker King X might have looked him up, but here just going to get the quick call out of the chop.
So no profit for either player as the blind versus blind chop completed. It is one of the concepts, though, in terms of just basic strategy when we're on the river, Maria, to definitely be able to locate hands that we feel would be capable of paying off against our sizing. We would hopefully be able to also find hands that have us beat, that would fold to us. What we don't want is to do something that creates a condition whereby the only hands that are going to meet us at showdown have us beat.
Right, and I think for the top pros and these elite players that we have the privilege of watching, they're really able to navigate those situations. And that's also where bet sizings really come into play, because your sizing is really going to determine the type of hands that you are able to extract value from versus the sizings where you're only going to get called by hands that have you beat. This is a bit of a beat down with kings up against the king 9 of Straver.
Both of the other kings in the deck accounted for as Stravers finds the muck, as well as the one prior. Going back to a pot of go, by the way. A little shout out to Ivan Marganov, who pointed out that in the blind versus blind chop situation, the big blind ante that's out there that came from Espen actually gets shared. And as such, he has a small loss and Devoris a small profit in that pot. Nice catch, Ivan, over in the YouTube chat, which we are keeping an eye on. A few people stepping in to advise that, by the way.
All I know is that when Ivy wins a pot, the chat goes wild.
They sure do.
It's nice to know that after all these years, though, the Ivy mystique really hasn't let up. Just something about Ivy not only attracts fans, but it's not just because he's a great player. I think it's because there's something kind of desirable about somebody that hasn't really, I don't want to say chased the fame, but maybe the spotlight, you know, for a long time, shied away from it.
I think he's become a little bit more public.
A little bit more so now. But I think a lot of people would pay more than a penny for his thoughts.
Oh, yeah.
In any given situation, you just watch the eye roll, the stare down, and you're like, I wonder what Ivy is thinking.
There's kind of a mystique, you know, surrounding Ivy, just the enigma. So unique, you know, throughout the years, nobody that I can recall has even come close to reminding me of Phil in any way, shape, or form. He just stands alone in the way in which he approaches the game, conducts himself, and sort of that hyper-private nature throughout so many years. Here he is. Kings up front. 350 to go. King's rich environment.
Small sample, but so far, card distribution seeming to favor Ivy.
It's allowed. Remember, that's a man who looked all but certain to be showered when he had jacks against queens against ace-king. Ended up binking a jack on the turn. Believe there was 11 left at that point. Maria, not sure.
I think there was 9 because I think that was the elimination that brought us to the final table.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. Raise and take it for the ace-queen suited of Daniel DeVoris as producer James is milling about elsewhere in the room. Event number 4 underway, and it would appear that another fan favorite, like Ivy, more so perhaps on European soil, playing under the Swiss banner, the always sartorially clad Linus Lolliger. Linus Love, as he's known online, is in the building.
Yeah, prolific online player with one of the best resumes around, and someone who, when he first came onto the live scene more and just ventured into live poker, even said how it caused a little bit of discomfort for him, some of the things that you have to deal with in the live setting that you don't online. But has seemed to adjust to it fairly well, given some of his live results.
Johannes, raise and take it with that king-queen.
We got this one, guys.
Finally, somebody addressing the elephant in the room.
We're so far out in front that there's nothing I can do.
Was suggesting they're drawing dead to not earning the title for least words ever said at a final table.
Just missing David Peters.
Great sense of humor on Was. Breaking the ice.
Yeah, and you know it's bad when Was doesn't even think he could save it.
Yeah. It'd be a one-man effort, from what it seems.
5 seconds. Point. It's okay. 2.5 total.
Do 2.5 total?
2.25.
Okay.
Was actually 4 of 6 right now, but only so slightly covering 5th and 6th in chips. DeVoris and Chidwick, respectively.
This Was jam with king-queen would be in such a delightful spot here if it got some patronage out of Espen Jorstad, who has him covered, not by a ton. Obviously, it was a different spot, but he did see Was jam the small blind with king-3 offsuit.
What do you have?
Into Ivy. Had far less chips at the time as well. Quietly. Was, by the way, working his way up the board, 2.3 plus now.
These players are so quiet that some of chat is even questioning whether they're mic'd up or not. Yes, chat, they are mic'd up. They are just choosing to not talk.
Was has gotten a nice smile out of Ivy. Didn't quite make out the nature of the conversation, although you talked about card distribution, and here we have Ivy with a pocket pair in the cutoff, continuing to run well at this final table in terms of pre-flop holdings. He's going to jam it. Max pressure applications. And this will get through. Now, earlier, Maria, you were talking about wanting to see somebody who would have a bit of flair during the introductory walk-ins that Luca Vivaldi presided over.
Mm-hmm.
And you and I have been in the booth to cover this gentleman, one who won a bracelet this summer at the World Series in Vegas. And if we should somehow find him at a Triton, I suspect that an epic intro walk-in would be rendered by Sweet Lou Garza.
I could have read your mind there. I was going to say it. I was going to let you come with it, but yes.
I mean,
Lou Garza would have been the one.
Paging Lou Garza to the Triton Super High Roller Series. Let's take some of those winnings. See if we can't parlay. There are some PLO events.
I was going to say, what's the biggest PLO buy-in there is?
Scanning the schedule.
How many chips?
Let's get Lou in here.
Didn't affect my decision. I don't even know how to make it affect my
August 4th.
So plenty of time for him to take the flight out here.
25K PLO.
Prepare a final table outfit. Full of drip.
Right.
Is there
Practice.
Like any number I could have said where you would
some
have
moves.
reconsidered?
I mean, I don't know.
For the tunnel walk.
6 million?
No, I still was going to go all in. There's nothing you could have said that I wasn't.
Event number 10.
Maybe I'm supposed to just raise. So why did you ask?
17 in total will be playing.
You owe him 10 pounds.
Hmm? No, that offer was only for you. Oh, and it had to be on purpose.
Oh, somebody says, I can imagine a Congo line of some sort. That's an idea.
Deeply uncomfortable.
Probably a better reason than most people have for asking. Thank you. That's the funny part. Maybe if he is more than me, I'm supposed to only raise or something. Or, no, actually, maybe I'm not supposed to raise because he is less than me. Fucking idiot. I just figured it out.
Pocket sevens for Ivy.
Like, if you don't know yourself, no one can get a read on you.
Good point. That is important. So it all equals out.
Yeah.
Your stat, 19 big blinds. Considering his options here, with a hand that blocks a lot of premium holdings, and wouldn't be surprised, to see this, especially with the frequency that we've been seeing Ivy getting involved. And we haven't seen a lot of the hands that Ivy has opened with. I'm saying the rest of the table.
And the delay is not such that, any of the squads that might be scouting some of this action and answering questions about what the holdings were that were unseen could deliver some intel. So Espen deciding it's time to play back. Clickish 600. Just 2xing. Ivy comes along, and the Queen 8 deuce board reveals 2 over cards. And this will serve Espen just fine, with the King of Diamonds working as well. Top pair, great kicker. Betting lead and a check in front of him.
Note SPR with this being a 3-bet pot pre, really more like 2 streets here to get the chips in the middle. We'll see based on the sizing here. Probably going to be small than on most turns. Just going to put the rest here in the middle, but we'll see that brings the total pot with Ivy making the call to just under 2.4 million, with Jorstad having 1.8 million back. Not going to find Ivy with deuce X's here. We'll have some suited combos. We'll have, some worse queen X's, some queen jack suited.
Is the argument against the downsized C-bet on the flop Maria, the kind of lack of clarity that it produces, or is that totally irrelevant given that we have King Queen? And the check back here from Jorstad, despite having the King High flush draw top pair, now delivers a diamond to his doorstep in what is a very under-repped spot in terms of a big flush, right?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be tough, though, given Ivy's holding for Jorstad to get value. And you see Ivy unwilling to go for the bluff.
Right.
Because, as you mentioned, Jorstad will have some of the unsuited combos with big diamonds here, even though choosing to under-rep, it's unlikely that he turned, say, the nut flush.
And now, Espen brings the heat. The vast majority of his chips pushed forward, 100K left back.
Ivy, never one that's quick to release here, but still just does not like that run out.
Yeah, understandably, the lack of a diamond, and he underpaired to the queen in the 8. Fold came in plenty fast. I go back, by the way, to that super downsized C-bet on the flop by Espen after being a 3-better and the sort of lack of clarity that it delivers, but all standard.
I don't think he really needs clarity there. I think, you know,
With that hand specifically?
Yeah, and I think it really just is about setting up the right sizing for him to comfortably shove on some brickier turns. He doesn't expect to be beat very often, and if he is, that's probably because Ivy might have some traps there with aces, but if that's the case, then it is what it is. Jorstad could not have asked for a better flop. And again, some backup on the turn with the king high flush draw that ended up coming in.
Raise 300,000.
Relief for Straver when he's able to get through the big blind of Ivy rather quickly with the button open. Six bounty hunters remaining. 41K pay jump at present. Queen 10 on the button for Was.
You can ask how many trips I have if you want.
I'm just staring blankly.
Okay.
That was a funny exchange. Ivy asking for it all. And Devoris actually does have a decent hand, but is calling off for his tournament life instead of being the one to shove. And him and Chidwick very similar in stacks. Chidwick slightly less than Devoris.
2.15.
course, Ivy could be jamming into him with worse, but
that's just it.
Still, Ace Deuce isn't going to even be playing that well.
Right. Performance issues. The other issue, of course,
I got a
Marriott,
2.4, something like that.
is that Chidwick
2.35.
is out there with basically the same stack to start, 25K less than DeVoris. On his mind? Should it be?
Of course, and also just the fact of the matter is you'd much rather be the one shoving for your tournament life than having to call it off in these marginal spots with these okay but subpar holdings when you know you're going to see a run out. How good will Ace Deuce really do against even the worst parts of Ivy's range?
Yeah, DeVoris is a bit discombobulated by the whole affair, and you see upon being shown the fives, concerns washing over his face. In a 4.2 million chip pot where he does connect with the deuce. Hearts are of no concern. Now, instead of hunting just 3 outs, he's got 5. Could chop it if a 5th heart rolls off. 4 outs to a double. The river is a 9, however. And that'll do it for Daniel DeVoris. Gave it everything he had, Maria. But in the end, a second title not to be his in event number 3 here, notching his 19th cash and working his way ever closer toward 8 million in career Triton earnings, courtesy of this 6th place finish, which will deliver $149,000 his way and clear the path for the remaining 5. No longer having to contend with his talents as the 40K mystery bounty grows leaner. 75, 150 level. 150, the big blind ante. There is Ivy. Chip leading now with 9.2 million in front of him. Chat going nuts. $190,000 lockup. $46,000 pay jump.
And now Chidwick, officially the short stack, has pocket 5s. It's time to make a move.
Jam from Chidwick. That move made. Obviously, he was anti-sweating DeVoris there. Not personal. As the fellow shorty. Pleased to see that departure. Wasserson, by the way, only a couple of big blinds ahead of Chidwick as they run 4 and 5. Until, of course, that pickup by Stevie. He noses in front of Was by 100K.
Strother been laying low a little bit. Ivy doing a lot of the work here.
Landscape change, by the way, for Strava, who has not been anything but the chip leader to this point. Ivy now holding the honors.
Right. My pick to win. Just
That's
in
right.
case you forgot.
Oh,
I said it.
You didn't let me forget, did you? Well, take your game to the next level with GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Analyze played hands, practice by playing versus GTO, and solve any spot in the game with GTO Wizard. Enjoy it free for 24 hours. Just go to gtowizard.com/Triton. You can even get 10% off on your first purchase. It's GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players. Do you remember, Maria, the first time that you were introduced to a solver and the way in which your mind was blown by looking at the game in a completely different manner?
Well, and now it's just made much simpler, right? The tools that we have at our disposal, like GTO Wizard, is a lot simpler than the ones that
Yeah, the original,
predated that
yeah.
era, where it actually took hours and hours to run Sims. You had to have, you know, quite strong computing power to do that.
The kind of power that I would imagine you would have rather directed toward mining crypto with the prices where they were.
Absolutely. Or, you know, playing Counter-Strike. Whatever.
Didn't get involved in that. Halo was my jam. Console gamer myself. You do a little gaming?
From
Marie?
time to time.
Oh, yeah?
I do more mobile gaming these days because you just, it's easy. It takes up less time. I'll, you know, play a quick game that lasts 2 or 3 minutes, go back to doing whatever I'm doing.
There's no ROI there for me. I can't.
But I'm not talking about Candy Crush, okay? So let's just stop before you assume that I'm a Candy Crush girly. I'm talking about Clash Royale. I'm sure there's some people that could appreciate that. It's a fun game. Actually, that's the game that I'll play on the bubble of some tournaments. You know, the bubble will take so long. Each hand takes quite a bit of time. It's the perfect, oh gosh.
The
what's
perfect
this?
what? Setup?
The perfect setup is right.
Imperfect if you're Eric Wasserson. Blind versus blind, aces and kings. What on earth is going on?
Well, this is just the ultimate icebox Was is being put in. Can't believe his luck to find kings in the big blind.
Yeah, this is downright Arctic. Only thing missing is a polar bear.
With a Coke.
Oh, yeah. I see what you did there. Of course, what Straver did here was open the jam from Was, snap from Straver, and Eric is going to be in disbelief. Yeah. Fair response. Sometimes the hands play themselves. Paint there. Spade in nature was of no concern. As Johannes rooting for a cowboy-free finish. So far, so good.
Seems to be taking it in stride so far.
And the river is king-free as Johannes Straver will reclaim the chip lead after Phil Ivey held the honors briefly, but the real story is the cold decking received by Eric Wasserson here. The only silver lining, of course, as he mentioned, the fact that there's nothing he could have done, Maria, as he will claim 5th place prize money, and it is $190,000 heading his way. And if you thought that the final table lacked chatter before, just wait till you get a load of us now. First career Triton cash for Wasserson at his first ever Triton event. Did play events number 1 and 2. Came up short.
And with that pot, Straver retakes the chip lead. Not letting Ivy hold on to that spot for long.
No time to mourn the losses of the dearly departed. As action resumes, the two big stacks, button versus big, and it's top pair against an open ender. Ivy's 6 Dangler serving as a blocker in a 750K chip pot.
Certainly can get interesting. Strauver just going to go ahead and lead here with that straight draw. Ivy happy to make the call and
Disastrous turn here.
yeah.
As he lacks a spade, Strauver binking the straight with over $1 million in the middle. As the check call of 150,000 delivered another 300 to this pot.
Ivy knows to proceed with caution, though, for a variety of reasons. Strauver opening from the button with a dead small, of course. You know, certainly range pretty wide, can have a lot of 7Xs here, whereas if he opened from an earlier position, wouldn't really have trips very often. But here certainly can have trips, can have all the flushes, can have boats.
But can have hands that don't have 10s and 7s beat, and hence the call from Ivy, who now shares a queen kicker with any other 10x short of ace 10 or king 10. Queen 10 for that matter.
We'll see what sizing Strauver chooses to come with here, but I do think, you know, Ivy, for the right size, will be able to find a fold. Doesn't block any flushes, but does block 10s full, 6s full, and no, that is not what you thought it was. That was just Stevie pouring the Fiji into his thermos.
As Strauver pours 1.3 million into 1.7 here on the river. And mind you, you're staring at the man who folded trip kings in a spot where many would have made the call. He was beaten by Dvoris in that particular spot en route to the final table, spared himself to $250,000. As he had fired 100, it got raised to 350,000. But that is in the past, and here we are in the present, where Ivy deliberates.
I think we could say that Ivy's been in the zone today, right? He has figured out when he's beat. He has extracted value and been able to make value shoves in the right spot, even without the most nutted of hands. And here, again, blocking boats, but doesn't have any blockers to the flush. Certainly straights possible. And even 7Xs not out of the realm of possibility here for this button opening range with a dead small blind. So the potential to just be even wider.
Well, 2.
Going into the time banks here.
Couple used thus far. And you'd certainly rather burn time banks than 1.3 million.
Strauver can easily just have all the flushes here. Wouldn't really put it past the chip leader to be opening the button with deuce 3 suited, right? You think he's going to pass up on that spot as an open? I don't think so. So it's not like if Strauver opened from under the gun where he's only going to have some of the bigger flushes here. So close. You know he thought about it.
Unblock the spades, but in the end, Just the fact that Straver could very well be taking this sort of line and placing a bunch of pressure on Ivy to concede with a wide variety of holdings. Coming together for Ivy to make the call, and in doing so, he catapults Straver up to almost 14 million in chips, a near 2-to-1 chip lead for Johannes, heading to this dinner break. A lovely note on which to end for the Dutchman. Not so lovely, of course, for Phil Ivey, but still second in chips right now as Jorstad runs third and Stephen Chidwick running in fourth. And we will bring you back to the desk now, Ali alongside Maria. And I'm told we're going to give you about a 4-minute break, and then we're going to come back with some bonus coverage. The 50K taking place right now. You'll get about 20 minutes of that, and then we'll resume the four-handed action over here. And your pick, Phil Ivey, a little bit of a misstep.
Yeah, a little bit. You can see why he made the call, because he was blocking the boats, but again, that's not a huge part of Straver's range there. So wide opening from the button, but again, a misstep that we haven't really seen from Ivy today thus far, which is why you see he still has a very playable stack, because he has been able to make the right decisions in a lot of spots and also cooler some people along the way.
And it's important to emphasize misstep, not mistake. We all understand why he did what he did. Okay, then we'll send you to this break. I will give way, as will Maria, to the likes of Henry Kilbane and Randy Liu. Don't go anywhere, though. Continuing coverage from here in London comes your way after this.
Wow, so many players. This is a crazy thing to do.
GG Poker.
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker,
the biggest poker site.
Larger than all of GTO Wizard. Traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way.
Do know that GTO Wizard has flop reports that show the correct strategy across all possible flops. In this cutoff versus big blind spot, cutoff is supposed to c-bet more than 80% of the time, and we can even group these together and filter these reports. They're a great way to improve your strategy. At GTO Wizard, we have all the resources you need to learn how to crush the competition for free. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Well, a very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott here at the Grosvenor House. Henry Kilbane and Randy Liu stepping in for Ali Najad and Maria Ho, who have worked their way down, Randy, day 2, all the way down to the final 4 in that 40k Mystery Bounty event number 3. But the players, the 4 players, Chidwick, Ivy, Strava, Espen, going on dinner break, and that kind of allows us to ease our way into the commentary booth, picking up coverage from event number 5, the 50k. And then we get to jump back into that final table as we play down to a champion lane this evening. Are you excited?
Of course I'm excited, right? Just to see Phil Ivey so deep in the tournament. You know, everyone's, rooting on their pretty much everyone's favorite player, I would assume. But, for now, we do have the 50K, which has all the big names. After we finish that tournament, we'll jump straight into the 50K, never missing any coverage. One of the best things about the Triton tour.
Well, if we jump straight into the Triton Poker Plus app, it's the young German Leon Sturm who is leading the field. 61 players left in that. 89 registered so far. Late reg is still open until the end of level 11, I believe. So we've still got a couple of levels for players to, potentially take a higher variance line. But looking at that, I mean, nothing really to write home about, right? It seems very standard at the top until late reg is closed. That's when it gets really dicey,
Yeah, I agree. It's always the big players. The name I noticed was Tan Xuan in second place.
Yeah.
That's one of our favorite players, likes to play all the big cash games, and he's going to be at our feature table, as you can see, as well as Dao Min Fu, the guy who made a big mark over in Vietnam.
Yeah, we've got the Kiwis in the mix there as well. David Yan, Cecilia Jiang, Squiddy, Yuri. Feature table is going to be Dao Min Fu, as you mentioned. Xuan, we've got KT, Kuhn, who we haven't seen much of this series so far. Soizer picked up another title back in Cyprus, also in the mix. Dan Smith, Ding, and LeFrancois. Anything standing out on that main stage that you can see so far?
For me, it's a star-studded cast, and that's what I want to see. And multiple aggressive players. I'm curious to see how Dao Min Fu is kind of going to mix it up. We know that he likes to splash a bit with Tan Xuan, maybe position on him. I think someone's going to get stacked today.
Now, once again, just to reiterate for the viewers at home, we're going to be jumping into coverage of this event number 5, the 50k 8 max, for about 30-45 minutes, as Ivy, Chidwick, Strava, and Espen have all gone in break. So still 4-handed in event number 3, the 40k Mystery Bounty. We're obviously super excited to get back into the action once they return for break. But now just a little teaser as to what to expect from event number 5 as we look to throw it down to the main stage. Jason Kuhn, Tan Xuan, and the likes all in the mix as Randy and I warm up our seats here in the booth. Same old usual suspects. These Triton super high rollers.
Jason Kuhn picking up pocket 10s.
Jason fresh off that incredible series in Cyprus, then went home to Vegas. His wonderful wife, Bianca, welcomed their second child. See if the baby Rungard is a real thing here in London. The newly crowned father of 2, as he still retains the advantage on the 8-7-4 over pair against a pair of 7s, Randy. Tan Xuan perhaps going to lose some chips here. Very decent middle pair. A lot of draws that Jason can continue with.
Jason Kuhn's actually bet quite sizable for a C-bet in this spot. It's definitely crossing Tan Xuan's mind, just given the board texture, that it's supposedly supposed to smash him a little bit more. Well, certainly going to continue still having that pair of 7s, but we'll have to adjust ranges accordingly.
Does continue. Sizable pot brewing, 87,000, courtesy of that sized up C-bet from Jason.
I could easily see Jason Kuhn still continuing to fire on this card, as he might expect a big hand on the flop to check raise him, especially when he's sized up on the flop.
that pot size double barrel. No nonsense from Tan. Not interested in keeping Jason honest across turn and river if it's going to cost him 87,000 with one card to come.
I was more impressed that he got it exactly pot size on the turn so quickly.
A warm welcome back, of course, to all of our viewers across the board. 9K watching on YouTube, around 12,000 concurrent across Twitch, YouTube, and of course the Triton Poker Plus app. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. We're going to be keeping our eyes on this event number 5, the 50K, for about 30 minutes before jumping back into that exciting 40K mystery bounty where they are four-handed. Phil Ivey against Chidwick, Espen Jorstad, and Johannes Strauer. Talk about a star-studded four-handed lineup over there. We'll be battling it out for the bounties and, of course, the 600K plus that will be going to the eventual champion. Ivy looking to join Makita, by the way, Randy. Something that you and I didn't touch on. Can join Makita in the 4-time champion club.
Yes, that most certainly possible, and one that everyone's eye on. He's just obviously extremely tough player. Here, Tan Xuan looked like he's
just
3-bet against
huge,
pretty much all in against the short stacks of 20 blinds. Oh, actually, Diamond Food's sitting on more than 30 blinds.
Yeah, Tan's just like, you know what? I've got ace jack. If you got me beat, you got me beat. Let's roll the dice as he scoops in 27K. Of course, let us know. I mean, do I even have to ask? I was about to say, let us know in the chat who you want to take down event number 3, the 40K mystery bounty. But all I'm seeing on both channels is Ivy, 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 Ivy being spammed.
So what if it's Ivy versus other 3? Who gets more votes?
Okay, I think Ivy still wins. I think Ivy still wins.
I thought I'd ask.
I mean, he's been blessing our screens for what, a couple of decades now, at least 2 years. I mean, I remember him back
I would
as
say
Moneymaker.
he's my favorite player by far to watch. Always has been. Probably always will be. A couple 8s in position for Pascal.
Just going to flat. Early position open.
Yeah, it gets kind of awkward when you 3-bet a hand like 2 8s in position with about 40 blinds to go. KT, ace-9 suited, going to reshove. Trying to attack, feels that there's weakness in the middle, but is in big trouble.
Count it, please?
I feel like at least one of these players is going to look him up. Ideally, it's for him, he would love it to be the 2 8s, but I think Dan Smith might give him a spin here.
Yeah, I like the jam in theory. I think we get some, ace-10, ace-jack to fold, as well as some suited broadways.
All in.
But he has run into the black 9s of Dan Smith, who announces himself coming over the top. And KT with 33% equity, however, Randy. Looking for some hearts. One of the 3 remaining aces. How about that for a flop? 8-7-6, top set. Would have been flopped. Open ender for both players as the 5 rolls off on a turn and it's going to be chopped up.
I expected diamond, actually.
That's one way of doing it.
My heart
Fortunate
skipped
for
to be on
Smith.
there like, fuck.
Fortunate for Smith that the 5 did roll off, Randy. They chopped this one up as the ace of clubs did, of course, find its way to the river. Irrelevant. The player's going to chop this one up. What a funny old run out.
Did KT take off his microphone ahead of time?
I mean,
because he's putting it back on.
Strat.
Usually it's the stand-up, but you don't take it off just yet.
Maybe there's something to it, Randy. Maybe there's something that he knows. Normally it's the stand-up, now it's the microphone.
Looks like we'll lose the Michael Soizer to another table as he racks up his chips.
GG's, Mr. Soizer.
Okay, not GG. That implies that he's
no, it doesn't.
eliminated.
No,
Does it not?
It literally doesn't.
Literally.
literally just means good game. Played a game. I'm not talking to this man. This guy. Just to give context to the viewers, I had to fill in for my brother who's an English teacher in East London today for a couple of hours, and I walk into the casino, the JW Marriott, and Squiddy straight away. Henry, you look like a geography teacher, as did producer Dempsey. No more nice words for Mr. Grafton, as there's no more nice words between Dan Smith and Dao Min Fu, as Smith
300.
cooled by the deck, seen one of his jacks already folded. Nothing much he can do here, right, Randy, for 32 bigs?
Especially against Dao Min Fu, who's willing to get in with worse than 2 kings. Nice spot for Dao. Got to dodge that 1 outer or those running cards that make a straight.
No running cards now, just 1 out twice. Doesn't present itself as Dao Min Fu doubles up to 409,000. The thing with Dao Min Fu, Randy, is this man with chips is a real threat, because he's the guy that can find bluffs in spots that the GTO players out there aren't necessarily able to kind of find. You know what I'm saying? Like, this guy will show up with random stuff and puts people in an absolute world of pain.
100%.
70 bigs.
Dao Min Fu is a big stack player. You know, when he gets a short stack, he just tries to like to spin it up, rebuy if necessary. But when he gets a big stack, is when he's playing his best game. I do have to ask, did you really substitute for your brother at... It doesn't make sense.
Why wouldn't it make sense? My brother and my family live in the UK. He's an English teacher.
Yeah, but why would you be subbing in for English? That doesn't make any sense. Are you a teacher?
No, I got my qualifications at uni. I'm a licensed.
Are you kidding me right now? Are you bluffing me?
No, I substituted for him. I'll tell you the reason why afterwards, because it's for personal reasons. But yeah, had to jump in. I'm joking, of course.
Okay,
I'm joking, but
I was starting to believe.
I walked in and Sam Grafton in a crowded room just stands up out of his chair.
I mean,
Henry, what on earth are you wearing? You look like a substitute teacher, as did producer James. Which felt, you know, didn't feel too bad based on the way that both of them dress. You know, they both look like... you know what? It doesn't matter, Randy.
Do you want Sam to come back right now?
I'm good. I'm good. Just to reiterate for the viewers, obviously, just joining us, or perhaps we're on break, to let you know that event number 3, the 40k Mystery Bounty, has not concluded. Ivy, Chidwick, Strava, Espen Jorstad, all on dinner break. Will be resuming coverage of that one in about 30 minutes' time. So stay strapped in. Let us know, you know, the heads up. That's what we want to know. You know, a lot of people rooting for Ivy, Randy. That's understandable. He has the chance to join the 4-time Triton Champion Club. Who would they like to see him play heads up if he gets heads up, like in an ideal world? I'm just receiving word, by the way, from producer James Dempsey before you answer that, is that we're resuming coverage in about 5 minutes, Randy. But yeah, if you had to pick, who would you like to see him?
I would pick Ivy versus Ivy. Is that a possibility?
Unfortunately, it's not. That means he's already won the tournament.
So like moisture comes through like gets inside somehow?
Well, I'm just happy that we're able to, rather than just go on break and not see any footage, you know, get some coverage from this 50K.
You're gonna get fucking 2 kings this hand, and it's so gross.
Language.
No, I think you might be #1. Who's better than you? I'm telling you, I've never seen you make mistakes. Don't fuck up, but I've never seen you do it.
What about that straight with my 2 9s?
Yeah, I've seen a few of those.
Sorry.
A few of those mistakes, I'm telling you.
Don't try to make me feel bad now.
High praise, as always, from Jason Kuhn towards the wonderful Danielle. One of the best dealers in the industry. No questions about that. really is one of the best.
14,000 in a call.
As are all of our dealers, of course. They travel around with us, typically 4 festivals per year. They've become a key linchpin in the arm, the production of the Triton Super High Roller Series. Randy, we got a little King High v Jack High. Is there a HR department at Triton, by the way? Do you know anyone you can put me in touch with?
Ali Najad.
Can you imagine Ali being the head of HR? You go and you're like, this guy's needling me, you know, send this thing, and everybody's like, well, needle him back. So, Randy, that hand's over and done with. The 50K coverage for now is over and done with. Chip counts brought to you by Poker Stake. Tan Chuan going to be leading that table as we turn our attention. You can see in the background players in event number 3, the 40K Mystery Bounty, returning to their seats. Randy, as we welcome you back to the break, there's Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. Randy, 236,500 guaranteed for these final 4. It is Johannes Strava of the Netherlands leading the pack with a sizable chip lead, 2-to-1 chip lead over the rest of the field. It's Phil Ivey coming in second with 35 bigs, then Espen Jorstad with 19 and Stephen Chidwick with 10. Anything immediately jumping out to you about the way the stacks there are distributed?
Well, the 2 players at the bottom have like a similar stack size, you know, where there's a lot of pressure of one of them going out soon, mainly to Stephen Chidwick. So, in theory, Phil Ivey should be playing a bit more snug because these pay jumps are obviously huge at the end. And, you know, Strava's got a 2-to-1 chip lead on Phil Ivey. So, it depends on how Phil Ivey's going to approach this. Is he just going to try to slam his way and hopefully win the top prize? Or is he going to try to hang in there, let these guys knock out, and then go for like a heads-up match?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point because looking at the payouts again, you know, champion 639K, runner at 434,000. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I've been told by the players that the bounty EV is 70,000, 23 $40,000 bounties. So the money now becoming a major part. We've got a 200K heads-up match on our hands.
Yes, of course. With that extra added bounty, there's more on the line. So there is kind of a big red target on Stephen Chidwick's back. You're going to see people likely call him a little bit looser. He's going to probably need to adjust his ranges to more value-heavy hands than these little baby-suited connectors.
And similarly for Espen, kind of handcuffed when Ivy and Strava get involved, can't really go bounty hunting against Chidwick on his left. I'll tell you what, Randy, I haven't been this excited for a 4-handed table of poker, if you will. The bounties in effect, and then the card distribution. Ivy, Chidwick. Let's throw it down to the floor. It is time for event number 3. Players back from dinner break. It is the Dutchman leading the pack. 69 big blinds. Nice. Phil Ivey, 35 bigs. Jorstad, 19. Chidwick, 10. Warm welcome back to all of our viewers. People were screaming in the chat. Where's Ivey? Here he is, on the left of the chip leader. 3-time Triton champion. One of the true legends of the game. That word does get thrown around loosely, but not when Ivey's name is in the ring. As Chidwick straight away, Randy, under the gun, ace-queen, 10 bigs. Go time.
Looks like he's decided to push all the chips in there. Remember, you said a 70K EV envelope. And that's going to get looked up a bit more, and I think Strava is thinking about this with King, Queen of Clubs. Does see Ivy behind him with 7 million in chips. But if he does reshove here, Ivy can't call too loosely despite having quite a large stack.
Does make the call. Now it gets really interesting. I mean, Ivy 35 bigs deep. Look at this, staring down Strava. Strava can't keep eye contact with him.
But Espen's got jacks. We're going to have a three-way all-in confrontation, likely, right?
Wow.
No way he can let go of two jacks in this spot. Keep in mind that Chidwick didn't jam. He actually pushed half his ships in, so there's some chance where something funny happens, but I don't think with action. I'm trying to think. Espen will jam, I believe. Chidwick calls, and Strava is forced to call overcall with King Queen suited for double bounty, maybe?
Well, we're about to find out. 3.5 million jam from Espen. What a bang to return us. Hand one from the return of Dinner Break. I don't know what these players ate. This is an explosive start.
I'll say one more thing, is that Chidwick is thinking, is there any chance he folds and just lets Strava potentially take out Espen Jorstad and preserve the 1 million chips, but also get pay jump? Decides that's not the case, so we'll continue.
He has to know that this range is incredibly tight, this jam from Espen out of the big. I mean, I think there's some like ace-jack suited in there, but very unlikely given that Strava called on the button.
Does lay down the king-queen suited and preserves.
Well, here we go. 1 million in overlay. 1 queen dead. Espen can hold here. Be up to 6.57 million, kind of tied with Ivy. Chidwick looking for an ace or a queen as it comes. 10, 6 deuce, couple of clubs.
Keep in mind the king, queen of clubs went into the muck.
Did indeed. 2 cards to come. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. 3 of spades on the turn, and now Chidwick drawing to 5 outs once. Ace or a queen needed for Chidwick to stay alive. Finds it, Randy. Queen of Hearts, corner pocket. Stephen Chidwick with more than a double.
Yeah, that's
courtesy of that Queen of Hearts river, and yeah, that one certainly stings for the Jorstad fans out there, but Espen.
Look, there's a little bit of a silver lining there. If Johannes Strava had called with king-queen suited, Espen's out. Because Strava would have won the side pot.
There is a world, right, where Strava, instead of just flat calling, ISOs the Chidwick open, and Espen wakes up with the jacks and is hitting the showers in 4th. Still has 1.5 million back to at least try and spin it back up. But yes, I couldn't agree more. That is a painful one for Espen. Would have been tied with Ivy, would have had us down to 3-handed.
Thank you.
Believe pocket jacks, one of the hands of the tournament, if I'm not mistaken, as Phil Ivey was involved in a 3-way all-in with jacks against queens against ace-king. And had you bet on Ivy, you would have won some money over on betacr.eu, your exclusive hub to predict your favorite players' live action outcome in Triton events. Receive a 15% bonus up to $250 on your first top-up. Join now and start engaging with the sporting world today. Really cannot recommend it enough when it comes to a fun sweat with your favorite players. Gamble responsibly, obviously, as always, but... Oh, here we go. Espen needs to spin the wheel. 9-3. Not going to cut it. Now, all of these guys, Randy, you know, these high equity spots, the experience that all 4 of these players have, yes, I think to us in the booth, to the viewers at home, we can kind of feel that pain, but These guys, professionals, they've been there so many times. They know that, sure, just took a bad beat. I need to shake it off. I need to continue on the task at hand. I still have 7 bigs. I'm not out. There's a chance that I can get back into this. And mindset is something that we talk about so often.
Yes, of course. Mindset is definitely a key part of, especially tournament poker, where there's a lot of variance in there. 7 big blinds, I don't believe Espen will be deviating poorly. He will know exactly what to do. And ace-4 here, it seems like one of those spots where he'll be sliding all the chips in there, looking to pick up the blinds.
Or at least spin the wheel to try and get back in this fight.
He could easily get looked up from one of these blinds, though, just given how short he is and the 7K added bounty equity.
Oh boy. Ace-9 for Strava, and Espen is in rough shape. $2.9 million in the middle. Strava has been bounty hunting all day long. From what I've seen and heard, is he going to add a main event champion scalp for that bounty bag? So far, so good. Some potential tie outs should a 5 roll off. How about the 4 of hearts to now give Espen Jorstad 93% of the equity? As it bricks out, Randy, and we remain 4-handed. Perhaps some justice from the poker gods. Espen kind of back up to where he was, or thereabouts, when he got all in against Chidwick. And now we really have a game on our hands, Randy. Strava putting in the million prior to that. Now losing this against Espen, and it's no longer the case of runaway chip leader. Still has that chip lead, of course, but down to 10 million. And now just a 15 big blind lead against Phil Ivey.
Yeah, of course. Hasn't been going too well ever since coming back from the break for Johannes. Short stack isn't so short anymore. You're right. We do have a game.
Got formats over on Twitch saying Strava denied his 50th bounty.
Does he have that many bounties?
He's got a lot of bounties. I don't know exactly how many, but there were a few comments from Ali and Maria and players as well. I believe I heard Espen even say to Strava that he needs a pouch, like a satchel, to just like...
all of the souls in there.
Yeah, exactly. But
I feel like he just missed out on a 400k bounty there. That Espen looks like a 400k bounty. King, Queen.
15 bigs. Few options on the table for the GTO Wizard Ambassador.
450,000.
I feel like Espen's sponsored by all of our sponsors, Randy. Johannes Strava, Ace-10. 15 big blind stack. Does have Ivy behind to worry about.
Let's see if he can apply some pressure on Espen. Looks like he's going to call.
What does Ivy want to do here? Suited 10x.
Couple spades dead for him if he's looking for that flush.
Here we go. 3-way affair. 1.5 in the middle. So comes Jack 9 tray rainbow, not a spade in sight for Ivy. 2 overs and a gunshot for Jorstad, and perhaps an opportunity to chip up here, Randy, as Strava and Ivy remain pairless.
Yeah, so it depends if Espen wants a continuation bet here. He is getting kind of shallow with 12.5 blinds, so he's trying to probably figure out how often he may get check raise here, and you're not really looking to get a king-queen high on the flop if you don't have to. If he feels that if his opponent's holding like a jack X and they would just check call, then c-bet's certainly fine, so he doesn't get blown off of it. So what does he put in there? 400. And, well, against the Perilous Hand, seems like he will take this one down.
Continues and chips up to 4.1 million, and
downward spiral for Johannes Straver.
Downward spiral indeed. Getting tighter at the top there. As the blinds up to 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. Straver still leading the pack, down to 54 bigs. And now the shortest stack belonging to Espen, but a very comfortable 20 big blinds, Randy.
Yeah, 20 big blinds is very playable.
You know, any of, like, if he doubles, Chidwick doubles, they become the chip leader. Whoever they double through becomes the short stack. I mean, this is anyone's title. It's all up for grabs. Loving this. I feel like we've been given an absolute treat by the poker gods.
Do see a limp from Phil Ivey. Espen's got Queen 8 offsuit. Type of hand you do check back at a very high frequency. Don't really want to blow this hand off against a limp re-raise. Shades on.
Shades on. It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He says Trey. Ivy remains ahead.
Really good board for Phil Ivey, actually. King high is going to be best so often. 2 aces on the board. Do see ace-x raise you from the big blind pre a lot. Queen high still actually a pretty good hand too.
It is, and perhaps value now to be extracted from Ivy with that king high v queen high.
Yeah, and also kind of equity denial spot against 2 random cards lower than the ace but higher than the 3. I don't really feel that Espen can lay down Queen 8 right now, as Queen 8 does have reasonable showdown value. You calling also shows some strength that your opponent can't really just mindlessly blast air on the river.
Yeah, I agree, Randy. I don't think Espen will be going anywhere just yet.
Hello, 8.
Sometimes lucky, 8. Losing the big flip against Chidwick for the bounty and to get us 3-handed. To then winning the ace-4 and now the queen 8 to get up to 4.5 million at least. Diamonds do get there. Will Ivy cool down here?
Yeah, I mean, Espen's kicker applies too in case he's up against some 8x. Like that. I like that he's firing out here. You probably wouldn't expect an ace-x or 3x to bet the turn, and in checks holding diamonds might continue with a small bet as well. Ivy's out.
At a glance, but that one not easy to get away from. Good fold, Phil Ivey.
Do you have a stir?
I dream meme saying Espen turns into Agent Smith when he gets in a hand. Pretty obvious tell. Shades on.
Smith. I haven't heard that in a while.
Fantastic movie. I recently rewatched it.
Did you?
Really,
There's like 4 or 5.
4
There's
now.
a new one, right?
There is. Have you not seen it yet?
I haven't seen the new one.
I would love to get your opinion on it. Do watch it when you get the chance.
I watched the 3rd one in the theater. I watched about 10 minutes of it, fell asleep the rest of it.
Oh, okay.
I literally have no idea what happened.
You're that guy. Well, to be honest, you chose the best one to fall asleep in. I give you that. We'll give you that.
Actually, now that I think about it, I don't even think I've seen the second one.
Well,
let's just stop talking about it.
Yeah, let's. You know what, Randy? See yourself out, mate.
You sure about that?
I'm just receiving word from some of our media team. We're doing bits over on YouTube.
It's darker.
13K viewers over on the Triton Poker YouTube channel, up to 173K subscribers. We've got 1.5K likes. Would love to get up to over 2,000 playing in today's stream. And obviously, don't forget, we've still got 12 more days of this Triton London Super High Roller Series, so please do show support in the form of dropping a like. It takes a couple of seconds. Really helps us continue to elevate the quality and production that we're putting out. World-class poker content free of charge to the world, as it should be.
Plus,
the
buy-ins get bigger.
They get bigger. And then the little cherry on top is you do voiceover work for some nosebleed cash games that you do in post-production. That then gets released after the series.
I'll tease you. I did do a little bit more. The last one hit super epic. No limit hold'em. Your favorite players. That's all I'm going to say.
Any seven-figure pots? Maybe yes, maybe no.
I don't know about 7, but people are getting stacked like in the most ridiculous ways possible.
There we go.
You know, stand-up.
You heard it from the man himself, the man that literally does the commentary for those nosebleed cash games. So make sure you have subscribed if you haven't already to receive notifications as to when those cash games are released. For now, our attention on this four-handed extravaganza, event number 3, the 40k mystery bounty. Phil Ivey, Espen Jorstad, Stephen Chidwick, Johannes Strauber. All 4 guaranteed 236,500. Some guaranteed more than others due to the amount of bounties that they've claimed already. Top bounty prize of 400,000 will be drawn tomorrow when our co-commentator Arlene Najjar steps into the role of show host.
Espen actually slides up to 3rd place with that last pickup. Slight lead on Stephen Chidwick. Johannes should be V-pipping this hand, just whether in the form of limp or raise.
5 seconds. 675.
It's going to be in the form of a raise, Randy. The latter option chosen by the Dutchman.
Actually makes it 675. Ace-7 suited, clearly a very playable hand.
5 seconds.
He's in there.
Wow. Well, Randy, let's just not get too ahead of ourselves here, because Ivy is going to need to make another world-class fold at some point throughout this hand, or is going to need the board to get wetter than it already is. Ace, king, king. The Dutchman flopping trips. Ivy flopping top pair. 1.4 million in the middle. And this spot, the 3.5x from the small blind, incredibly polarized, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, incredibly polarized. Also, you might expect some ace X's to check the flop at some frequency, just given the texture of it. So this bet is going to look like your ace-7 is certainly good. It's not. Quick call. 2 flush draws, 2-tone now.
Yeah, it's getting worse for Ivy. 2 million in the middle. 2-tone board texture. Knows that Strava's capable of having those broadways. Gonna knuckle it on over to Ivy, and now Ivy with some options. Does he want to try and deny some equity against flushes, gut shots, bit of protection, bit of value? Or does he want to keep the pot small, opting to check back and perhaps saving himself from losing a big pot here, Randy?
He might still lose some chips depending on how Strava wants to size this one. I don't believe Johannes should be checking too often. Seems like the most likely hand he's going to get paid off is an ace-X.
Diamonds do get there. Viewers loving that check back from Ivy. Can he get away from this? 70% on the river. Diamonds getting there. Kicker issues, perhaps.
It's a little bit annoying because the 7 does play in case he's up against, you know, a worse ace or you know, the ace on board. It's not a lot of it, but it is something to consider. Ivy trying to wait how often King X kind of takes his tiny bet, check turn, bet line. What about like 2 diamonds? Do they multi-bowl to turn at some frequency? His hand's a bit face up as played. Would his opponent try to bluff him off of it? This would be an incredible laydown if he can do it. So hard.
Look at him staring down the Dutchman. The young Johannes Strauer. Blind v blind. He's reaching. Trying to get a read. Does something feel off here?
5 seconds.
Strava 3.5x from the small. Ivy called. Continued for small on the flop. Check, check, turn. Now 70% on the river.
The Ivy stare down is a tough one.
How many I use?
3 stare process. 5 seconds.
Not often you see Ivy pained by a decision, Randy.
Yeah, Ivy is near the top of his range here.
Near the top of his range, but one that is capable of folding even though he is near top of said range.
Let's see if he can deviate from it. Find a laydown.
5 seconds. Time.
Strava doing his best to give nothing away. He knows how much experience Ivy has when it comes to live poker. When it comes to picking up on reads.
5 seconds.
Pitches it, Randy. Ace-7 hits the muck. And he doesn't know it now, but when he catches up with the stream, he's going to find out that he saved himself 1.4 million. I think Strava knows that perhaps that turn check cost him some chips there, as Ivy stays in second position. The chat goes wild, of course.
That's just a classic Ivy move.
The chat goes wild, Randy. If you haven't got Twitch and YouTube open.
I see your chat just consistently
Look at this,
moving.
Look at this. Love to see it.
That's incredible. But think about it. He flopped top pair. He only lost 1.5 BBs post-flop on a very dryish texture. That's Phil Ivy.
Viewers absolutely loving this. Shout out to all of you getting involved in the conversation. Giving myself and Randy company. Massive shout out to Arlene Najard and Maria Ho for getting us here. The start of day 2, all the way down to 4-handed. Event number 3. The Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. Still have 2 more weeks. The stakes only get higher from here on out. Ace-3 in the big blind after an open from the cutoff. And a flat on the button. That's been going to pitch it. Chidwick finds top pair. Strava fortunately sees 3 overs. Isn't going to cost him too much, one would assume.
Yeah, I'd imagine that Strava is not looking to put any more chips in unless he gets checked through and he hits a 5. Finaudo, ace-8, out of position. Kind of a tricky spot, just given that he's got a weak kicker. Opts to go for a check. The queen is quite a troublesome card for Chidwick in general. Its opponent, if they're holding those kind of Broadway holdings, you know, pick up some straight draws. Still best.
Check.
Chidwick happy to keep this pot small. It's gone into check call mode, one would assume. Knuckling for a second time.
Johannes doesn't feel that these 2-5s are ever good. Trying to debate, can I potentially take a shot here, kick out pocket pairs like his, try to get some like 9-8 holdings to fold. Does check back.
Chidwick with the check mark will win this hand. That showdown.
There's value to be had here of the
For
ace-8. He can like kind of extract from the king-queen. If he's checking, he's basically thinking that some of these little pocket pairs will just take a shot at him, given 3 checks. Does he feel that there's more value in inducing or betting himself? Most certainly would never fold if he does check. Does check. And he's trying to bait these little pocket pairs in stabbing. Very rarely is the 2-5s ever good, but the big question is, can I get a hand to fold, given the 3 checks? And he does take the bait. Chidwick gonna easily pick up these chips. 650K snap call.
Got him.
Spiraling down.
Got him. Chidwick getting tricky across 3 streets, just checking it on over to Johannes Strava, who could not resist temptation to try and get Chidwick to fold those hands that Randy mentioned, some 6s, 7s, 8s.
Yeah, and you can see that he contemplated doing it on turn, but he's like, well, I'll just take a shot at the river, and Chidwick kind of one-upped them with the triple check.
I'm loving the viewers.
It feels like
Absolutely
it's the most hype we've had so far of these, well, 3 final tables.
Definitely the most hype. Understandably so. Giga Chadwick, let's go. Ivy, couple of red 10s. Blind's going up to 125, 250 now. Unfortunately for Ivy, no action behind, as it looks like Chidwick with that pot has moved up to second. Really kind of tight down there, and Strava no longer the runaway chip leader, as we mentioned. Feels like it's anyone's game. We are just a few likes away from that 2,000 like goal, Randy. Would you believe records being broken this event? And we're just getting warmed up. Event number 3. Have you clicked the like button? Be honest. There's only, you know, 20,000 people watching.
There's a lot of other people who have not. Why don't I click it and everyone else click it as well? Is that a good compromise?
I feel like Ivy making folds like that, you know, I think that in itself deserves at least 3K likes. Just saying.
So I just pushed the heart button.
There we go. Appreciate it. That's not a like. There we go. We're there. Strava going to defend. Ivy getting involved. Suited king. And flopping trip 6s on the ace. 6-6, unfortunately for Ivy. Strava with just 9 high. And it's not been the best return to the feature table since we came back from dinner break. If you're Johannes Strava, the young Dutchman.
What's happened is that he's gone from 13 million to sub 10 million, and he's distributed those 3 million amongst the other 3. No one is in the danger zone anymore.
It's really even killed now. 3 Triton caches for Strava.
Or is it at the end or what?
355k in Triton earnings. First join us back in Vietnam.
Ivy's asking, when's the bounty pool?
No, I asked about when you draw the bounty.
Oh, okay.
Do you have the answer to that, Randy?
Espen said it was tomorrow.
Believe so. Yeah, it's gonna be tomorrow. We'll film it.
I like how Ivy just got interested all of a sudden about the bounty.
So, ooh, I cover a few people. As things stand, Ivy with 2 bounties, Espen Jorstad with 2 bounties, Chidwick with 1 bounty, and Johannes Strava with 9 bounties. Randy, 9. How many players returned today? Do you remember? Like 35? 38? So he's already won a quarter of the bounties from the start of the day as he applies pressure.
Correctly.
Jorstad taken upstairs to 1.2 million.
So 9 bounties is guaranteed 360k, right? Because it's a 40k min. Obviously, the EV is higher.
That's correct.
But
yes,
it's 360
guaranteed.
minimum.
That's a great point. Guaranteed at least 360k in bounty pools.
Almost second place money.
Would have to be a terrible pool.
I feel like 9 bounties is the record so far compared to our previous mystery bounties.
So we've had 3 so far, right? I was about to say, producer James Dempsey in my head saying that Mark had 10, and I think he's right. So 1 away, he's in pole position to do it. We really couldn't have asked for just a more epic return post-dinner break, Randy. Strava giving some back to his table mates. Ivy avoiding a couple of costly spots by finding just world-class folds. Espen, of course, doubling up Chidwick and then bouncing back himself. And now we just have a 4-card match with 4-player match where anyone can take this down. I mean, all 4 of these players capable to close this one out. All guaranteed 236,500 for their efforts. 639,000 going to the eventual champion. Ivy looking to join Makita Adziakuski in the 4-time Triton Champion Club. Could he close this out? Chidwick looking for title number 2. Espen Jorstad and Strava looking for their first.
Couple pickups there.
Randy, we've got Luca Vivaldi in the booth. Do we have a time for tomorrow for the bounty pool? A rough idea that I can perhaps leak to the world?
Series, but yeah, I'm back on it now.
20 past 7. 20 past 7. So tomorrow evening, ladies and gentlemen, 20 past 7 local time. Give or take 5, 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes.
But guaranteed coverage.
Guaranteed coverage.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Luca's going to be the man with the money box. Najad, the MC. We still don't know what Ali's going to be wearing. But
I'm sure he's got something dapper
he's thrown
for
some
it.
curveballs out
good.
there. As Ivy takes it north with the suited queen.
A couple 6s in the big blind. Let's see if Johannes Strava wants to reshove and just try to take this down pre-flop.
Yeah,
Looks like he's just going to call.
Tomorrow, Around 7:30 local time. Make sure if you haven't already got notifications on, you join us for that. Top bounty of $400,000 will be pulled. Ivy with 2 bounties, Jorstad with 2, Chidwick with 1, and Strava with 9 as things stand. Checks through on the flop, Randy. Diamond on the turn. Strava, the only player with a diamond.
Yeah, Johannes is definitely pretty happy to see the check through on the flop. Picks up the diamond. Can easily have the best hand, but might not be something he wants to bet. As played, tough spot for Ivy to continue with a bet, so we'll check through. Hello.
It allows Ivy to find the non-diamond Mamacita. 1.47 in the middle. Let's see just how much value Ivy's going to look for. And whether Strava get away from it. Check, check, flop. Check, check, turn. Does Ivy take a hand like ace-jack, perhaps?
I would think that a hand like ace-jack would check back on this river.
Any bluffs that come to mind then, Randy?
Would have to be some kind of delayed hand that just absolutely whiff, like some kind of like 6-7 of heart, something very weak. Looks like Strava's going to pay off, and Ivy getting the best of Johannes again.
He really is, has narrowed that gap considerably. Now just 8 big blinds between Strava and Ivy at the top.
World Series is rough. So it's like, I mean, I got friends, family in town. They always want to go to dinner and shit like that when I'm, you know what I mean? There's like, usually I have somebody cook for me at home. So.
Ivy and Jorstad sharing empathy with one another over the difficulties of grinding a full summer. And the drawbacks of everyone wanting to book dinners and lunches and catch-ups.
You know, both of them at final table at the WSOP main event in their lifetime.
And both of them apparently have chefs cooking for them at home in order to stay on top of a healthy diet, by the sounds of things, as Johannes gets busy from the small. There is a poll in the chat over on YouTube. Who's going to win? That is the question. Very simple one.
Johannes has not been slowing down. Once again, the 3.5x open into Phil Ivy. Ivy's got 9-6 of clubs. He's got playability. He's got even more of a stack here, so more implied odds for his type of holding. Does use, he did say the word waste the time bank. Looked like it was looking to make a call, but did not in time. So that time extension will be used for the call. And we've got a 2 million chip pot with these kind of holdings, BBV. Exploding flop here for Phil Ivy. Picks up the flush draw in the gutter, but Johannes also picks up mid-pair.
Tell you what, Randy, I don't think we could have asked for more collisions between these two. I mean, really just going after each other. And so far, it's been Ivy kind of getting the best of Strava, sometimes in the form of finding disciplined folds. King 7-5, 2 clubs, inside straight flush draw for Ivy. Strava with middle pair, continuing for quarter pot. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, if you aren't already.
Makes the call here.
Gonna be a bumpy ride. 2 cards to come as the straight flush.
Oh, God.
For Ivy.
Straight flush, my friend.
No delay from the dealer or the deck. Ivy with 100% lock on the hand, guaranteed to be the chip leader of this event, regardless of whether or not more money goes in the middle. regardless of what the river is. It's going to be chip leader with 4 left in event number 3. Can he extract more value, Randy?
Yeah, can he just extract value from the King X? Check back, straight flush. This guy is sick.
Unfortunately for him, Strava remains unimproved from 3rd pair, going to the 6 of Hearts river. 4-liner now on board as well. Is this just meant to be Ivy's tournament, the 4-time Triton champion club, with just the lonely Makita Baziakuski? Ivy looking to join him with a victory here today.
Normally it's pretty nice to have a 4-liner show up when you're holding the flush. The thing is he's got the 9 in his hand, so he does block some of the straights. How much is that? 2 million in chips?
Yeah, 2/3 spot.
2 million. Just praying his opponent's got some kind of big hand.
Is there ever a devil on Strava's shoulder, that Jack of Clubs? Doesn't look like it, the body language. Doesn't seem like he's about to hit him with a check raise, although Strava has pulled some gangster moves already today as he throws out the time extension chip. Ivy doing his best to give nothing away. Strava does find the fold, and Ivy is your new chip leader. What a battle it has been, Randy, since we got back. Still 4-handed. Chidwick was 1 card away from elimination. Espen Jorstad was 2 cards away from elimination. Ivy's found a couple of world-class folds. Strava has been trying to lean into the likes of Chidwick and Espen, just keeping them as short as he can, with some well-timed pre-flop aggression.
Yeah, Ivy's been playing great, and the main thing is Johannes Strava has distributed 5 million of his 13 million in chips down to 8.5 in second. Ivy smashes ace-5 into Espen. Espen's got ace-10 suited. Snap calls, 8 million chip pot incoming.
We got 3 million.
Just took the chip lead. Is that about to become Espen's? If he can hold here, 66% of the equity. Nothing Ivy could have done. 9-5-4, and is it destiny for Ivy as he finds the 3 outer? Espen looking for a 10 or running hearts as the Jack of Hearts does present itself on the turn. See the outs above Espen, 27% equity to get back in this fight. Finds it, Randy. Queen of Hearts, corner pocket. And we have ourselves a new chip leader, I believe.
So close.
What is going on, dude?
Ivy just a bit stunned at the way that ran out.
Have we had a more hype final table than this in recent memory? I mean, I really don't think we have.
Your chat is moving so fast.
I can't even keep up.
I can't. Yeah.
I honestly, look at this. It's insane. Chat is just going wild. Every hand. I believe, Randy, as well, perhaps the reason why things are as hype as they are, Just receiving word from our marketing department that this is a new Triton poker record in the history of Triton in terms of concurrent viewers across the board. Almost 15,000 on YouTube.
King 10 suited in for Ivy. Trying to pick up back some chips. 20 big blinds to start things off. Go on.
5K on Twitch, as well as all the viewers over on the Triton Poker Plus app. We just want to extend a massive thank you to each and every one of you keeping us company, not just from Randy and myself, but the entire Triton team, the Share Hands production. You guys showing up just to watch along with us really does keep us hungry when it comes to improving the production.
Sure, you're gonna do what?
Take a break from the line events just to focus on hope.
Perhaps back-to-back opens for Phil Ivey. He's got Queen 9 of Hearts. Indeed, he does reach for his chips as he pushes them in. Suited 9 going to come along for Johannes.
Strava and spot of bother here. Dominated. Clubs are live. Again, that 3 out of the domination rotation, Randy. Top pair for the Dutchman. As it checks through, and now the 6 of clubs presents a 4-liner with a 1 gap.
Let's see if Johannes wants to attack here with the pair of 4s to try to deny equity from ace-x, or perhaps he just pot controls.
$375.
Just going to bet out himself. A much needed pot for our chip leader, Johannes Strava.
Yeah, it really does feel nice just to scoop in a pot right after the way things have been going.
Seconds.
700.
Great. 700.
Potential carnage here, Randy. Blind v blind. I don't think Strava will be folding. Question is, will Ivy jam or continue to play this?
He's seen his opponent raise into him 3 times in a row in his BVB spot.
43, 44.
Strava going to get a count here. King Queen suited is in, and Ivy is at risk. 10 million chip pot. Coin flip, exact.
All in brought to you by betacr.eu, of course. Ivy at risk, but ahead on a spadeless 8-6 tray flop, Randy. 2 cards away from taking the chip lead. Just not been Strava's frame, has it?
No, 1 more card to go. Beautiful board so far. There we go. Phil Ivey.
Wow. The Dutchman with 9 bounties coming back from dinner break. Hence the chip lead that he had coming back four-handed. But since the return of dinner break, it's just been all downhill.
Henry, my friend.
Randy, my friend.
From first to last, Johannes Straver. But you know who's on top now? Everyone's favorite player, Phil Ivey.
3-time Triton champion.
Your chat's moving too fast once again. 40 VBs for our chip leader, Phil Ivey. 37% of all the chips in play.
I don't know, man. It's just like when I can, I come. You know, I missed the last 2. I mean, I want to. Just got lots.
Ivy did miss the last 2 stops, is here and doing well. Ivy, the master of post-flop play, does limp BVB. Espen's got 10-3 offsuit. Bit of a dusty hand. The problem is, though, he is out-chipped. Isn't going to opt to raise this type of holding given the chip distribution of these top 2 stacks. 900K in the middle. Ivy, 2 pair.
These two have been getting chatty, Randy.
Yeah, they seem like pretty friendly. Not sure if it's just from high rollers during Vegas or some other confrontations.
I mean, it's always a good strategy to sweet talk the person on your left, right? It's always a good strategy to try and sweet talk Ivy, right? So I like both of their strategies. I mean,
look, I've heard Ollie say many times that, you know, Ivy has just been feeling good about life and happy and playing. And you can see that he's just been way more chatty every time we see him at these Triton stops.
Shifting time zones and not having a routine with gym.
And so you just can't show up to every tournament on time. Then you can do it. I mean, it depends on what your priorities are, you know? Like if you just give it the first hour, hour and a half a lot, then you have time. You know what I mean?
Words of wisdom.
yeah, that man has played a ton of live poker.
Man, Johannes is just down spiraling. Espen picking up 2 kings. Let's see if Espen 3 bets or perhaps a slow play. Going to go for the tiny 3 bet because of how shallow we are to start things off.
Well, Strava now down to 12 bigs. Still not out though. We saw Espen come back. We saw Chidwick, by the way, has just been so quiet. He's been watching all of this carnage. You know, he's had so many spots where he could have potentially laddered.
I kind of forgot he was there lately.
Right?
It seems to be
He's
the
just
other 3
comfortably
getting involved.
snug in seat 2. We got Ivy and Espen becoming best friends, and then we got the poor Johannes Strava just getting absolutely obliterated through no fault of his own.
Yeah, he's
for the most part. Just like, you know, we've all been there, but when there's 600K plus up top, a Triton trophy, you know, the legacy that comes with the bounties. What did you say the EV of the bounties was?
You said it was 70K to me.
70K. Don't trust me.
Well, you said the pros
Don't-
told you that.
Don't take my word for it. We've got producer James. Nodding his head. 70k.
70k is confirmed. EV. Okay, you can still hit the 40ks. We can hit the 400 and the 180 and so on. Couple ducks here for Chidwick up front. 13 blinds. It kind of seems like one of those hands where you just jam outright. You're not really looking to induce with two ducks, so he does pick it up. With that pickup, man, it does create a bit of a separation from the 3rd and 4th place players of Chidwick and Strava. Strava down to 11. And we're playing four-handed, so 11 blinds, while it can hang around, really not so much in this one, where you take one orbit, you take one big blind, and the big blind ante, you take the small blind, you're down to about 7 or so. Not ideal. Seems to be a lot of folding over to Ivy in the small blind. Ace-King suited. Does he trap? Does he raise? Last time he limped, Espen didn't raise. Might cross his mind on how he adjusts with this hand in this spot.
I'm all in.
Just gonna push it in. Try to look weak.
Well, the barking shark hitting the mug.
Said he miscounted.
Perhaps.
Miscounted his opponent's stack, thought he was shorter.
I trust him.
Ivy making mistakes? I feel a bluff.
Well, it's been a Phil Ivy show. Up, down, took the chip lead, then lost it to Espen. And just a couple hands later, doubled up. Blind v blind against Strava to retake the chip lead.
And look at that. Chidwick doesn't want to play out of position against Phil Ivy with Jack 8. That's a big statement right there. Ivy, 12 million in chips, now picks up King Queen suited.
Wow. This is quite something. Really in for a treat here. Rostad thinking here. Rostad's comfortably in second. Just gonna stay out of there. And good that he did. Because Strava behind, perhaps with a way back into this fight. A fight that really has not been going his way.
It's crossing his mind on whether to slow play this hand and just get his opponent to commit post-flop. But we'll jam pre-flop. I don't see how Ivy can ever lay this down.
Neither do I. I mean, it's for 6 additional blinds. 6 and change. Getting an official count as Ivy slides a tower of black chips forward and gets shown the Cowboys. Yeah, Ivy say, oh no, but still has 13% equity, and regardless of the outcome of this spot, will still be the chip leader.
Johannes can't run this bad, right?
Don't say that, Randy, because there's a heart in the window with the queen, and you can see Strava kind of chuckle to himself. It's been this way up until now. Why wouldn't he beat me with the king queen? That is a fantastic turn card for the Dutchman. Now needs to fade. 2 outs once. I believe a case queen needed, which isn't found on the 6 of diamonds river, and Strava back in the fight. Up to 5.6. Ivy still in pole position, but wouldn't have minded sending the very talented Johannes Strava home in 4th. by the name of Jasper Online.
Bit of breathing room.
Very feared player. Ventured out for the first time in Vietnam, as mentioned earlier on. Trying to make a bit of a name for himself. He's already achieved everything one can achieve online. Now looking to add some Triton titles to that impressive online resume.
Out of position against Ivy. Small blind versus BB.
Yet to really give up a spot. I was about to say.
It's different now when you no longer got the chip advantage. This is
and
scary.
Also the momentum and, you know, the way things have been going. He's passing up on the Jack 5.
He might be thinking, like, there's no way Ivy gives me a free flop.
So as things stand, I'll get back to you on how things stand. The Flop app, first land of poker. Revolutionize your live poker journey with the Flop app. The new functions of Flop aims to transform the live poker experience. Flop app looks to connect poker players globally, locating venues with games running and reserve seats at such games. And the Flop PM benefits the poker room's operations for managers, increasing player traffic and profitability through AI solutions. Check out more on firstlandofpoker.com. As I've said before, if there's a man in the world who I trust, it would be Patrick Antonius to generate said app as Ivy. Limps the 9-6 suited, blind v blind Espen with queens in the big.
You know, this 9-6 of clubs is the one that hit him a straight flush earlier, BVB. If he wants to take a flop, maybe he does it again.
3.5x. 1,050,000.
Does lay it down.
What an absolute battle this has been, Randy. Coming up to an hour and a half of us being in the booth since the return from dinner break. Started off with a double up, hand number 1 for Chidwick. Ace Queen against the jacks of Espen Jorstad. Then 2 hands later, Espen found the double, jamming on the button with his last 1.5 million with the Ace 4, running into the Ace 9 of Strava, finding a 4 on the turn. Since then, Ivy all in a couple of occasions. Chip leader on a couple of occasions. Espen's also been the chip leader. Strava's just had an emotional 4-handed journey. And Chidwick's just been sat on the sidelines kind of saying, hey guys, you know, enjoy. Is he going to sit this one out though, Randy? I don't think so. Ace 10, 3.3 million.
Wow. Notice that Ivy made it 1 million straight. Oh, 3.3x. Does that change things for Ace 10? Does not. He's in. I mean, wouldn't you price in 1 million chips? You're kind of forced to call now.
2 more.
Maybe there was a chance he had been raised, he can fold to a 12-bit blind jam, but as played, he's got to continue.
1 chip and he gets shown the Ace 10.
Flipski.
And will we remain 4-handed? Someone and something has to give eventually, Randy. Is it going to be Stephen Chidwick with the Ace 10? Or looking unlikely on the Ace-Ace Jack board. Ivy looking for running clubs. Or a 6. 8 of diamonds on the turn means it's just 2 outs once for Phil Ivy. Doesn't find it as the deuce of spades rolls off, and Chidwick doubles to 7.6 million. And with that moves up to 2nd in chips and finds himself just a blind and a half behind chip leader Espen Jorstad. As the show goes on, full-handed.
We got a new player spiraling down, Phil Ivey, from 12 million peak.
Never-ending four-way bubble.
Those of you just joining us, this is event number 3. The Triton Super High Roller Series here in London, live from the JW Marriott Grosvenor House, the 40k Mystery Bounty, and it just feels like every hand, Randy, there is something, there is a reason for us to be on the edge of our seats. Jacks for Ivy after losing the flip against Chidwick. Aspen pitches the button.
Oh my gosh. Johannes Strava picks up 2 9s. There's no world where he does not get this in against the 2 jacks pre-flop.
I think Ivy has him covered by about 50k. There's already 300 in the middle as he announces himself and gets snapped, and he gets shown the bad news. Look at that, 25k back for Ivy, has him covered by 1/10 of a big blind. Jacks against 9s, 11.2 million chip pot.
I think this one's all in. If the app's right, you go over 25k.
Strava needs to do the dirty on Phil Ivey. No good on the king-queen tray board. No backdoors in terms of flushes. Running straight cards an option. Very unlikely with Ivy holding 2 jacks. The turn is the 4 of diamonds. And Strava is 1 card away from elimination. To go out in 4th, unless he can find a 9, which he does not, Randy. And with that, we're going to lose the very talented Dutchman Johannes Strava in 4th. Going to receive 236,500 for his efforts. And with that, Phil Ivey retakes the chip lead. Perhaps the silver lining for Strava is that he has 9 bounties to pull tomorrow. Bittersweet ending to what could have been a fairy tale start to the series for him. Came in
GG. Thanks.
Good game.
To full-handed play the overwhelming chip leader, Andy, and now finds himself going home in 4th. Fist bumps exchanged. Tournament poker.
Would you have an ace-king-king hand?
King.
Ace.
We see fantastic sportsmanship being shown by Johannes, just letting Ivy know that he had the goods. Really felt like there was just nothing he could do. Sometimes you're just dealt out of the tournament. The final nail in the coffin being the 9s against the jacks of Phil Ivey, and that is how things stand. Now that Johannes has departed, 287,000 guaranteed for these final 3. It is Phil Ivey in pole position, looking for title number 4. Chidwick looking for title number 2. World Series of Poker main event champion Espen Jorstad looking for his maiden Triton title. He has got his work cut out against 2 of the greatest of all time, but perhaps, Randy, pocket 10s will help him overcome those odds.
Ivy's had a swingy day.
I'll say. I'll say that again.
12 million to down, then back to the chip lead. Hey, don't forget, He just got another bounty for taking out
He
the
did
Once
indeed.
Upon a Time chip leader who had 13.5.
Great point.
3 bounties, is it?
3 bounties for Ivy, 2 for Espen, 1 for Chidwick. Strava going home with at least 9, so guaranteed at least 360k tomorrow.
We have 3 just such huge names remaining here. Hello, number 1. Seems like every hand, someone's getting a big hand right now, isn't it?
Honestly, people have been asking, you know, why the energy is so high, why it's been so hype. I mean, not only is it the lineup, but it's been the card distribution and the all-ins and the flips and just been non-stop.
Hello, King Queen.
Oh boy.
There is a world where he attacks pre-flop, is going to just call, perhaps get saved unless King High, Queen High, that'd be bad.
1.8 in the middle. Espen does cover. Chidwick with number 1. Espen with the Queen of Clubs.
Pretty fair fight here.
On the 10-6 deuce mono board.
The 2 aces a bit vulnerable on this board. You usually see small bets on these monotone textures.
450.
Quarter pot. I wonder how Espen proceeds here. Certainly at least check calling, but does he from time to time come in with a check raise? Thinking that his opponent has to fold such a high frequency on these monotone dry boards. It's also hard to represent a really big hand with a check raise though. So check call we go.
Chidwick clubless. Espen with equity.
Ouch.
Finds top pair on the turn, and note the equities shift only slightly, given that Espen now has trips and 2 pair outs to go along with his flush draw. 2.7 in the middle.
Chidwick sees that. Still has to kind of protect himself from a lot of bad river cards that could arrive, and the pot is a bit bloated with that continuation bet in there as well. Or does, let's see.
1.6.
1.6 into 2.7.
Not slowing down, Randy. 2/3 pot.
This top pair is looking pretty good despite being in bad shape right now. Still has 30%. The play usually here is to check call. Still induce from some hands that are drawing rather slim. You got the Queen of Clubs back up. I don't think he's looking to fold to a river bet if it comes blank. But we'll see.
Not to insinuate that it's a guarantee, but does Chidwick empty the clip? Does he go for it all on brick rivers?
Well, let's see what kind of river we get. And that's a pretty brickish river, I would say.
It's one of those spots where, you know, what can call us that's worse? Do we get better to fold?
There's a lot of King X's, of course, that are still in his opponent's range that he can extract value from. Even some 10X's that might feel that they're just blasting away, as this is actually a pretty good texture to triple barrel on as a bluff. So should be some value still to be had here on the 8 river. You might be a bit more scared, like if that 8 of hearts was a 9 of hearts, per se. You know, with a little bit of Queen Jack coming along.
I feel like the Queen Jacks with a single club would perhaps fold turn, but I see exactly what you mean. Chidwick in the tank, with number 1. As he announces 4.7, leaving himself just 25k back, and Espen Jorstad is in the blender and gets snap called. And Chidwick
Yeah, I have 25 behind.
takes the chip lead.
No, I have 25 behind.
Unavoidable spot given the run out.
Yeah, I believe that the reason he just called on turn was to get some hands to triple barrel off. He just snapped them in like 0.1 seconds.
Max value from Chidwick over 3 streets. And Espen Jorstad with his work cut out now. Down to just 3 bigs.
So Stevie, who's been quiet, just comes along, wins an all-in, doubles up again. Tournament chip leader, my friend.
Wins that flip against Ivy, then Ivy eliminates Strava against the ladder and doubles up against Espen, chip leader. 3-handed, 15 million, plays 10, plays 750,000, and Espen with a serious uphill battle here. I mean, this is
bad.
This is base camp looking at the summit of Everest with a 2-hour weather window to get up and down before the storm rolls in.
That sounds impossible.
It's been done before.
Okay.
Not many have survived. It's been done.
He's got a small blind committed. King 4,
King 4's going to do it.
Not too bad. He's up against 3 deuce.
Here we go. 1.9 million to get back in this fight. Spin the wheel. Nine, 9-8. 1 club. Espen can turn him dead. Not on that turn. 3 of diamonds. Espen now looking for a king 8 or a 4. Whereas he's going to be going home in 3rd place. And the show goes on, Randy.
3 pair, no good.
Of diamonds. Completing the run out the double paired board. And we remain 3-handed. And it feels like the poker gods just decided today that we were going to put on a show.
So he looked at the Everest climb and decided to go for it.
The oxygen tank is you know,
it's got a rocket
it's
pack
ready.
with them?
It's maybe he's going for the skis on the way down. You know.
I mean, he started to climb. He's going, and that's gotta hurt for Chidwick. And yes, it's a small dent to him, but more importantly, he missed out on a 70k EV bounty.
Yeah, and the ladder, of course.
Yes, the ladder as well.
147,000 ladder between 3rd and 2nd to get heads up against Ivy. This really has been a wild spectacle. Event number 3. We've got 12 more events after this, including that 250,000 Luxon Pay Invitational with some huge names already confirmed. Check that out on our socials as Espen rolls this one over. 10-8 of diamonds, sub 5, Randy.
A tough spot here. The thing is, normally 10-8 suited probably would go for it, but the thing is, in this format, he's going to get called a lot wider because of the bounty aspect. Chidwick just putting ICM pressure here with Queen 8 offsuit into Ivy. Gets it done. Just still jamming 25 big blinds. Like, you can't call me. I know you're Ivy, but I know you also understand the situation.
Honestly, Randy, I don't know if Ivy's the guy that I'm going to be doing that against, all right? This guy is Ivy, okay? ICM, we
think
talk about...
Ivy's like...
ICM's for poor people.
Yeah, he's like 2 7s, I'm in, let's go.
Like, deal Ivy, ace-queen offsuit there, you know? He's in. Like, he's not folding, bro.
I hear you.
Love it. Absolutely love this. Don't forget, bounties will be pulled tomorrow, 7:20 p.m. local time is what our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, has told us, where Ali Najad will MC. He will get up on stage with Luca and the mystery bounties, and the players will come up and collect. Make sure you have notifications switched on, obviously. We will be resuming coverage tomorrow, 2 p.m. of the 50k as Chidwick piles the ace-8.
Spin. How annoying is this? He's got a big blind ante in there of his 5. He folds this, he's down to 3.
Oh, he was down to 750. Couple hands back.
Yep.
Now Chidwick is just doing the thing he does best, win tournaments at this pace. Remember, he was a heavy favorite to win the Player of the Year award last season. Got outdone by Jason Kuhn. Going to work already as the first stop for the points here in London.
That's correct. Season 3. It's a great point, Randy. I mean, that was a nail-biting finale. That came down to the last event. I mean, Chidwick final table, the final event. There was an opportunity for him to win. There's an opportunity for him to win here. 55% for Espen, 44 for Chidwick, as we see Espen kind of the smirk on his face at how close this one is. 2.6 million can get back in this fight. That is a tough one. King 9-8, although he has the best hand. Note the equities, Randy. He used to fade a queen, jack 10, or a 7 across turn and river. One card to come. 15 outs for Chidwick. 14. Do apologise. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. Can Espen hold? Yes, he can. 3 of diamonds, and we remain 3-handed.
He is once again climbing.
What time are those dinner reservations of yours, Randy?
Yeah. It's okay.
I think,
I will pass anything
cancel them
to continue watching this.
What an absolute treat. We go again. 10% of the chips in play, one more double up, and all of a sudden, Espen really does become a real threat. Shout out to GG Poker and GTO Wizard, by the way. Not just our sponsors, but also have Espen and ambassador of both those brands, both those companies, I should say. Saw Ivy down to dust. We saw Chidwick down to dust. We saw Espen down to dust. Now waking up with an ace on the button. Ace deuce. 7 bigs. 1 million already out there. More than a third of his stack, and does now have some fold equity, Randy.
Yeah, definitely pushing this one in. Knows that the big blind is literally the next hand. Zooming in on that Super Mario.
1.7 million announced. Leaves himself 3 bigs back.
Ace
Ivy's
queen.
working up with ace queen. Jorstad needs a duck, some diamonds, or a deuce. Or a deuce, or a heart. To really spin the wheel. 24% equity. To get back in this fight. Or are we going to be heads up? Chidwick against Ivy. 5 cards to come. With 3 diamonds on board. Ivy dead on the turn. Espen Jorstad doubles up to 5.8 million, and the show goes on.
How high is he on Mount Everest now? Is he on a descent yet?
I think he's at the summit. The storm is about an hour away, Randy. Now he needs to get back down safely. From 2.5 bigs to 17. Not bad.
2,600,000?
Not bad indeed. The type of run good one would expect from a main event champion, Randy, the tournament where...
So this is how he did it.
There we go. Now we're getting a bit of insight.
Understand. Ivy down. 6.5. You know, I mean, if Ivy had held there, we'd have an even race for heads up.
We would have.
Now it's just Chidwick in a commanding position against the other two. Who's got the same exact stack, roughly, separated by 1 blind or so.
He is indeed. It's 1 big blind difference. Espen and Ivy now. For those of you just joining us, where have you been? Event number 3, 40k Mystery Bounty. Triton Super High Roller Series here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. Ivy squaring off against Espen Jorstad. Stephen Chidwick looking for his 4th Triton title. Chidwick looking for his 2nd. Jorstad looking for his 1st as Chidwick is going to get to work with Ace King. And he will be wagering all of his betting discs.
Aces versus Ace King. Are you kidding me? Espen has got a situation to be the tournament chip leader very shortly. It's 93% versus 6%. You look stunned.
I mean, it's just an emotional roller coaster. I don't know what to tell you, Randy. It's been insane. Every hand. It's like this is edited. It's like this is post-production. This is live.
Chidwick is just screaming, please jam on me, please jam on me. I've got you crushed. I've got Big Slick. It's crossing Espen's mind if he should slow play, I imagine. Right. He might just do that. But with this 3-bet, the chips are going in.
1.7. There's not going to be much messing about from Chidwick. With the Ace King, this is just a cold deck. And we're going to be seeing 5 cards, Randy. And Espen is going to be 5 cards away from being the chip leader. Would you believe? Was down to 2.5 bigs just 3 orbits ago. Is now 5 cards away, unless Chidwick can do the dirty in the form of clubs, a couple of kings, or a Broadway straight. Jack 7 deuce leaves the club opportunity dead. Queen or a 10 to stay live needed. Dead on the turn, Randy. Espen is the chip leader with 3 left.
I think he's finished the climb.
Is he parachuting down?
He's parachuting down. He's almost about to touch the ground. He's the tournament chip leader.
And don't forget, we came back from dinner break with Johannes Strava overwhelming chip leader, 4-handed. Chidwick was the shortest. Hand number 1, ace queen for Chidwick. Running into the jacks of Espen. Chidwick won the flip. Espen was down to what, 6 bigs, I believe? 6, 7 bigs? Fast forward 2 hours. Strava's out the door. After beat, after beat, after beat. Espen's been down to sub 5, sub 3. Is now chip leader. Ivy's had the chip lead on several occasions. So is Chidwick now. I mean...
He won the WSOP main event, correct?
Did indeed.
Been some fortunate spots lately.
Did you get the time back?
Obviously some talent to couple with that.
10-time bracelet winner. 3-time Triton champion. Not one to be slept on when it comes to accolades over the years. Well, as being known as one of the greatest of all time. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu on the call for this one, and obviously massive thanks to Maria Ho and Ali Najad who got us here at the start of the day. As Ivy gets busy.
Chidwick's got King Jack, contemplating what to do. Is going to make the call pre-flop, dominating Ivy. Ace 7-6 rainbow. Ivy might be able to steal this one, despite being dominated pre. A 1.5 EBC bet. King Jack. It's a tough call to make, although would be correct.
2 overs to the 6-7. Gets the job done. This is going to be a final table for the ages, Randy. I think this is going to be talked about for quite some time, and it wouldn't surprise me that by the time we log into social media later on today, that the poker world is absolutely popping off about this event. I mean,
I feel bad for the countries that are asleep right now.
I don't think there's a poker fan in the world that knows that this is running this, you know. Is this 5 a.m. in Thailand? What time is it in your neck of the woods? People waking up down under?
They should be able to watch this, I assume.
The
2
back
nines
end.
dominating. Let's see if he comes in with raise or maybe a limp rejam type holding. Certainly viable with the 2 nines. Put on a gas pedal with the raise and gets a quick fold from Phil Ivey, retaking the 2nd place position. It's rather close if you look at the chip counts.
Thank you.
Chidwick's getting hungry.
It's a bad time to get hungry.
Quick dealer change. The chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Espen Jorstad leading the trio. 28 big blinds, plays 21, plays 17. All 3 have held the chip leads. All 3 have been incredibly short. All 3 have been cold decked, and all 3 have won flips to stay around and eliminate Johannes Strauber in 4th. All 3 guaranteed $287,000 for their efforts. Ivy with 3 bounties to pull tomorrow, guaranteed. Espen Jorstad with 2. Stephen Chidwick with just a lone bounty up until now. The EV of all bounties, 70,000 is the math that has been done.
What's Espen ordering?
Thank you. Anything to drink? One more sparkling water.
Didn't quite catch.
Sparkling water, at least.
We ordered, but it wouldn't surprise me
Thank you very much.
if it is incredibly healthy.
Me? I'm all in.
All in.
Ivy just happy
No.
to pile here.
You are not. You bluff? Bluff all in?
Do I? Not really.
I don't believe that.
No, I ate early. Yeah.
Ace 5 of spades now for Ivy.
Espen's picked up Queen Jack suited. He's a tournament chip leader and definitely could take a flop here or could even rejam. This is a pretty solid holding to do so with. Lots of fold equity when you get called. Still doing pretty well. Rejam would certainly get it done. Espen chipping up. That's Ivy. Unlikely to continue with ace-5 suited unless he's very suspicious. But so often he's just dominating against a better ace. Pocket pairs higher than the 5.
Ivy hits him with the, have you got king-queen, mate? I call.
I mean, even if that's what you suspect, it's just a small part of your opponent's range.
Does let it go. Nice little pickup there for Espen.
Every single one of these guys have been the chip leader.
Yep. Every single one of them has been crippled at some point, like
well.
short stacked. Espen, only player with more than average now. 22 bigs is the average. Ivy the shortest stack with 17, Chidwick with 19, Espen with 30. Difference between third and second, 147,000. Espen with 10-8 offsuit on the button, does cover both players.
Thinking about leaning on his opponents. Knows that he's got a big chip advantage, so these two players need to be rather tight against him. Queen 10 suited is a hand that can put in some action if he wants to.
Okay.
$5 million? 5 million.
Chidwick happy to run it with the 10-8, sorry, with the Queen 10 rather. And it's gonna so
We play this hand or no? We play this hand?
last hand before a scheduled break, and I tell you what, Randy, I don't think the floor expected us to be three-handed. I think we would have expected us to be heads up at this point. Maybe there's some people out there that expected the tournament to be over and done with.
Pocket deuces.
All in.
Rips it in once again.
No announced by Espen Jorstad, and that means this trio are going to head in to the scheduled break. $287,000 richer than they were at the start of the day. That's what's guaranteed for these final three, is when we return, the blinds will be going up to 250,000, 500,000. Espen Jorstad is going to be coming back as chip leader. Randy, what was it, 20 minutes ago was down to 2.5 bigs, has spun it back up to chip lead as we welcome you back to the break desk. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. Randy, I feel like there aren't words in the English language that can describe what we just witnessed there over the last 2 hours.
No, it's been madness, right? We've seen a lot of hands clashing. We've seen everyone take the chip lead. We saw the chip leader once upon a time, Johannes Straba, going out first and fourth. It's been phenomenal and a lot of sweats going on.
Well, don't go too far. We're going on a very short break. And when we come back, more poker coverage, more madness from the JW Marriott, the Triton Poker Super High Roller Series, returning when we get back from this short break.
Why so many players? This is a crazy. It's a do.
GG Poker
Broke the Guinness World Record.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker main
the biggest
event.
poker site.
larger than all of GTO traffic reaches all-time high.
Jump, 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 jump. No way.
On this Queen 10-5 Deuce 5 board, you're in the big blind, and you've checked down to the river. Well, notice that Ace 5 checks more often than any other combination of trips. Why is that? If you check, you'll notice that you block the majority of buttons checked behind Ace high hands. This means they're more likely to bet. In fact, we could see exactly how much more likely they are to bet by selecting this blockers tab. Here we can see that because we block their check back range, they should be much more likely to bet, and therefore we can get more action with our Ace 5. GTO Wizard, the #1 app for poker players.
Introducing the all-new BetACR.eu, the premier destination for sports enthusiasts. What sets BetACR.eu apart is our exclusive offering of live-action prediction options on the Triton series. Experience the excitement as you predict the action while watching your favorite players live. But that's not all. By opening your account now, you can take advantage of our incredible offer. Receive a generous 15% free play on your first top-up, up to $250. Become a part of BetACR.eu and elevate your live sports engagement experience.
Very warm welcome back to the JW Marriott here at the Grosvenor House. It is the Triton Super High Roller Series. It is event number 3. It is Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, for what has just been an epic day of poker so far, Randy.
We got Phil Ivey. We've got Steven Chidwick in the WSOP main event champion, just slugging away and just playing these crazy pots, but you know, making some big laydowns, big call downs. It really is just phenomenal, and I can't wait to get back right to it.
Well, we are going to be getting back to it in about 10-15 minutes time. We didn't want to leave the viewers, you know, around the world on break for longer than necessary. So whilst Ivy, Chidwick and Espen take that scheduled 15-minute break, we're going to jump into the 50K, event number 5, see what's going on over there, as obviously we're going to be picking up coverage of that tomorrow once this concludes. So Leon Sturm out there in pole position, looking at the Triton Poker Plus app, joined by Waikin Yong, Fedor Holtz as well. We're going to be picking up coverage with Seth Davies, Schwecht, Yuri Zivalevsky, Ibinger, Boss Paul, Seidel, Kuhn, and Daha as well. So just kind of cutting down that break from 15 to 5 minutes, picking up some coverage from the 50K. I know, you know, not to take anything away from this 50K, but we're all buzzing to get back into that 40K mystery bounty with Ivy, Chidwick, and Jorstad. But, you know, 10 minutes. Let's see what happens.
Just
and
10
when
minutes.
we're ready, when they're back from break, you know, maybe they're going to talk about a deal. Who knows? Who knows what's going to happen?
A deal? Are you kidding
from
me?
From what we've seen, Randy, I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me. All three of them had the chip lead. All three of them have been short stacked. It really is anyone's game. Is it going to be Ivy joining the 4-time champion club, Chidwick with title number 2, or Espen Jorstad winning his maiden Triton title? We will see, but for now, just a little 50K coverage to whet your appetite whilst Ivy, Jorstad, and Chidwick take that break.
I heard Daniel Negreanu's watching this, is that right?
D-Negs.
D-Negs, hello.
Giving us a shout out, obviously rooting for his good friend, Phil Ivy. Shout out D-Negs, by the way. I mean, who loves it more? All right, let's be honest. When he's not playing.
You know it's hype when he's in there grinding it too with us.
That's true. That is true. Shout out to him and his wife, obviously, back in Vegas. They're enjoying the show.
See if we can see some fireworks before we get back to that three-handed play over to Ibinger.
2-time Triton champion, Poker Code co-founder, jamming blind v blind. I do apologize. It looks like he's jamming over an open, and it's been called.
I busted this hand before.
I like your hand.
First bullet, so let's see.
Looks like Tobias Schwecht has snapped him off with what looks like Ace King.
Ace Paint for sure.
Right outside.
Just the last couple days?
Yeah, be careful walking out there.
Yeah.
King 8 tray, 2 clubs.
Don't wait
the running club opportunity.
looking in the dark.
Still ahead.
Exactly.
Jack on the turn. Now giving Schwecht a Broadway draw. Ace Queen or a 10 needed to eliminate Ibinger. Doesn't find it. 5 of spades.
391.
Ibinger gets the double. And Randy, just to reiterate, because I know there are going to be people at home asking questions on YouTube, on Twitch. Where's Phil Ivy? Where's Chidwick? Where's Jorstad?
Like
They're on break. 15-minute break. We didn't want the action to stop. We wanted to just continue bringing poker content from the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. So don't worry, Ivy is still in, Chidwick is still in, Jorstad is still in. They are battling it out any minute now for event number 3. Glory, bounties,
the van
and the
outside
600K plus. 639,000 that comes with that. So any minute now.
From Mission Impossible. Big dollar signs on the side.
Receiving word from producer James. It's exactly 3 minutes from now. You know, hey Siri, set a timer for 180 seconds from now.
You're counting the seconds, aren't you?
That's when we're coming back.
Okay, how much time now? Is it 2.5 yet?
Ask Siri, Randy.
For now, though.
What do I look like, a human clock?
Yeah, you kind of do. you got the professor look going on.
All right, mate, then you start, okay? Had it enough from producer James and Sam Grafton today as Ibinger potentially going to tangle with Schwecht. for a second time.
Back to back. Little flat call here in position.
Volko bustou? O Volko bustou? Eu não tô vendo ele. Ah, não tá lá.
Well, I think with top pair, Tobias with Jack of Spades mystery card. What a key mystery card this is going to be here, Randy. It's open from the hijack. To a turn we go. 3 of spades. I mean, 1-3-3 in the middle. Tobias now checking on over. Tiebreaker. Is it safe to now make some assumptions about that mystery card, Randy, given the turn check?
With the turn check, I'd assume that the 2 pairs are in better are thrown out the window.
Luca, he said he whacked you.
Did he?
Turning out good left hook in on the guy.
Sick.
See how Ivinger wants to proceed. Going to knuckle behind. Bit of pot control as he trips up on the river.
Crazy.
And now, unless that mystery card is a jack and the ace of spades, Schwecht, this spot's going to go Ivinger's way, and Ivinger has gotten the better of his man 2 times over.
This is the US. They're really squeezing people. Yeah.
Ivinger deep in the tank. I'll look to extract some value now. 88 into 133. Schwecht with a potential bluff catcher here, Randy. A hand like Queen Jack of Spades, Jack 10 of Spades, unblocking hearts.
The deck really is stacked.
The main thing he's trying to pick off is hearts, but doesn't look like he wants to, so he's out.
There we go. Just to reiterate, this 50K we'll be picking up coverage of tomorrow, day 2. We'll be playing down to a window as we have received the green light, Randy, as we welcome the viewers back to the break desk. It's go time. Phil Ivey, Stephen Chidwick, Espen Jorstad are about to tangle once more as the 3 are about to take their seats and return to the main stage, Randy. 287,000 guaranteed, 639,000 going to the eventual champion. Ivy looking to win his 4th Triton title. Chidwick looking for title number 2. Espen Jorstad looking for his 1st. And it's really anyone's game.
Of course it's anyone. We've seen everyone beat a chip leader. We've seen everyone beat a short stack. It is getting a little more shallow, but it is 3 fierce players gunning for that Triton title. That's ever so sweet.
He is indeed. 18 big blind average with Espen leading the field, but Ivy still in the fight with 14 bigs, Chidwick with 18. Let's throw it down to the main stage as we look to crown a champion in event number 3, the 40k Mystery Bounty. Live from the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. Chip counts brought to you by betacr.eu. Blinds going up to 250,000, 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante, and that is how things stand. All 3 have held the chip lead. All 3 have been crippled on short stacks. Just 20 minutes ago, Espen was down to 2.5 bigs. Chidwick started 4-handed play sub 10. Ivy a bit crippled, and look at this, blind v blind.
Espen might be back down to a rather shallow stack if he just open jams this one.
This is 17.5 bigs effective as he announces all in, and Chidwick gets to just click call. Immediate action as we return from break, as Ivy gets to just watch on from the sidelines and potentially ladder $147,000 if Espen can do the dirty on Chidwick. Needs some diamonds or a 9. No help on that flop, although some running straight cards. Also an opportunity for the 2022 World Series of Poker main event champion. Dead on the turn, Randy. Chidwick doubles up to 17.9 million. And Espen is at the summit all over again. At the summit? At
He
base,
was
at the
down
base.
with the parachute, and it just like malfunctioned.
Well, he's going to need to untangle that parachute if he's going to get back into this one. 67% of all the chips in play to 36 bigs.
We haven't had a situation, the three-handed, with this big of a chip lead.
That is true.
18 million for Chidwick, 7 for Ivy. Espen has been down here before, 1.7.
Well,
we're back to where we were an hour ago.
He's got a hand, one hand to find some magic, as he's going to be forced pretty much all in the next hand. He's playing 3.5 bigs. Once that big blind gets to him, he's going to have to put in 2 of said 3.5. See if he can find something on the button to get back in this fight. The way things have been running so far, Randy, it wouldn't surprise me if he just wakes up with top of range here and doubles up. As they just chuckled over back to where they were an hour ago, as Espen finds a hand to jam on the button with. King 9 offsuit is more than enough. These 3.5 bigs in the middle.
How much is it?
Keep in mind, there's a bounty on the line here, and it's only north of 3 big blind jam. There's a chance Chidwick even pays off, realizing that there's a lot on the line with that pay jump.
Pay jump, there's the bounty. You are spot on, my man.
Chidwick's going to lay down, so it's going to be Ivy. He's going to pay this one off, and that's going to give Espen Jorstad a big favorite with this King 9 against King 6.
No.
Ivy needs to find a 3 outer.
Maybe we chop it.
Maybe.
To get us heads up.
It only chops 15% of the time.
Fuck, am I getting punished for being greedy now? Okay, we chop, we chop.
Espen scared that the poker gods are going to punish him for getting greedy, so he's happy to chop. Well, some chop opportunities. Ivy looking for a 7 or an 8 to chop. A 6 to eliminate Espen. Doesn't find it, and the king 9 high is going to hold. The wheel has been spun.
How many lives does Espen have?
Just Espen at this point. This is ludicrous.
I feel like if Chidwick had gone with it, he would have won the hand. Is that right, Jack 5?
He would have, indeed.
Probably kicking himself a little bit. Munching on something. So Ivy and Espen are neck to neck, 8 versus 9 BBs, 35 up top for Steven Chidwick, 17.7 million, currently on the dealer button.
What do you got now?
King 5 off.
What do you got?
4.2.
Ivy just checking how much Espen's playing. Chidwick just gets the mash because Ivy has to get out of the way.
Big hands.
Due to Espen being so short. I didn't realize just how close it is between Espen and Ivy now.
2 5s out. Ace 10's in.
To get right back in this. Get back up to 16 bigs, would you believe? Randy, 2 5s out, as you mentioned. So 1 5 live for Chidwick, 3 kings, all in brought to you by betacr.eu. This is wild.
Got a pair of 5s.
Here comes full tray. Espen now 2
Not sure
cards
what I'm
away.
supposed to do. Gotta be close, right?
Ivy being incredibly honest with his table mate. As Chidwick picks up 4 additional outs, courtesy of the 7 of clubs on the turn. 1 card to come. We remain 3-handed, Randy, would you believe? Espen Jorstad is up to 16 bigs and is no longer the short stack. That now belongs to Ivy. And Chidwick finds himself playing 12.5 million and now has a real threat to deal with at the table.
You can see that Ivy was still not sure what he was supposed to do with 2 5s. That could have unfolded a different way. Had he continued there, Espen would have been folded to his hand probably, and then he doubles up through Chidwick. So, as played, Ivy is the short stack, 9 BBs. Espen, he's got 16. 14 million for Steven Chidwick.
Well, now all eyes on Ivy as short stack duties belong to him. This is the 40k Mystery Bounty, event number 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series here in London. Live from the JW Marriott, Park Lane, Grosvenor House. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. If you haven't been here up until now, where on earth have you been? I promise you, this is an FT for the ages. Highly recommend watching the entire show back once we wrap things up here if you did miss any of it. This Ivy has just been an absolute treat, as has Chidwick and Espen, of course. Ivy looking to win his 4th Triton title, something that only 2 players in the history of the game have done before him. Jason Kuhn and Mikita Baziakuski. Steven Chidwick looking for title number 2. His first Triton title coming in Madrid of last year in the short deck main. And the 2022 World Series of Poker main event champion, Espen Jorstad, looking for his maiden title. And talking of Espen, a good friend of GG Poker, of course, the GG Poker ambassador. Putting on a show here. If you want to get involved in the show, head on over to GG Poker. We do have a new player sign-up bonus offer, Triton _2023. We have exclusive Triton satellites on GG. bonus offer giving new players a $50 Global Millions ticket. We'll obviously have the all-in free rolls every stream on GG Poker as well for you guys to sweat along with whilst we broadcast this nosebleed operation around the world. Worth mentioning, if you haven't already, to check us out on socials, Twitter, Instagram, behind the scenes, exclusive interviews with some of your favorite players, including the likes of Ivy, Chidwick, Espen, Jason Kuhn, Seth Davies, just to name a few. Also have Instagram stories as well, some behind the scenes from the production side, to give you guys an idea of just exactly what is required to pull off an event of this size and why we just keep going from strength to strength, from series to series. Randy, I see you get involved on Twitter quite a bit, getting involved in the conversations with some of our players, some of the viewers. Where can people find you? You're active on Twitter. Randy_Lou or Nanonoko?
Nanonoko.
Of course.
That's the hard one to spell, so you might not find me, but hopefully you do.
Well, my screen name's too embarrassing to use as a handle, so I just went with Henry_Kilbane.
Okay, nice suited. 2 aces for Ivy. What timing is this?
How about it? The short stack, waking up with the goods. Yet again, Ivy, 4-1 favorite to double up to 7.9 million. It really has been non-stop, edge of your seats kind of poker. And the King 8 spadeless flop. About as safe as it gets, that 9-6. Somewhat connected around the 8. But dead on the 3 of clubs turn.
Swingy, isn't it?
I don't know what to say at this point. I really don't think there is a word in the English language that can describe what we've witnessed here today. Just feels like the poker gods woke up and said, let's just put on one of the greatest spectacles in modern poker history or memory that we possibly can. And they really have delivered. These 3 as well. I mean, Ivy, 10 bracelets, 3 titles. When the name poker legend gets thrown out, it's one of the few names that comes up alongside the likes of Doyle Brunson, Helmuth, Negreanu. You know, these are the guys, these are the names that have been called legends of the game for the better part, I mean, since I've been playing poker, decades, Randy, since you've been playing poker. And here he is in 2023, still showing up, still stepping into the arena, playing the highest stakes and holding his own. Chidwick, of course, widely regarded as one of the greatest of this modern generation. Let's not sleep on the main event champion either.
Well, Espen folded 9-8 offsuit last time, small blind versus big blind. Let's see what he does here. Looks like he does want to try and take a flop here, but we know Chidwick's going to bump it up. Not looking to let Espen get a free one. I'd imagine he'd want to kind of make it like a 3.5x or so. Polarizing raise where the small blind limp jams hands that he just has absolutely crushed. So 3x we go.
We're going to take this one down pre. As they all glance over the Triton Poker Plus app. If you haven't already, I mean, I don't know what to say. The fact that the players are using it and talk about it and That doesn't give you a reason to download it. I don't know what will.
I mean, you for sure should download it, especially if you just got onto the stream recently, because you can watch what you're seeing now and kind of click back and see what you missed.
It's pretty rad that you have to miss the next event, but to miss like the whole day.
I think you should be allowed to register at any point if you're at the final table. Like, I think that'd probably be a good rule, right?
The priorities.
I mean, these guys, you know, they're playing for 639k, the Triton Trophy, and they're already thinking about the next event. This is what is needed, Randy, to just compete at this level. The hunger, the constant willingness to just
this is a big
put
decision.
yourself in.
Ace-4 stands to fare well against the chip leader jam into you, blind versus blind. It's one of those spots where he's a slight favorite.
Well, we heard Ivy very honestly admit that he didn't know what to do with the 5s. A similar spot here. Randy, 14 bigs, obviously for chips, we know. Ace high, blind v blind, we're going to call, but there's a lot more at stake here. There's legacy, there's massive pay jumps, there's bounties. Future game decisions, the list goes on.
He's running out of time cards. And you'll see from time to time Ivy peeking at Espen's stack, which could influence his decision. Ivy's been in multiple tough spots, has gotten right so far today.
Yeah, it's not been an easy day out for any of these 3 players, let's be honest, although they are all 250k plus richer than they were at the start of the day, so not much empathy from us here in the booth.
Ivy just feels sick to lay this down, so he
won't. Calls with the ace high.
Oh no.
And is ahead, but only just. The equity's about as close as they can get, Randy. If Ivy can hold, however, he will retake the chip lead and will have Chidwick down to less than 8 big blinds.
15.3 in the middle as we go to the flop.
Couple of trays and a deuce with no heart. Chidwick drawing to 6 outs twice. Nine of hearts on the turn keeps him live. One card to come. We remain 3-handed forever. Well, we will for now, as Ivy, with the formality of just rivering the wheel, doubling up to 15.3 million, taking the chip lead off of Stephen Chidwick. Perhaps more importantly, Randy now has Chidwick down to 8 bigs.
7-4.
Yeah, Chidwick was once upon a time at just under 18 million, down to 3.6. Once again, Ivy at the top. Massive chip lead. Can he close it out this time?
Right, all 3 of them have exchanged the roles of chip leader, of short stack, ducking and diving to hold on, and the 3 musketeers continue to battle it out. 287,000 guaranteed. Payouts brought to you by Poker Stake. Shout out Poker Stake, by the way. I know a lot of our viewers have bought action from the likes of Michael Soiser, Michael Zhang in the past, and had some very healthy returns on Soiser's title win and main event run in Vietnam and Cyprus.
Dead. He would have lost his mind long ago.
Here Chidwick discussing mindset
What?
and
What?
What's that?
About how long I took the call?
Well, it just seemed like he was already losing his mind at some pretty normal things.
He's a funny guy.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
He had to make like some more tight fold in the cutoff and he was like losing.
So sick. So sick. Oh my god, they dealt me an ace. So sick.
any idea who they're talking about?
I'm not sure.
Didn't quite catch the start as we had the scoreboard up. But the three of them exchanging laughs over the mindset needed as to just how crazy this has been. Of course, King 6. They just had more than enough, one would assume. Blind v blind to rip it on Chidwick. There are currently 53 bigs in play, Randy. 53 bigs. Phil Ivey has 30 of them. Chidwick, having to fold his big blind and big blind ante, has 5 of them. Once again, tomorrow, 7:20 p.m. local time, that is London time, of course, we will be setting the stage for the bounty ceremony, where our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, will be calling up the players, and Ali Najad be stepping into the role of MC, game show host. The players will step up one by one to pull the bounties live on our YouTube, Twitch, and Triton Poker Plus app, so make sure you do return tomorrow to see who's going to pull that top bounty prize of 400,000 USD. Min bounty, of course, 40,000.
Chidwick just eating the blinds there, unfortunately for him. Down to 2.65 as he's got the dealer button next. Needs to really pick up a hand here and right now, so he doesn't have to force the big blind next hand. That's a hand we can go with. Ace-5 offsuit.
More than enough. Sub 5 bigs on the bottom.
Probably will put most of it in and leave a little bit behind.
All in. All in.
But looks like he actually is going to just jam outright. Espen's got 10 deuce suited. He's got 2 of the 5 big blinds committed in this hand. He's got 40% equity. Lays it down. That's a big pickup for Steven Chidwick. 3.7 million now.
Well, having survived the blinds, now finds himself in the big blind, but did just pick up dead money in the middle.
Ivy first up on the button. Chip leader, he's out. Espen's got 8-3 offsuit. Really not much of a hand. Chidwick, of course, would continue if he does get jammed on with this ace-5 off. Espen wondering if he's got enough fold equity. Normally he wouldn't, given how short your opponent is. Small little bounty aspect in play. He's going to actually try and take a flop here, but not going to get to when Steven just says, all in.
Reasons for this, Randy, given that it's big blind ante, small blind gets to do a lot of limping, and Chidwick.
He feels that Stevie is going to give him a free flop a lot of times.
Okay.
He's going to jam the raggedy stuff. Just because Stevie really can't go relentless with just like 2 numbered cards. Or like paint little. So, Stevie, of course, happy to get an extra small blind in that one.
Be careful. Kind of high.
Someone in the chat saying that D-Negs is at home watching this, whilst also watching Bachelorette. Don't know if that's true. Perhaps.
Could have a confrontation here.
Perhaps.
Jack 7 out. 6s would have snapped them off.
Ivy extends 15.3.
I think Negreanu is just watching the poker today. I'd be disappointed if he was too screening it.
An absolute treat. Past 4 days have been since day one. We had that epic two-hour heads-up match. Now we've had this exchange of chip lead, short stack, bad beats, coolers. Still 3-handed in event number 3.
Feels like the 3rd time Steven Chidwick's got ace-5 offsuit in the last few hands.
2 million.
Well, someone's going to give Steven Chidwick a run here. Queen Jack offsuit for Ivy. Espen's got ace-10. If Ivy folds, Espen's definitely in. He does. Is this the end of Steven Chidwick?
Well, Espen's announced himself. Chidwick snap calls, of course, with just 1.9 back. To get us heads up, Randy. How many times has it been now? I haven't kept track, to be brutally honest. It's been so many all-ins. So many times the short stack has survived. Will that trend continue here? Well, it's looking likely on the King 6-5 2-club board. Chidwick spiking the 3 outer as the madness continues. Espen looking for a queen or a 10 to eliminate Steven Chidwick. Well, as the show goes on. 9 of spades completes the run out, and with that, Chidwick's up to 8.6 million, and Espen Jorstad is down to just 6 bligs. And I can confirm Daniel Negreanu is just watching the poker. Randy, you are spot on with your presumptions there, because he's in the chat confirming it himself, saying confirm D-Negs watching just the poker.
D-Negs is in the chat.
He's in the chat.
D-Negs.
Hope you are enjoying
Love
the
that
show,
guy.
my man. I'm sure everyone else is as well. What a show it has been. Still 3-handed. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if in 30 minutes Ivy's the short stack, the way things have been going.
Guys, really? Is that what you're going to say, Henry? You want Phil Ivey, everyone's favorite player, short stack.
Didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you're implying it.
You're insinuating. There's a big difference between implying and insinuation, Randy. But, you know, we'll talk after the broadcast. I know you've been training MMA.
Well, Espen's down to 3 million. Seems to be unable to just stay out of that range. I mean, obviously he was in great position that last hand, ace-10. Ace-4, great spot, small blind BB. Really just been rinse-repeat these situations as the dominated hand getting the double up. Then they get to chip up a bit with these ace rags.
And the domination rotation, the 3 outers being spiked seems to be the theme of this final table. Chidwick dominated again.
Not nearly even close to enough hand, I'd imagine, with this Jack 4. Just getting formalities of the count in case it's rather shallow.
2.95, right?
Oh, he's actually going to take a shot here.
He disagrees with you, Randy. He's made the call, and it's fantastic news for Espen.
That
brought
added,
to you by
like,
betacr.eu. Go on, Randy.
That added bounty equity must have kind of slided him into a call there.
It's the hand that Espen Jorstad won the main event against.
The guy who turns these red lights on and off is really earning his wage today. The guy whose job it is to turn these red lights on and off every time there's an all-in.
Overtime.
5 deuce.
He's working hard.
Couple of diamonds so far. So good for Espen. Chidwick still live. Looking for one of the 3 remaining jacks, and it would be quite the hook to send Espen packing if it fell on the river. Not this time. 5 of clubs completes the run out, and the old switcheroo. Chidwick now the shortest stack. Espen up to 13 bigs, and Daniel Negreanu in the chat saying it's just a crapshoot from here on out. Kind of feels that way, doesn't it, Randy? I mean, all 3 of them have been short stacked. All 3 of them have been chip leader.
At least we're getting a lot of value for our money. A lot of fun for these.
Yeah, obviously a very high variance situation here. Still a lot of skill to be had. I know it is a lot of all-ins, but it's about choosing the right ranges. Of course, it does come down to the fall of the cards. Important part is just not making any mistake, especially with this bounty aspect in play. Chidwick finding that, feeling that he needs to continue there with the Jack 4, given the price. He was the big blind to big blind ante, so I suppose he was getting a much better price than I realized. Having 2 of those 6 blinds in already.
It's
Good news for
slightly
Ivy, though.
off
He
because
didn't
they
lose any
had the
chips.
blinds wrong. The app is slightly off because they had the blinds wrong.
What an absolute battle.
Is off by like a few 100,000.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Lines going up to 300,000, 600,000.
Lines are huge. Espen's got 9/8 suited. Pretty suited connector. It's so shallow. It's more of an all-in or fold situation usually. He's out. $10-8 offsuit. Still enough chips here for foot equity. If he opts to take it, or does he perhaps come from limp? Looks like he's grabbing a big stack of blacks. Hoping Ivy's got nothing.
Tied at the bottom.
Yeah, they had the blinds
your
wrong
stat?
for like a few hands, so it's like a few hundred off.
How much do you have it?
I think I have like 200K less than it says.
I have 100K less than what it says.
4.5. 6.25. Oh, I have only 100. Or 100 more than it says?
I have 100 less than what it says.
Okay. Thank you.
Randy, we
look
got.
at it.
That's what I was saying. I was like, these two are worrying about 100K difference in chips counts. Ivy doesn't even look at it.
This is a fantastic one-liner from Ivy. You guys check out the Triton Poker Plus app. I calculate all of that in my head.
Yeah, I'm doing live reads.
Negranu, by the way, Randy, saying he would have folded the Jack 4-0, but with the bounty aspect, it's a fine call. Some insights from
I would
someone
say
that
so.
plays in this arena. Chidwick.
1.2.
1.2.
Coming with the min this time. On the button. Ivy out of there.
Bit of a dusty hand here, 8-4, straight in the muck. It's actually really technical on decisions on what to do there. You saw Chidwick taking a little bit of time contemplating open jam, push half stack in, or just slight min raise as you just saw. Got to split your ranges accordingly.
All the attention currently on this, of course, but tomorrow we will be live streaming the bounty pool. Top bounty prize of 400,000 min bounty, 40k. And the EV of each bounty has been calculated by the players is $70,000. So please do join us at 7:20 p.m. local time tomorrow. That is UK time.
I mean, they could join us from the get-go and then
Hopefully,
happen to get into it.
You know,
they
based
don't
on
have to just
what
tune
we've
into
been
that.
streaming the last 4 days.
So Espen trying to take a free flop here, Queen 4. Remember, he did try to do this against Stephen Chidwick earlier, who did jam the ace rag. If he can just get a free flop, which he does. Got some post flop with these 10 big blindish stacks. 3 VBs in the middle. Blank.
Oh, Espen flopping best, bottom pair. Queen of diamonds on the King Jack 4. Chidwick with just 8 high.
It's actually rather tricky to play this Queen 4 bottom pair. You got the showdown value, but you also got the range advantages on this board texture. You expect a lot of King X against Broadways to kind of just smash on you pre.
And a glass bottle.
Glass bottle specifically for Ivy when he wants water, just saying.
Classy, as always.
It's like plastic bottle, paper cup, I don't want it.
Considerate, given the climate situation we find ourselves in. Chidwick, perhaps thinking of taking the temperature upstairs.
Wow, did he just raise with just 8 high? This is gangsta. That's an absurd play. Wow, that's just thinking that you shouldn't be attacking me here. You should be trapping me from time to time on this Broadway texture with these 10 big blind pre-flop stacks. Is Espen going to be able to call just a pair of 4s backdoor Queen of Diamonds? He does. This is some absolutely sick poker. 4.8 in the middle. Look at what they've got behind. Espen's got 3.2. Chidwick 5.1.
Chidwick just not giving Espen credit for a piece as the 9 of diamonds rolls off on the turn. 10 no good for Chidwick, as it would give Espen the king high straight. Diamond no good as well. And surely after raising to 1.5 and getting called, there has to be some alarm bells ringing now. for Chidwick.
He has such a weak hand here, but does have perceived outs on occasion, whether in the form of a diamond, although good, not good this instance, as well as a 10, which is also not good.
Such a crucial part of this stack depth. 4.8 million already out there.
It feels like you just gotta take the free one. Do you really want to bet? Have to fold if you get shoved on, or commit with very bad equity.
That's a great point, Randy. Does have equity against a king, a jack. Checks through. Time bank wasted as the 7 of spades. Rolls off on the river. Chidwick somehow finding a way to win this one should it get to showdown.
Yeah, it's not over yet, though. Espen could easily turn his pair of 4s into bluff if he wants to. He needs to think about, it got raised pre-flop, very shallow stacks on the turn, and my opponent did not fire. If my opponent had a king X, would he want to protect what's in the middle? Maybe he would check back a flush on the turn. I'm holding the queen of diamonds. I blocked that. Maybe I'm up against some kind of straight draw that paired the 9, and I can just blow that out of the water looking at this board texture.
If Espen checks, Chidwick will be up to 10 million. If he can find a bet, he may find a fold in Chidwick's 4th pair. 4.8 in the middle, 3.2 behind, SPR 0.66 as he moves all in.
Love it.
And Chidwick asking for a count, Randy. 4th pair on this board. Flush gets there on the turn. Straight gets there on the turn.
You need to keep in mind that while the flush does get there on the turn, sometimes your opponent in the small blind just rips it in on the flop. So maybe we discount it a little bit. Would my opponent just bet all in with a Jack X? If I raise the flop and I've got King X on the flop in Espen shoes, does he sometimes just jam that? Just protecting what's in the middle given how short they are? Does lay down the best hand. Espen,
fantastic bluff from Jorstad to get the better hand to fold. And he now separates himself by a decent amount from Chidwick. That's been up to 8 million as Ivy got to just watch on as those two locked horns. Ivy's still the chip leader, 13.5 million. Put that one in your highlight reel. I mean, this whole final table has been a highlight reel. We are still three-handed.
So Espen's clawed his way out of the bottom once again, 8 million. It's a comfy 13 big blinds, I suppose, given how shallow everyone is. Haven't heard from Ivy for a bit.
Got Adrian Flatiker in the YouTube chat saying, please let us sleep. Adrian, I feel like if there's ever a time for you to maybe lose a couple of hours, it's going to be with this trio. Ivy, 10-time bracelet winner, 3-time Triton champion, looking to join a very exclusive club if he can win here today. The 2022 World Series of Poker main event champion. Have #1 on the UK all-time money list and one of the best in the world, regarded by most as one of the toughest to play against, Stephen Chidwick. All three doing their best to give nothing away.
Big hand here for Ivy, ace, queen.
All in.
All in.
Gonna just lean on him, chip him down.
Nope. Done.
Ivy, no time banks.
No time banks. Has the chip lead. Has the most bounties.
6.
Has the most bracelets. Has the most Triton titles. You know.
Okay.
The list goes on. Take your time banks, Espen Jorstad, and do one.
That's been picking up king 9 offsuit. Solid holding to strongly consider jamming into Stephen Chidwick's 3.6 remaining. Chidwick started the hand with about 4.8. Rips it in and takes it. Back up to 8 million for Espen Jorstad.
Ivy with 57% of all the chips in play. Again, to reiterate, all three have held the chip lead on several occasions now. All three have been incredibly short stacked as Espen Jorstad gets out of the way. And leaves Chidwick in a spot from the small. 5.5 bigs, queen high, pitches it.
Lucky for him, he would have got snapped off and would have been in huge trouble.
So 26 bigs, plays 13, plays 5. Ivy with a 2-to-1 chip lead over Jorstad. Chidwick with 6-4 off.
Well, Ivy's been jamming this small blind versus BB spot, so no surprise he comes in with the ducks. Might be his tournament peak so far of 16.55 million in chips.
Stevie having to put in 40% of his stack now in the big blind, courtesy of that big blind ante. That's been queen high. Is it enough, Randy?
Yeah, he'd be jamming into 2.1 with 1.2 on top of that. So 3.3 million stack of Stephen Chidwick does jam. Just dust here, 10-5 offsuit.
It's just so brutal how this has played out for all three. It's not been easy.
He's just going to commit it.
Makes the call with the 10-5, and note the equities. 40% for Chidwick. With the 10-5, 2 live cards. Espen looking to just hold with the queen high to get heads up against the 10-time bracelet winner and the 3-time Triton champion Phil Ivey. And it's looking very likely on the Jack 3-3 board, Randy. Stephen Chidwick drawing to running 10s or running 5s or running Jacks to stay alive. And how about quads on the turn? For the 2022 World Series of Poker main event champion, Stephen Chidwick going home in third with 1 bounty and $287,000 after an epic 4-handed and 3-handed battle. And there you have it, Randy. Heads up between Ivy and Espen as we take a look back at Stephen Chidwick's journey to his 3rd place exit. No second title for him here, but does still have 12 events. The Triton Super High Roller Series in London to win his 2nd title. But for now, our attention is going to be turned to this heads-up battle. An old-school legend against a new-school legend. Phil Ivey squaring off against Espen Jorstad. When we return, 28 big blinds, plays 17. 434,900 guaranteed for both Jorstad and Ivy, and both of them with 3 bounties now to pull tomorrow at 7:20 p.m. with that top bounty prize of 400,000. But Randy, I think that bounty pool probably not even in their heads at the moment. We've got a $205,000 heads-up match and a title on the line.
As well as an additional bounty, and you can also collect your own bounty, I believe, if you do win the tournament. Death by quads for Stephen Chidwick. You know, he had 18 million chips down to 0. Big heads-up match coming here for Phil Ivey versus Espen Jorstad.
Well, don't go too far. A very quick break as Ivy and Espen run to the bathroom, take a quick stretch of the legs, but when they come back, we'll be playing for the title and the 205,000 plus bounties that come with it for event number 3. We'll see you guys very shortly. Weather window to get up and down before the storm rolls in.
That sounds impossible.
It's been done before.
Okay.
Not many have survived. It's been done.
He's got a small blind committed. King 4,
King 4 is going to do it.
Not too bad. He's up against 3 deuce.
Here we go. 1.9 million to get back in this fight. Spin the wheel. $998. 1 club. Espen can turn him dead. Not on that turn. 3 of diamonds. Espen now looking for a king 8 or a 4. Whereas he's going to be going home in 3rd place. And the show goes on, Randy.
3 pair, no good.
Of diamonds. Completing the run out the double paired board. And we remain 3-handed.
As the first stop for the points here in London.
That's correct. Season 3. It's a great point, Randy. I mean, that was a nail-biting finale. That came down to the last event. I mean, Chidwick final table, the final event. There was an opportunity for him to win. There's an opportunity for him to win here. 55% for Espen. 44 for Chidwick, as we see Espen kind of the smirk on his face at how close this one is. 2.6 million can get back in this fight. That is a tough one. King 9-8, although he has the best hand. Note the equities, Randy. He used to fade a queen, jack 10 or a 7 across turn and river. 1 card to come. 15 outs for Chidwick. 14. Do apologise. All in brought to you by betacr.eu. Can Espen hold? Yes, he can. 3 of diamonds, and we remain 3-handed.
He is once again climbing. That's
what time are those dinner reservations of yours, Randy?
Yeah.
saw Ivy down to dust. We saw Chidwick down to dust. We saw Espen down to dust. Now waking up with an ace on the button. Ace deuce. 7 bigs. 1 million already out there. More than a third of his stack, and does now have some fold equity, Randy.
Yeah, definitely pushing this one in. Knows that the big blind is literally the next hand. Zooming in on that Super Mario.
1.7 million announced. Leaves himself 3 bigs back.
Ace
Ivy's
queen.
working up with ace queen. Jorstad needs a duck, some diamonds, or a deuce. Or a deuce, or a heart. To really spin the wheel. 24% equity. To get back in this fight, or are we going to be heads up? Chidwick against Ivy. 5 cards to come. With 3 diamonds on board. Ivy dead on the turn. Espen Jorstad doubles up to 5.8 million, and the show goes on.
How high is he on Mount Everest now? Is he on a descent yet?
I think he's at the summit. Event number 3, 40k Mystery Bounty. Triton Super High Roller Series here at the JW Marriott, Grosvenor House. Ivy squaring off against Espen Jorstad. Stephen Chidwick looking for his 4th Triton title. Chidwick looking for his 2nd. Jorstad looking for his 1st, as Chidwick is going to get to work with Ace King. And he will be wagering all of his betting discs.
Aces versus Ace King. Are you kidding me? Espen has got a situation to be the tournament chip leader very shortly. It's 93% versus 6%. You look stunned.
I mean, it's just an emotional roller coaster. I don't know what to tell you, Randy. It's been insane. Every hand. It's like this is edited. It's like this is post-production. This is live.
Chidwick is just screaming, please jam on me. Please jam on me. I've got you crushed. I've got Big Slick. It's crossing Espen's mind if he should slow play, I imagine. Right. He might just do that. But with this 3-bet, the chips are going in.
1.7. There's not going to be much messing about from Chidwick. With the Ace King, this is just a cold deck. And we're going to be seeing 5 cards, Randy. And Espen is going to be 5 cards away from being the chip leader. Would you believe was down to 2.5 bigs just 3 orbits ago. Is now 5 cards away unless Chidwick can do the dirty in the form of clubs, a couple of kings, or a Broadway straight. Jack 7 deuce leaves the club opportunity dead. Queen or a 10 to stay live needed. Dead on the turn, Randy. Espen is the chip leader with 3 left.
I think he's finished the climb.
Well, very warm welcome back to the break desk here at the JW Marriott Grosvenor House. It is event number 3 of the Triton Super High Roller Series. It's the 40k Mystery Bounty. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. And Randy, we are finally heads up. Phil Ivey, 10-time bracelet winner, 3-time Triton champion, squaring off against the World Series of Poker main event champion, Espen Jorstad, to take this down. Ivey looking to join a very exclusive 4-time Triton champion club, and Espen, of course, looking for his maiden title. What a battle it has been.
Yeah, you know, against Phil Ivey, arguably the strongest and most fearsome no-limit player of all time. it's going to be a tough one for him. But you know, Espen has won the biggest tournament on. Why are you smiling?
I mean, I'm
tournament
smiling.
on stage.
434,000 locked up, 639 for the champion. Our third title of the series. It has been arguably for me one of the most exciting final tables I've ever had the pleasure of commentating on. Let's throw it down. Old school legend against the new school wannabe legend. Espen Jorstad looking to upset a lot of poker fans here. It's not often that you have majority of the poker world rooting against you, but when you're squaring off against Phil Ivey, it becomes as no surprise to Camp Jorstad. 639 for the champion, 434 and change already locked up. Both players have 3 bounties to draw tomorrow. Payouts brought to you by GG Poker. Here we go.
Nice start here for Ivey as he picks up big slick against the 9-3 offsuit. Big blind 800K. A lot of incentive for Espen to limp the button even with this type of holding, just basically because of the big blind anti-format. Of course, Ivey is not going to let his opponent get a free flop.
Looks like first blood of heads up is going to go Ivey's way.
Yeah, Ivey is balancing his ranges when he jams, of course.
Here we go, ladies and gents. Heads up match that a lot of people were rooting for. Wanted to see Jorstad square off against one of the true goats of the game, Phil Ivey. Ivey looking to join Mikita Baziakuski in the 4-time Triton Champion Club.
I mean, Ivey has won so many heads-up matches, specifically in the no-limit format in his career. Has played some of the most epic hands of all time. Limps the 9-5, Espen King 9 offsuit. Does Espen want to jam this one? Does he want to just check it through? One for one.
One apiece. It's been very rare to see Ivey engage in conversation, especially when at the business end of tournaments, you know. But these two, both Espen and Ivey, have been, you could say, the chattiest. They've been sharing conversations, stories about Vegas, family, health, diet, all that kind of stuff. And now business. No talking here, one would assume, as...
Yeah, once you lose the third player, you start to realize that there's so much on the line here. Extra bounties, as we've mentioned.
Yeah, even before three-handed, they were sharing stories about what they get up to during the summer. Ivey, obviously, recently came a dad. Looks fantastic, by the way. Great health. He said he's been focusing a lot on fitness and health and nutrition. Skipped a couple of stops, didn't join us in Vietnam or Cyprus, but here he is, event number 3, heads up with a sizable chip lead. King 8 deuce, couple of clubs. Ivey, the only player with a club in hand. Queen high, currently the best hand.
It is the type of board that does favor the button limp after it does check through. A lot of king X's get jammed from the big blind.
Bet 800,000.
Stab from Jorstad gets the job done. I mean, what is it going to take for for this one to end. Four-handed play. Went on for a better part of 2 hours. Johannes Strava returned from dinner break with an overwhelming chip lead over the field. Ended up going home in fourth. And three-handed went on for an additional 2 hours where Ivy, Chidwick and Jorstad exchanged the chip lead and the short stack duties on several occasions. All three getting it in behind and getting there, winning huge flips. When short, waking up with monster hands to get back in. It was eventually Chidwick bowing out in third. After battling so fiercely, it's one of those ones that might sting for a while, as Espen's done a great job of tying things here. So far this heads-up match, 18 bigs plays 15. And a potential spot for Jorstad now on the button, King-Queen offsuit.
Let's see if he wants to open rip this or still protect his kind of limping range here of King-Queen. Both options viable. Is going to continue to limp. Well, certainly if Ivy wants to push chips in, he'd be getting this King-Queen in extremely fast. Free flop. A little extra juice as there's the big blind ante in there. Jack 8-8 rainbow.
Safe to say the chattiness between these two is over and done with for now, as it checks through on the Jack 8-8. No spade in sight, no backdoor straight draw materializing for Ivy, just 9 high, 2.4 in the middle. Options for Jorstad. Happy to knuckle this one all the way down to the river. Backdoor hearts do get there. Ivy now, Randy, with a couple of key cards, but happy to just show this one down, and Jorstad takes the chip lead. 13.7 plays 13 million. Just yesterday, that Fedor Holtz joined the very exclusive 3-time champion club alongside Danny Tang, Wai Kin Yong, and this man right here, Phil Ivey. Only 4 players with 3 titles. Maybe 4's a crowd. It's getting a bit too snug in that club for Ivy. Wants number 4. Wants to tie
18.
Nikita
18.
Paziakuski.
Notice that Ivy is approaching the King-Queen differently with an open raise in position. Stacks are level. Espen's got 5-4 offsuit. Odds, of course, are pretty good with that big blind ante in play. Comes along. Ivy currently building a pot to 4.4 million with the slight equity advantage of 62%. Shades on.
Just a single raise pot alone, Randy, as Ivy finds himself drawing dead on the 6-3 deuce mono, as Jorstad has flopped the 6-high straight. See if he puts more money in the middle.
This texture is just so dry that your opponent has so many check folds. I don't fault Ivy for putting chips in there.
Bet 1.2.
1.2 into 4.4.
Espen want to check call here, slow played his hand. Try to fade the club. Does he want to charge random clubs that might be taking a shot here? Stacks are super shallow. Do see a lot of calling with this type of hand, but it looks like he will check raise.
Raise, 3.6.
Doesn't want to kind of lose his customer in case a bad card comes against a hand that would have committed on the flop.
Yeah. Like a clubless overpair.
Right.
That kind of stuff. Espen with the check raise, and with that sizable gap between him and Ivy now. Just a few hands into this heads-up match. That's how shallow it is due to the four-handed and three-handed battle. It took us 4 hours, or near on 4 hours, to go from 4 players to heads-up.
Sorry about that.
Wow, Espen with a 2-1 chip lead now. Ivy down to 11.5 bigs.
Leaning.
Yes, indeed.
This is the largest stack that Espen's had this tournament.
I think it's safe for us to say in the booth, Randy, based on what we've seen today, that no need to speculate or guess as to who's going to win this, given how many times the 2 big blind, the 3 big blind, the 5 big blind stack has fought its way back into it. As Ivy open jams his king 10, Jorstad with queen high. Does he want to try and end it here? Does he want to continue leaning? As he has, opts to muck. Queen high. I feel like that one's close, Randy. Maybe a queen 6 suited, a queen 7 suited finds the call.
It would seem pretty loose to go for it with that type of holding. But, you know, just kind of give it some consideration.
Finger on the pulse. This one could quite literally be over any hand now.
Let's see if Espen wants to continue to limp, or will he maybe just rip in these types of holdings. Do have a lot of limps with this kind of stack depth.
All in.
Pushes.
Thank you.
Espen has not won a live tournament since winning World Series of Poker main event last year, and what a tournament it would be to take down. And talking of the opposition as well, there's always talks of the monkey on the backs of main event champions to go on and prove to the rest of the poker world that it wasn't just a fluke. And potentially beating the likes of Chidwick and Ivy to get there. Send quite the message.
Sorry.
My fault.
This is close, Randy.
Imagine if Espen's jamming 10-8 offsuit for more blinds, he'd be jamming his queen 8 off. Let's see if queen 5 suited wants to make the call here.
He's got 8 big blinds back, 2 already invested. How? Oh boy.
He's grabbing calling chip here. You
The
can
one
see
chip
flicks
flick in from Ivy, and it's bad news.
Close, right?
As he finds himself dominated and immediately asking Jorstad if it's close. Jorstad giving Ivy the nod.
I think it's good. It's good.
I love that.
Honest answer there, but more importantly,
love the sportsmanship.
He wants to see a good flop with this Queen 8 to just close out, take out Phil Ivey, one of the best no limit players of all time. Looking good.
Wow. King 9-6, 2 diamonds, 1 spade, some backdoor opportunities for Ivy, but for now things looking bleak. It's the Queen of Clubs on the turn.
We can chop this a lot.
Some chop outs, Randy, precisely 50% of the time. They will chop. Needs a card higher than a 9 or a board pair.
How about that?
There is the board pair. Chop it up. The show goes on. It's the two exchange, a little smirk at just how crazy this final table has been. Espen found himself just 1 card away from his first Triton trophy.
Big gulp of water there from Espen Jorstad. Jack Dewey, straight in the muck.
What a start to this series, Randy. I feel like it's just all downhill from here, right? Had the 2-hour heads-up battle. We then had Fedor against Brewer. Fedor winning his 3rd title. Now we've got Jorstad against Ivy after a near 12-hour day.
King Deuce is in.
Here we go. This could be it. Ivy dominated again. This time a lot tougher to chop this one. Committing the final 6.3 million. Needs to find some hearts or a deuce to double up and stay in this fight. 9-8-7 rainbow, 1 heart. Espen can of course turn him dead. 6 of hearts on the turn, and all of a sudden Ivy's outs increased to 12. Some chop outs as well. Ace of clubs on the river, and King Jack High is going to seal the victory for Espen Jorstad. As you see, the two exchange a handshake. Phil Ivey will have to wait for title number 4, but will be going home with 434,900 for his efforts. He also collected 3 bounties in the process, Randy. But for now, our champion, Espen Jorstad, 5 bounties, $639,000, and his maiden title. And what a title to win, beating Phil Ivey heads up, Stephen Chidwick in 3rd, Straver in 4th, Norwegian, with 5 bounties to pull tomorrow. And we spoke about, you know, the monkey on the back of main event champions having to prove themselves that they can win tournaments, and closing that one out. What a way to do it. So we welcome you back to the break desk. Henry Kilbane alongside Randy Liu. Randy, it's coming up 1 a.m. local time. we've got ourselves a champion, and that for me is the most entertaining and fun final table I've ever commentated on at a Triton event. I mean, just fantastic.
It was definitely fantastic and a very emotional roller coaster for every single one of these final four, right? Like they just were the chip leader, massive, down to the bottom, back to the top, back to the bottom. That was a story for Espen many times. He was down to 2.2 big blinds,
right?
Got up to a big stack, back down, and you just would figure that maybe he's the one that's going to be out soon. Does overcome Steven Chubik, overcomes Phil Ivey, the GOAT.
He managed
Main event
to
champion is no fluke.
Untangle that parachute on his way back down, finally. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I haven't had that much fun. And fantastic showing from all four players from when we jumped in. And a massive congratulations to everyone making the FT. Tomorrow, 7:20 p.m. local time, we're going to be setting the stage for the bounty ceremony. 2 p.m., of course, we're going to be going live with event number 5, the 50K. From Randy and I here in the booth, we're going to be saying goodnight. But before we bid adieu, a word with our champion of event number 3, Ali Najad, alongside Espen Jorstad. From us here in the booth, good night.
Well, oftentimes in climbing, you scale one summit and then you're looking for the next one. And the gentleman to my left here certainly scaled one of the most impressive one summer once upon a time by winning the World Series of Poker main event. And yet here he is earning his first ever Triton title. Second festival, third cash, none other than Espen Jorstad. And Espen, you defeated one of the best to ever do it heads up. Obviously, it's got to feel terrific. Walk me through this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's the three-way was, well, with Chidwick was the craziest three-way I've ever played. It was like so much back and forth. The stacks kept shifting. The chip lead was overtaken like 9-10 times. I don't know, like it was crazy. Of course, playing heads-up versus Ivy, who is the biggest legend of the game, I think, in my eyes at least, just makes it so much more special. So yeah, very, very happy now, of course.
Just a few short years ago, none of these accolades were on your resume, Espen. It's got to be incredible, kind of a pinch me moment even as you continue to move forward in your poker career emotionally.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Like a few years ago, I kind of gave up on my startup dream to pursue poker again after playing poker a lot of years ago. And yeah, it's been, yeah, I'm insanely grateful for all the run good I've had for the last few years. It's insane.
Obviously, it hasn't been just the product of run good, some hard work and work that differs a little bit here. I know you've collected 5 bounties because this is a different format. The mystery bounty, how much of an adjustment are you making when you're out here playing in this specific event versus the others?
It matters a lot. Of course, like at the start of today, one start bounty was worth like 70K US or something. So collecting bounties was worth a lot. So you had to play kind of wild, kind of crazy. I was all in multiple times in the first few hands. I think I was chip leader and I lost a big one. And then yeah, it's been a very swingy day, very crazy.
You've played so many different poker tournaments all over the world, parts of different tours. What is it for you as somebody who's relatively new to Triton at your second festival that sets this particular poker tour apart?
I mean, it is the most prestigious one. And I remember last time when I was playing this in Cyprus, just walking through the area and legends left, legends right. Like all of my idols are there. And you go to the gym, there is Linus. You go to breakfast, there's Mikita. I'm just, the fuck am I doing here? So yeah, it's pretty surreal. And now to win a title, it's crazy.
Well, now you too will be among those legends that hang all around these walls with a banner of your own. And of course, a trophy. And on that note, I welcome in our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, to present you with your hardware. Well earned. Ladies and gentlemen, Espen Jorstad, your Event 3 40K Mystery Bounty Champion.